An account of the voyages undertaken by the order of His Present Majesty for making discoveries in the Southern Hemisphere, and successively performed by Commodore Byron, Captain Carteret, Captain Wallis, and Captain Cook in the Dolphin, the Swallow, and the Endeavour, drawn up from the journals which were kept by the several commanders, and from the papers of Joseph Banks, Esquire, by John Hawkesworth, Legum Doctor, in 3 volumes. Volume 1, Book 1. To the King. Ses IR. After the great improvements that have been made in navigation since the discovery of America, it may well be thought strange that a very considerable part of the globe on which we live should still have remained unknown, that it should still have been the subject of speculation whether a great portion of the southern hemisphere is land or water, and, even where land had been discovered, that neither its extent nor figure should have been ascertained. But the cause has probably been that sovereign princes have seldom any other motive for attempting the discovery of new countries than to conquer them, that the advantages of conquering countries, which must first be discovered, are remote and uncertain, and that ambition has always found objects nearer home. It is the distinguishing characteristic of your Majesty to act from more liberal motives, and having the best fleet and the bravest as well as most able navigators in Europe, your Majesty has, not with a view to the acquisition of treasure or the extent of dominion, but the improvement of commerce and the increase and diffusion of knowledge, undertaken what has so long been neglected, and under your Majesty's auspices, in little more than 7 years, discoveries have been made far greater than those of all the navigators in the world collectively, from the expedition of Columbus to the present time. To have been appointed to record them, and permitted to inscribe the narrative to your Majesty, is an honour, the sense of which will always be retained with the warmest gratitude by your Majesty's most faithful and most obliged subject and servant Bromley, Kent, 1st of May, 1773. John Hawkesworth. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, related by John Hawkesworth. Volume 1, Book 1. General Introduction. His Majesty, soon after his accession to the Crown, formed a design of sending out vessels for making discoveries of countries hitherto unknown, and in the year 1764, the kingdom being then in a state of profound peace, he proceeded to put it into execution. The Dolphin and the Tamar were dispatched under the command of Commodore Byron, and the best account of His Majesty's motives and design that can be given will be found in the following preamble to Commodore Byron's instructions, which are dated the 17th of June in that year. Whereas nothing can redound more to the honour of this nation as a maritime power, to the dignity of the Crown of Great Britain, and to the advancement of the trade and navigation thereof, than to make discoveries of countries hitherto unknown. And whereas there is reason to believe that lands and islands of great extent, hitherto unvisited by any European power, may be found in the Atlantic Ocean, between the Cape of Good Hope and the Magellanic Strait, within the latitudes convenient for navigation, and in climates adapted to the produce of commodities useful in commerce. And whereas His Majesty's Islands, called Pepys Island, and Falkland's Islands, lying within the said tract, notwithstanding their having been first discovered and visited by British navigators, have never yet been so sufficiently surveyed as that an accurate judgment may be formed of their coasts and product. His Majesty taking the premises into consideration, and conceiving no conjuncture so proper for an enterprise of this nature as a time of profound peace, which his kingdoms at present happily enjoy, has thought fit that it should now be undertaken. The Dolphin was a man of war of the 6th rate, mounting 24 guns, Her complement was 150 men with 3 lieutenants and 37 petty officers. The Tamar was a sloop mounting 16 guns. Her complement was 90 men with 3 lieutenants and 22 petty officers, and the command of her was given to Captain Mowat. Commodore Byron returned in the month of May in the year 1766, and in the month of August following, the Dolphin was again sent out under the command of Captain Wallis with the Swallow, commanded by Captain Carteret, in prosecution of the same general design of making discoveries in the southern hemisphere. The equipment of the Dolphin was the same as before. The Swallow was a sloop mounting 14 guns. Her complement was 90 men with 1 lieutenant and 22 petty officers. These vessels proceeded together till they came within sight of the South Sea at the western entrance of the Strait of Magellan, and from thence returned by different routes to England. In the latter part of the year 1767, it was resolved by the Royal Society that it would be proper to send persons into some part of the South Sea to observe a transit of the planet Venus over the Sun's disk, which, according to astronomical calculation, would happen in the year 1769, and that the islands called Marquesas de Mendoza, or those of Rotterdam or Amsterdam, were the properest places then known for making such observation. In consequence of these resolutions, it was recommended to His Majesty, in a memorial from the Society, dated February 1768, that he would be pleased to order such an observation to be made, upon which His Majesty signified to the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty his pleasure that a ship should be provided to carry such observers as the Society should think fit to the South Seas. And in the beginning of April, following, the Society received a letter from the Secretary of the Admiralty informing them that a bark of 370 tons had been taken up for that purpose. This vessel was called the Endeavour, and the command of her given to Lieutenant James Cook, a gentleman of undoubted abilities in astronomy and navigation, who was soon after, by the Royal Society, appointed with Mr. Charles Green, a gentleman who had long been assistant to Dr. Bradley at the Royal Observatory at Greenwich, to observe the transit. While this vessel was getting ready for her expedition, Captain Wallis returned, and it having been recommended to him by Lord Morton when he went out to fix on a proper place for this astronomical observation, he, by letter, dated on board the Dolphin, the 18th of May, 1768, the day before he landed at Hastings, mentioned Port Royal Harbour, in an island which he had discovered, then called George's Island, and since Otaheite, the Royal Society, therefore, by letter, dated the beginning of June, in answer to an application from the Admiralty to be informed whither they would have their observers sent, made choice of that place. The Endeavour had been built for the coal trade, and a vessel of that construction was preferred for many reasons, particularly because she was what the sailors call a good sea. Boat was more roomy, would take and lie on the ground better, and might be navigated by fewer men than other vessels of the same burden. Her complement of officers and men was Lieutenant Cook the commander, with 2 lieutenants under him, a master and boatswain, with each 2 mates, a surgeon and carpenter, with each 1 mate, a gunner, a cook, a clerk and steward, 2 quartermasters, an armourer, a sailmaker, 3 midshipmen, 41 able seamen, 12 marines and 9 servants, in all 84 persons, besides the commander. She was victualled for 18 months, and took on board 10 carriage and 12 swivel guns, with good store of ammunition and other necessaries. The Endeavour also, after the astronomical observation should be made, was ordered to prosecute the design of making discoveries in the South Seas. What was effected by these vessels in their several voyages will appear in the course of this work, of which it is now necessary to give some account. It is drawn up from the journals that were kept by the commanders of the several ships, which were put into my hands by the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty for that purpose, and with respect to the voyage of the Endeavour, from other papers equally authentic, an assistance which I have acknowledged in an introduction to the account of her voyage. When I first undertook the work, it was debated whether it should be written in the first or third person. It was readily acknowledged on all hands that a narrative in the first person would, by bringing the adventurer and the reader nearer together, without the intervention of a stranger, more strongly excite an interest, and consequently afford more entertainment. But it was objected that if it was written in the name of the several commanders, I could exhibit only a naked narrative, without any opinion or sentiment of my own, however fair the occasion, and without noting the similitude or dissimilitude between the opinions, customs, or manners of the people now first discovered, and those of nations that have been long known, or remarking on any other incident or particular that might occur. In answer to this objection, however, it was said that as the manuscript would be submitted to the gentlemen in whose names it would be written, supposing the narrative to be in the first person, and nothing published without their approbation, it would signify little who conceived the sentiments that should be expressed, and therefore I might still be at liberty to express my own. In this opinion all parties acquiesced, and it was determined that the narrative should be written in the first person, and that I might, notwithstanding, intersperse such sentiments and observations as my subject should suggest. They are not indeed numerous, and when they occur, are always cursory and short, for nothing would have been more absurd than to interrupt an interesting narrative or new descriptions by hypothesis and dissertation. They will, however, be found most frequent in the account of the voyage of the Endeavour, and the principal reason is that although it stands last in the series, great part of it was printed before the others were written, so that several remarks which would naturally have been suggested by the incidents and descriptions that would have occurred in the preceding voyages were anticipated by similar incidents and descriptions which occurred in this. Some particulars that are related in one voyage will perhaps appear to be repeated in another, as they would necessarily have been if the several commanders had written the account of their voyages themselves. For a digest could not Islands of Saypan style. Color RGB 000. Font family Times New Roman. Font size medium. Font style normal. Font variant ligatures normal. Font variant caps normal. Font weight 400. Letter spacing normal. Orphans 2. Text align start. Text indent 0 pixels. Text transform none. Widows 2. Word spacing 0 pixels. Web kit text stroke width 0 pixels. White space normal. Text decoration thickness. Initial. Text decoration style initial. Text decoration color initial have been made of the whole, without invading the right of each navigator to appropriate the relation of what he had seen. These repetitions, however, taken together, will be found to fill but a few pages of the book. That no doubt might remain of the fidelity with which I have related the events recorded in my materials. The manuscript account of each voyage was read to the respective commanders at the Admiralty by the appointment of Lord Sandwich, who was himself present during much the greatest part of the time. The account of the voyage of the Endeavour was also read to Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander, in whose hands, as well as in those of Captain Cook, the manuscript was left for a considerable time after the reading. Commodore Byron also, Captain Wallis and Captain Carteret, had the manuscripts of their respective voyages to peruse after they had been read at the Admiralty in their presence, and such emendations as they suggested were made. In order thus to authenticate the voyage of Captain Cook, the account of it was first written because it was expected, when his journal was put into my hands, that he would have sailed on the voyage he is now making in less than 5 months. It will probably be thought by many readers that I have related the nautical events too minutely, but it must be remembered that minutely to relate these events was the great object of the work. It was, in particular, thought necessary to insert the situation of the ship at different hours of the day, with the bearings of different parts of the land while she was navigating seas and examining shores that hitherto have been altogether unknown, in order to ascertain her track more minutely than could be done in any chart, however large the scale, and to describe with critical exactness the bays, headlands, and other irregularities of the coast. The appearance of the country, its hills, valleys, mountains, and woods, with the depth of water, and every other particular that might enable future navigators easily to find and safely to visit every part of it. I was not indeed myself sufficiently apprised of the minuteness that was necessary in this part of the work, so that I was obliged to make many additions to it, after I had prepared my manuscript. It is, however, hoped that those who read merely for entertainment will be compensated by the description of countries which no European had before visited, and manners which in many instances exhibit a new picture of human life. In this part, the relation of little circumstances requires no apology, for it is from little circumstances that the relation of great events derives its power over the mind. An account that 10,000 men perished in a battle, that twice the number were swallowed up by an earthquake, or that a whole nation was swept away by a pestilence, is read in the naked brevity of an index, without the least emotion, by those who feel themselves strongly interested even for Pamela, the imaginary heroine of a novel that is remarkable for the enumeration of particulars in themselves so trifling that we almost wonder how they could occur to the author's mind. This work is illustrated and adorned by a great number of cuts, from which every class of readers, whether their object is knowledge or pleasure, will find equal advantage, as they consist not only of maps and charts, drawn with great skill and attention, but of views and figures, designed and executed by the best artists in this country. The most effectual way to prevent obscurity and confusion in relating events is to range them in order of time, which however cannot be done in an unbroken series when the complicated and multifarious objects of history are to be recorded. But as each of the narratives in this work is a single thread, the transactions of every day are set down in a regular succession and the time noted in the margin. Great care has been taken to make the charts and the nautical part of the narrative coincide. If there should be any difference, which it is hoped will not be the case, the charts are to be considered in as of unquestionable authority. By the charts, as well as by the narrative, especially by that, on which the tracks of the several vessels are marked, it will be seen how far the existence or non-existence of a southern continent is already ascertained, and what land has in the course of these voyages been first discovered. The charts also will at one view prevent any mistake which might arise from the same name having been given to different islands by the several commanders in these voyages, without the trouble of comparing the latitudes and longitudes assigned them in the narrative. As it is but a very few years since the existence of a race of men above the common stature upon the coast of Patagonia was the subject of eager dispute among all ranks of people in this country, I have brought together the whole of the evidence on the question, as I find it in a collection of voyages lately printed in France, under the title of Histoire des navigations aux terres australes. It must be acknowledged that the contrariety of the reports that have been made by ocular witnesses concerning a fact easy to be determined does not deviate less from the common course of things than the gigantic stature of the people in question. It appears that during 100 years, almost all navigators of whatever country agree in affirming the existence of a race of giants upon the coast of Patagonia, and that during another century, the much greater number agree in denying the fact, treating their predecessors as idle fabulists, and imputing their reports either to the terror which the rude fierceness of a savage people inspired, or to the natural propensity of mankind to assume importance by pretending to have seen wonderful things. That men have a strange propensity to the marvellous cannot be denied, nor that fear naturally magnifies its object. But though it be allowed that the accounts of the Patagonians have in some instances been exaggerated, it is certain that all who have affirmed their stature to be gigantic were not under the influence of fear. And it is very strange that nations who have an hereditary hatred to each other and an acknowledged opposition of interest should agree in asserting an evident falsehood. In the first place, it is well known to have been an opinion long established both in our ancient world and in America, that there was once a race of giants upon earth who distinguished themselves by violence and guilt. Barbonnais was told by the inhabitants of South America that a deluge having laid Peru under water, the Indians retired to the mountains till the flood should subside, and that when they came again down to the plain, they found there men of an enormous stature, who attacked them with great ferocity, killing many and driving the rest to the caves of the rocks. But that having continued in their hiding places many years, they saw in the air a young man who destroyed the giants by thunderbolts, and thus restored to them the possession of their country. His guides also showed him many marks upon a rock which they said were impressed by the thunderbolts, and many bones of an extraordinary size, which they believed to be remains of the giants. But they did not pretend to know when the deluge happened. The Inca Garcilaso de la Vega, in his History of Peru, relates that according to a tradition universally received, a number of vessels or junks came to Point St. Helena with a company of giants on board, of a stature so enormous that the natives of the country were not higher than their knees, that their eyes were as broad as the bottom of a plate, and their limbs proportionably large, that some of them were naked, and others slightly covered with the skins of beasts. That when they came on shore, they dug a pit of an astonishing depth in the rock, and each of them consuming as much provisions as would be sufficient for 50 men, the country was soon exhausted, and they were obliged to live upon fish, that they seized the women of the country to whom their brutality was fatal, and afterwards giving themselves up to worse vices, the whole race was destroyed by fire from heaven, which, however, left their bones unconsumed as a lasting memorial of divine vengeance. Bones of an amazing size are said to have been found in this country, and fragments of teeth, which, if they were whole, must have weighed half a pound. Those who wish to know all the particulars of these American traditions may satisfy their curiosity by reading Torquemado Libsoth 1, chapter 13 and 14, where they will find that these fables are very similar to those relative to the same subject in other parts of the world. The bones said to have been the bones of giants, which have been found in America, and which were shown at Mexico and other places in the year 1550, are probably the bones of some animal unknown, and indeed nothing less than the sight of such a race of human beings, or of an entire skeleton, can be admitted as a proof of their existence. Turner, the naturalist, reports that in the year 1610, the thigh bone of a man was shown in London, who must have been of an enormous size. But this testimony is not decisive, though the author adds, that he had himself seen near the River Plata upon the coast of Brazil a race of giants who went stark naked, that the hinder part of their heads was flat and not round, that the women had long black hair, as coarse as a horse's mane, that the men were excellent archers, and, besides their bow and arrows, carried 2 massive balls or bullets, each fastened to one end of a thong, a weapon which they used with great dexterity and force, either by striking with it or throwing it like a stone from a sling. One of these giants, he says, was 12 feet high, but acknowledges that he saw no other so tall. Of this fact, there are other ocular witnesses who perhaps may be thought more worthy of credit. Among the Spaniards, Magellan, Loaifa, Sarmiento, and Nodal. Among the English, Cavendish, Hawkins, and Nieuwet. Among the Dutch, Sebald, De Noort, Lemaire, and Spilberg. And among the French, those who went in the expedition from Marseille and Saint-Malo's. Those who bear testimony to the contrary are Winter, the Dutch Admiral Hermit, Froger in de Gens's narrative, and Sir John Narborough. Winter, after having himself seen the inhabitants of Patagonia, says in direct terms that the accounts of their being giants are falsehoods invented by the Spaniards. And it must be confessed that the testimony of these navigators, at least balances the evidence on the other side, especially as they were best acquainted with the Strait of Magellan and the neighbouring country. Such navigators as have visited this country and are silent with respect to the stature of the inhabitants, particularly Sir Francis Drake, must be considered as witnesses against the fact in question, for their silence is a proof that they saw nothing extraordinary. It must, however, be observed in the first place that the greater part of those who hold the affirmative in this question speak of people that inhabited the desert coast of Patagonia to the east and west, and that, on the contrary, those who hold the negative speak of those who inhabit the strait upon the sides of the utmost point of America to the north and south. The nations of these 2 districts are certainly not the same, and if the first have sometimes been seen in the strait, it cannot be thought strange, considering how short the distance is from Port St. Julian, which appears to be their ordinary habitation. Magellan and his people saw them there very often, and trafficked with them sometimes on board his ships and sometimes on shore. Nor was this all. He seized 2 of them and kept them prisoners in his vessel, one of whom was baptized some time before his death, and taught several words of his language to Pigosset, who formed them into a little dictionary. These are facts than which nothing can be more positive or less subject to illusion. I affirm, says Nieuwet, that when I was at Port Desire, I measured several dead bodies that I found buried there, which were from 14 to 16 spans high, and saw tracks in the sand which must have been left by people of nearly the same stature. I have also frequently seen at Brazil one of the Patagonians who had been taken at Port St. Julian, and though he was but a youth, he measured no less than 13 spans. And our English prisoners at Brazil have assured me that they had seen many men of the same stature upon the coasts of the strait. Sebald de Weert says that when he was in the strait, he saw giants of the same bulk, who tore up trees by the roots, that were a span in diameter, with great facility. He also saw women that were gigantic, and others of the common stature. Oliver de Noort reports that he saw savages of a gigantic stature at Port Desire, but does not call them giants, that he took 6 of them prisoners, and carried them on board his ship, one of whom afterwards told him that the country was inhabited by many different nations, 4 of which were of the ordinary stature, but that farther within the land, in a territory called Coin, there was a gigantic people, distinguished by the name of Tyramenen, who were continually making war upon the other nations. Spilberg relates that he saw a man of an extraordinary stature upon the coast of Terra del Fuego, but that the sepulchres which he found had received men of the common height. Arisclas, who was on board La Mer's fleet in the character of commissary, a man well worthy of credit, declares that having visited the sepulchres which he discovered upon the coast of Patagonia, he found the bones of men who were between 10 and 11 feet high, which convinced him that the reports of former navigators were true. And here it must be confessed that the examination was made in cold blood, when it cannot be pretended that the object was magnified by fear. Some others, particularly Nodal and Sir Richard Hawkins, content themselves with saying that these savages were a head taller than the inhabitants of Europe, and of such a stature that the people on board their vessels called them giants. Such is the evidence of past times. We shall now consider that of the age in which we live. In 1704, the captains Harrington and Carman, who commanded 2 French vessels, one from St. Malo's and the other from Marseille, saw at one time 7 of these giants in Possession Bay, at another time 6, and at a third time they had an interview with a company of more than 400 men, part of whom were gigantic and part of the common stature. That Harrington and Carman reported this fact is attested by Monsieur Fraisier, superintendent of the fortifications of Bretagne, a man well known and universally esteemed. Fraisier never saw any of these savages himself, but he says that being upon the coast of Chile, Don Pedro Molina, governor of the Isle of Chiloe, and many other eyewitnesses told him that there was, at a considerable distance within the country, an Indian nation called by their neighbors Caucahues, who sometimes came down to the Spanish settlements, that were more than 9 feet high, and were the same race with the Patagonians who live on the eastern coast, and have been mentioned in former relations. We are told by Réavenot de Lussan that the Spaniards who live upon the sea coast in South America report that certain white Indians inhabit part of Chile with whom they are always at war, that they are of an enormous bulk and stature, and that whenever they take a Spaniard prisoner, they force up the breastbone as they would the shell of a tortoise, and tear out his heart. Narborough, on the contrary, though he agrees that the Indians who inhabit the mountains near the Spanish settlements at Chile and perpetually commit hostilities against them are tall, expressly denies that their stature is gigantic. He had often measured the skulls and the prints of the feet of the savages on the coasts of the Strait of Magellan, which, he says, were of the common size. He had also several times seen numerous companies of them, even at Port St. Julian, and these he declares not to be taller or bigger than other men. Narborough is certainly a credible witness, and his evidence is directly to the point. It is confirmed by that of L'Hermite, who says that the people he saw upon the coast of Terra del Fuego, though they were robust and well proportioned, were not larger than the inhabitants of Europe. And lastly, Monsieur de Gênes bears testimony that none of the people he saw at Port Famine were 6 feet high. Those who diligently consider these different relations will find reason to believe that all the parties have spoken truth, each of them faithfully reporting what he saw, and therefore that the existence of a gigantic race in these parts is a real fact, not to be questioned merely because they were not seen by every mariner that visited the country. It appears to be well established that the inhabitants of the 2 borders of the strait are of the common stature, and that the race distinguished by the name of Patagonians made their constant residence upon the desert coasts, either in some miserable hovels in the depth of the woods or in some caverns of the rocks, scarcely accessible to any but themselves. And it appears from the account of Oliver de Noort that when the strait began to be frequented by European vessels, they hid themselves as soon as the ships were in sight, which accounts both for their not being seen and for the recent marks of inhabitants upon a coast that appeared to be desert. Perhaps the frequent appearance of our ships upon this coast at length determined them to quit it as a settled habitation, returning only at particular seasons of the year, and taking up their constant residence in the interior part of the country. Lord Anson was of opinion that they resided statedly on the western side of the Cordelier and visited the eastern side occasionally, but not often, so that if they have been rarely seen by the vessels which have touched at the coast of Patagonia for the last 100 years, the reason probably is that, being like other Indian nations desirous to conceal themselves from strangers, they retired to the mountains. It is indeed to be regretted that no skeleton of these people has been brought into Europe, and it may at first seem strange that no such evidence of their uncommon stature should have been produced, as it is known that several of them, who had been made prisoners by the commanders of European vessels, died on board soon after they came into a hot climate. But the wonder will cease when it is considered that all mariners have a superstitious opinion that the compass will not traverse if there is a dead body on board the vessel. Upon the whole, it may reasonably be presumed that the concurrent testimony of late navigators, particularly Commodore Byron, Captain Wallis, and Captain Carteret, gentlemen of unquestionable veracity who are still living and who not only saw and conversed with these people but measured them, will put an end to all the doubts that have been hitherto entertained of their existence. Having thus brought together the whole of the evidence for and against a fact which has long been the object both of popular and philosophical curiosity, I shall not anticipate any opinion that the reader may form concerning future navigations in the track which has been described by any of the vessels whose voyages are here related, except that although it is the opinion of Commodore Byron, who spent 7 weeks and 2 days in passing through the Strait of Magellan, that it may be passed in 3 weeks at the proper season, yet the passage cost Captain Wallis near 4 months, though he performed it precisely at the time recommended by the Commodore, having reached the eastern entrance about the middle of December. I cannot, however, dismiss my readers to the following narratives without expressing the regret with which I have recorded the destruction of poor naked savages by our firearms in the course of these expeditions when they endeavoured to repress the invaders of their country. A regret which I am confident my readers will participate with me. This, however, appears to be an evil which, if discoveries of new countries are attempted, cannot be avoided. Resistance will always be made, and if those who resist are not overpowered, the attempt must be relinquished. It may perhaps be said that the expense of life upon these occasions is more than is necessary to convince the natives that further contest is hopeless. And perhaps this may sometimes have been true, but it must be considered that if such expeditions are undertaken, the execution of them must be entrusted to persons not exempt from human frailty, to men who are liable to provocation by sudden injury, to unpremeditated violence by sudden danger, to error by the defect of judgment or the strength of passion, and always disposed to transfer laws by which they are bound themselves to others who are not subject to their obligation, so that every excess thus produced is also an inevitable evil. If it should be said that, supposing these mischiefs to be inevitable in attempting discoveries, discoveries ought not to be attempted, it must be considered that upon the only principles on which this opinion can be supported, the risk of life for advantages of the same kind with those proposed in discovering new countries is in every other instance unlawful. If it is not lawful to put the life of an Indian in hazard by an attempt to examine the country in which he lives, with a view to increase commerce or knowledge, it is not lawful to risk the life of our own people in carrying on commerce with countries already known. If it be said that the risk of life in our own people is voluntary, and that the Indian is brought into danger without his consent, the consequence will still follow, for it is universally agreed, at least upon the principles of Christianity, that men have no more right over their own lives than over the lives of others, and suicide being deemed the worst species of murder, A man must be proportionably criminal in exposing his own life for any purpose that would not justify his exposing the life of another. If the gratification of artificial wants or the increase of knowledge are justifiable causes for the risk of life, the landing by force on a newly discovered country, in order to examine its produce, may be justified. If not, every trade and profession that exposes life for advantages of the same kind is unlawful. And by what trade or profession is not life exposed? Let us examine all the multitudes that art has employed, from the refiner who sweats at the furnace to the sedentary artificer who grows pale at the loom, and perhaps none can be found in which life is not in some degree sacrificed to the artificial necessities of civil society. But will it therefore be said that civil society, to which this sacrifice is made, is for that reason a combination contrary to the great original principles of morality, which are the basis of all duty? Will it be said that to exercise the faculties which are the distinguishing characteristics of our nature is unnatural, and that being endowed with the various powers which in civil societies only can be brought into action, it was incongruous to the will of our Creator that any such society should be formed, and that it would be pleasing to Him if, still continuing in a savage state, these powers should lie torpid in our nature, like life in an embryo, during the whole of our existence. This surely must appear extravagant and absurd in the highest degree, especially as it must be allowed that although commerce and arts in some instances expose life, in others they preserve it. They supply the wants of nature without rapine and violence, and by producing a common interest, they prevent the inhabitants of the same country from being divided into different clans, which among savages are almost perpetually committing hostilities against each other, with a ferocious cruelty which is not to be found where civil government and literary knowledge have meliorated the manners of mankind. Upon the whole, therefore, it seems reasonable to conclude that the increase of knowledge and commerce are ultimately common benefits, and that the loss of life which happens in the attempt is among the partial evils which terminate in general good. I have now only to request of such of my readers as may be disposed to censure me for not having attributed any of the critical escapes from danger that I have recorded to the particular interposition of Providence, that they would, in this particular, allow me the right of private judgment, which I claim with the greater confidence, as the very same principle which would have determined them to have done it, has determined me to the contrary. As I firmly believe the divine precept delivered by the author of Christianity, there is not a sparrow falls to the ground without my Father, and cannot admit the agency of chance in the government of the world, I must necessarily refer every event to one cause, as well the danger as the escape, as well the sufferings as the enjoyments of life. And for this opinion I have, among other respectable authorities, that of the Bible. Shall we, says Job, receive good from the hand of God, and shall we not receive evil? The Supreme Being is equally wise and benevolent. In the dispensation of both evil and good, as means of effecting ultimate purposes worthy of his ineffable perfections, so that whether we consider ourselves as Christians or philosophers, we must acknowledge that he deserves blessing not more when he gives than when he takes away. If the fall of a sparrow, as well as its preservation, is imputed to Providence, why not the fall as well as the preservation of a man? And why should we attribute to Providence only what appears to be good in its immediate effect, when we suppose that the whole concatenation of events, whether the preservation or destruction of particular parts, tends ultimately to the good of the whole? The same voice commissions the winds to plough up the deep, which at the appointed time rebukes them, saying, "Peace, be still." If the adorable author and preserver of nature was such a being as Baal is represented to have been by the prophet when he derided his worshippers, if he was sometimes on a journey and sometimes asleep, we might with propriety say that a fire happened to break out or a storm to rise, but that by the interposition of Providence life was preserved, expressions which imply that the mischief had one origin and the remedy another. But such language certainly derogates from the honour of the great universal cause, who, acting through all duration and subsisting in all space, fills immensity with his presence and eternity with his power. It will perhaps be said that in particular instances evil necessarily results from that constitution of things which is best upon the whole, and that Providence occasionally interferes and supplies the defects of the constitution in these particulars. But this notion will appear not to be supported by those facts which are said to be providential. It will always be found that Providence interposes too late, and only moderates the mischief which it might have prevented. But who can suppose an extraordinary interposition of Providence to supply particular defects in the constitution of nature, who sees those defects supplied but in part? It is true that when the Endeavour was upon the rock off the coast of New Holland, the wind ceased, and that otherwise she must have been beaten to pieces. But either the subsiding of the wind was a mere natural event or not. If it was a natural event, Providence is out of the question. At least we can with no more propriety say that providentially the wind ceased than that providentially the sun rose in the morning. If it was not a mere natural event, but produced by an extraordinary interposition, correcting a defect in the constitution of nature, tending to mischief, it will lie upon those who maintain the position to show why an extraordinary interposition did not take place rather to prevent the ship striking than to prevent her being beaten to pieces after she had struck. A very slight impulse upon the ship's course would have caused her to steer clear of the rock, and if all things were not equally easy to omnipotence, we should say that this might have been done with less difficulty than a calm could be produced by suspending the general laws of nature which had brought on the gale. I have, however, paid my homage to the Supreme Being, consonant to my own ideas of his agency and perfections, and those who are of opinion that my notions are erroneous must allow that he who does what he thinks to be right and abstains from what he thinks to be wrong acquits himself equally of moral obligation, whether his opinions are false or true.
The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, related by John Hawkesworth, Volume 1, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1764, 1765, and 1766, by the Honourable Commodore John Byron in His Majesty's ship, the Dolphin. Chapter 1. The Passage from the Downs to Rio de Janeiro. On the 21st of June, 1764, I sailed from the Downs with His Majesty's ship, the Dolphin, and the Tamar frigate, which I had received orders to take under my command. As I was coming down the river, the Dolphin got aground. I therefore put into Plymouth, where she was docked, but did not appear to have received any damage. At this place we changed some of our men, and having paid the people 2 months' wages in advance, I hoisted the broad pendant and sailed again on the 3rd of July. On the 4th we were off the Lizard, and made the best of our way with a fine breeze, but had the mortification to find the Tamar a very heavy failer. In the night of Friday the 6th, the officer of the first watch saw either a ship on fire or an extraordinary phenomenon which greatly resembled it at some distance. It continued to blaze for about half an hour and then disappeared. In the evening of Thursday, July the 12th, we saw the rocks near the island of Madeira, which our people call the Deserters. From Desertes, a name which has been given them from their barren and desolate appearance. The next day we flood in for the road of Funchiale, where about 3 o'clock in the afternoon we came to an anchor. In the morning of Saturday the 14th, I waited upon the governor, who received me with great politeness and saluted me with 11 guns, which I returned from the ship. The next day he returned my visit at the house of the consul, upon which I saluted him with 11 guns, which he returned from the fort. I found here His Majesty's ship, the Crown, and the Ferret sloop, who also saluted the broad pendant. Having completed our water and procured all the refreshment I was able for the companies of both the ships, every man having 20 pounds weight of onions for his sea flock, we weighed anchor on Thursday the 19th and proceeded on our voyage. On Saturday the 21st, we made the island of Palma, one of the Canaries, and soon after examining our water, we found it would be necessary to touch at one of the Cape de Verde Islands for a fresh supply. During the whole of our course from the Lizard, we observed that no fish followed the ship, which I judged to be owing to her being sheathed with copper. By the 26th, our water was become foul and stunk intolerably, but we purified it with a machine which had been put on board for that purpose. It was a kind of ventilator by which air was forced through the water in a continued stream as long as it was necessary. In the morning of the 27th, we made the island of Sal, one of the Cap de Verdes, and seeing several turtle upon the water, we hoisted out our jolly boat and attempted to strike them, but they all went down before our people could come within reach of them. On the morning of the 28th, we were very near the island of Bonavista, the next day off the Isle of May, and on Monday the 30th, we came to an anchor in Port Praya Bay. The rainy season was already set in, which renders this place very unsafe. A large swell that rolls in from the southward makes a frightful surf upon the shore, and there is reason every hour to expect a tornado, of which, as it is very violent and blows directly in, the consequences are likely to be fatal, so that after the 15th of August, no ship comes hither till the rainy season is over, which happens in November. For this reason, I made all possible haste to fill my water and get away. I procured 3 bullocks for the people, but they were little better than carrion, and the weather was so hot that the flesh stunk in a few hours after they were killed. On Thursday, the 2nd of August, we got again under fail, with a large cargo of fowls, lean goats and monkeys, which the people contrived to procure for old shirts, jackets, and other articles of the like kind. The intolerable heat and almost incessant rain very soon affected our health, and the men began to fall down in fevers, notwithstanding all my attention and diligence, to make them shift themselves before they slept, when they were wet. On Wednesday the 8th, the Tamar fired a gun, upon which we shortened fail till she came up. We found that she had suffered no damage but the carrying away of her topsail yard. However, as we were obliged to make an easy fail till she had got up another, and the wind seemed to be coming again to the southward, we lost a good deal of way. We continued, to our great mortification, to observe that no fish would come near enough to our copper bottom for us to strike, though we saw the sea, as it were, quickened with them at a little distance. Ships in these hot latitudes generally take fish in plenty, but except sharks, we were not able to catch one. No event worthy of notice happened till Tuesday, the 11th of September, when, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we saw Cape Frio on the coast of Brazil, and about noon on Thursday the 13th, we anchored in 18 fathom in the great road of Rio de Janeiro. The city, which is large and makes a handsome appearance, is governed by the Viceroy of Brazil, who is perhaps, in fact, as absolute a sovereign as any upon earth. When I visited him, he received me in great form. Above 60 officers were drawn up before the palace, as well as a captain's guard, who were men of a good appearance and extremely well clothed. His Excellency, with a number of persons of the first distinction belonging to the place, met me at the head of the stairs, upon which 15 guns were fired from the nearest port. We then entered the room of state, and after conversing about a quarter of an hour in French, I took my leave and was dismissed with the same form that had been used at my reception. He offered to return my visit at a house which I had hired on shore, but this I declined, and soon after he returned it on board. The people in my own ship, who had as much fresh meat and greens as they could eat every day, were very healthy, but there being many sick on board the Tamar, I procured a place for them on shore, where they soon recovered. I also engaged a number of Portuguese caulkers, as the seams of both the ships were very open, who, after having worked some time, rendered them perfectly tight. While we lay here, Lord Clive, in the Kent Indiaman, came to the port. This ship had sailed from England a month before us, and had not touched anywhere, yet she came in a month after us, so that her passage was just 2 months longer than ours, notwithstanding the time we lost in waiting for the Tamar, which, though the Dolphin was by no means a good sailor, sailed so much worse that we seldom spread more than half our canvas. The Kent had many of her people down in the scurvy. On Tuesday, the 16th of October, we weighed anchor, being impatient to get to sea, for the heat here was intolerable. But we lay 4 or 5 days above the bar, waiting for the land breeze to carry us out, for there is no getting out with the sea breeze, and the entrance between the 2 first forts is so narrow and so great, a sea breaks in upon them, that it was not without much danger and difficulty we got out at last, and if we had followed the advice of the Portuguese pilot, we had certainly lost the ship. As this narrative is published for the advantage of future navigators, particularly those of our own nation, it is also necessary I should observe that the Portuguese here, carrying on a great trade, make it their business to attend every time a boat comes on shore and practice every artifice in their power to entice away the crew. If other methods do not succeed, they make them drunk and immediately send them up the country, taking effectual care to prevent their return till the ship to which they belong has left the place. By this practice, I lost 5 of my men, and the Tamar 9. Mine I never recovered, but the Tamar had the good fortune to learn where hers were detained, and by sending out a party in the night, surprised them and brought them back. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, related by John Hawkesworth, Volume 1, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1764, 1765, and 1766, by the Honourable Commodore Byron in His Majesty's ship, the Dolphin. Chapter 2. Course from Port Desire in search of Pepys Island, and afterwards to the coast of Patagonia with a description of the inhabitants. On Monday the 22nd, being now once more at sea, I called all hands upon deck, and informed them that I was not, as they imagined, bound immediately to the East Indies, but upon certain discoveries which it was thought might be of great importance to our country, in consideration of which the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty had been pleased to promise them double pay and several other advantages, if during the voyage they should behave to my satisfaction. They all expressed the greatest joy imaginable upon the occasion, and assured me that there was no danger or difficulty that they would not, with the utmost cheerfulness, undergo in the service of their country, nor any order that I could give them which they would not implicitly and zealously obey. We continued our course till Monday the 29th, having frequently hard gales with sudden gusts, which obliged us to strike our top-gallant masts and get up our stumps. But this day it blew a storm, with a terrible sea, and the ship laboured so much that, to ease her, I ordered the 2 foremost and 2 aftermost guns to be thrown overboard. The gale continued with nearly equal violence all the rest of the day and all night, so that we were obliged to lie to under a double-reefed mainsail. But in the morning, it being more moderate, and veering from NW to S by W, we made sail again and stood to the westward. We were now in latitude 35 degrees 50 minutes south, and found the weather as cold as it is at the same season in England, although the month of November here is a spring month answering to our May, and we were near 20 degrees nearer the line. To us, who within little more than a week had suffered intolerable heat, This change was most severely felt, and the men, who supposing they were to continue in a hot climate during the whole voyage, had contrived to sell not only all their warm clothes, but their bedding at the different ports where we had touched, now applied in great distress for slops, and were all furnished for the climate. On Friday the 2nd of November, after administering the proper oath to the lieutenants of both ships, I delivered them their commissions. For till this time they acted only under verbal orders from me, and expected to receive their commissions in India, whither they imagined we were bound. We now began to see a great number of birds about the ship, many of them very large, of which some were brown and white, and some black. There were among them large flocks of pintados, which are somewhat larger than a pigeon, and spotted with black and white. On the 4th, we saw a great quantity of rockweed and several seals. Our latitude was 38 degrees 53 minutes south, longitude 51 degrees west, the variation 13 degrees east. The prevailing winds here were westerly, so that being continually driven to the eastward, we foresaw that it would not be easy to get in with the coast of Patagonia. On the 10th, we observed the water to change colour, but we had no ground with 140 fathom. Our latitude was now 41 degrees 16 minutes south. Our longitude 55 degrees 17 minutes west. The variation was 18 degrees 20 minutes east. The next day we stood in for the land till 8 in the evening, when we had ground of red sand with 45 fathom. We steered south. W by W all night, and the next morning had 52 fathom with the same ground. Our latitude was 42 degrees 34 minutes south, longitude 58 degrees 17 minutes west, the variation 11 degrees 3/4 east. On Monday the 12th, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, as I was walking on the quarterdeck, all the people upon the forecastle called out at once, "Land right ahead." It was then very black almost round the horizon, and we had had much thunder and lightning. I looked forward under the foresail and upon the lee bow, and saw what at first appeared to be an island rising in 2 rude craggy hills, but upon looking to leeward I saw land joining to it, and running a long way to the southeast. We were then steering southwest, and I sent officers to the masthead to look out upon the weather beam, and they called out that they saw land also a great way to the windward. I immediately brought to and sounded. We had still 52 fathom, but I thought that we were embayed, and rather wished than hoped that we should get clear before night. We made sail and steered east by southeast, the land still having the same appearance, and the hills looking blue, as they generally do at a little distance in dark, rainy weather. And now many of the people said that they saw the sea break upon the sandy beaches. But having steered out for about an hour, what we had taken for land vanished all at once, and to our great astonishment appeared to have been a fog bank. Though I had been almost continually at sea for 27 years, I had never seen such a deception before. Others, however, have been equally deceived, for the master of a ship, not long since, made oath that he had seen an island between the west end of Ireland and Newfoundland, and even distinguished the trees that grew upon it. Yet it is certain that no such island exists. At least it could never be found, though several ships were afterwards sent out on purpose to seek it. And I am sure that if the weather had not cleared up soon enough for us to see what we had taken for land disappear, every man on board would freely have made oath that land had been discovered in this situation. Our latitude this day was 43 degrees 46 minutes south, longitude 60 degrees 5 minutes west, and the variation 19 degrees 30 minutes east. The next day, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the weather being extremely fine, the wind shifted at once to the southwest and began to blow fresh, the sky at the same time becoming black to windward. In a few minutes, all the people that were upon the deck were alarmed with a sudden and unusual noise, like the breaking of the sea upon the shore. I ordered the topsails to be handed immediately, but before it could be done, I saw the sea approaching at some distance in vast billows covered with foam. I called to the people to haul up the foresail and let go the main sheet instantly. For I was persuaded that if we had any sail out when the gust reached us, we should either be overset or lose all our masts. It reached us, however, before we could raise the main tack, and laid us upon our beam ends. The main tack was then cut, for it was become impossible to cast it off, and the main sheet struck down the first lieutenant, bruised him dreadfully, and beat out 3 of his teeth. The main topsail, which was not quite handed, was split to pieces. If this squall, which came on with less warning and more violence than any I had ever seen, had taken us in the night, I think the ship must have been lost. When it came on, we observed several hundred of birds flying before it, which expressed their terror by loud shrieks. It lasted about 20 minutes, and then gradually subsided. The Tamar split her mainsail, but as she was to leeward of us, she had more time to prepare. In a short time it began to blow very hard again, so that we reefed our mainsail and lay to under it all night. As morning approached, the gale became more moderate, but we had still a great sea, and the wind shifting to south. By W, we stood to the westward under our courses. Soon after it was light, the sea appeared as red as blood, being covered with a small shellfish of that colour, somewhat resembling our crayfish, but less, of which we took up great quantities in baskets. At half an hour past 4 in the morning of Thursday, the 15th of November, we saw land, which had the appearance of an island about 8 or 9 leagues long, there being no land in sight either to the northward or southward, though by the charts it should be Cape St. Helena, which projects from the coast to a considerable distance, and forms 2 bays, one to the north and the other to the south. As the weather was very fine, I tacked and stood in for it about 10 o'clock, but as there were many sunken rocks at about 2 leagues distance from it, upon which the sea broke very high, and the wind seemed to be gradually dying away, I tacked again and stood off. The land appeared to be barren and rocky, without either tree or bush. When I was nearest to it, I sounded, and had 45 fathom, with black, muddy ground. To my great misfortune, my 3 lieutenants and the master were at this time so ill as to be incapable of duty, though the rest of the ship's company were in good health. Our latitude was 45 degrees 21 minutes south, longitude 63 degrees 2 minutes west, the variation 19 degrees 41 minutes east. The next day I shaped my course by the chart in the account of Lord Anson's voyage for Cape Blanco. In the evening it blew extremely hard at south, W by S, so that we brought to for the night under our main sail. In the morning we made sail again, but we had a great sea, and although it was now almost midsummer in these parts, the weather was, in every respect, much worse than it is in the Bay of Biscay at the depth of winter. About 6 in the evening, having carried all the sail I could, we made land, bearing about south. SW, which, as we had a good observation of the sun, we knew to be Cape Blanco. But it now began to blow with more violence than ever, and the storm continued all night, with a sea that was continually breaking over us, so that the ship laboured very much. At 4 in the morning we sounded and had 40 fathom, with rocky ground. Having stood off in the night, we now wore and stood in again, the storm still continuing with hail and snow, and about 6 o'clock we saw the land again, bearing southwest by west. The ship was now so light that in a gale of wind she drove bodily to leeward, so that I was very solicitous to get into Port Desire, that I might put her hold in order and take in sufficient ballast to avoid the danger of being caught upon a LCE shore in her present trim. We steered in for the land with the wind at NE, and in the evening brought to, but the wind coming to the westward, we were driven off in the night. At 7 the next morning we stood in again, steering southwest by south by the compass, and soon perceived the sea to break right ahead of us. We immediately sounded and shoaled our water from 13 to 7 fathom, soon after deepening it again from 17 to 42, so that we went over the end of a shoal, which a little farther to the northward might have been fatal to us. Cape Blanco at this time bore west by southwest, half south, distant 4 leagues, but we were still at a loss for Port Desire, it being impossible that any description should be more confused than that which Sir John Narborough has given of this harbour. I stood into a bay to the southward of the Cape, as he directs, but could find no such place. I therefore stood along the shore to the southward, the wind blowing off the land very hard, and saw several large columns of smoke rising in many places, but no tree or bush, the country resembling in appearance the barren downs of England. We observed also that the water was frequently very shallow at the distance of 7 or 8 miles from the shore, for we had many times not more than 10 fathoms. We continued to stand along the shore all day as near as possible, and in the evening we saw an island at the distance of about 6 leagues. In the morning we stood in for it, and found that it corresponded with Narborough's description of Penguin Island. As Port Desire is said to lie about 3 leagues northwest of this island, I sent the boat to look for it, and when she returned, having found it, I stood in for the land. There were thousands of seals and penguins about the ship, and near Penguin Island several smaller islands, or rather rocks. In the evening we saw a remarkable rock rising from the water like a steeple on the south side of the entrance of Port Desire. This rock is an excellent mark to know the harbour, which it would otherwise be difficult to find. At night, there being little wind, we anchored at the distance of 4 or 5 miles from the shore, and in the morning, with a breeze from the land, we turned up the harbour's mouth. We found it very narrow, with many rocks and shoals about it, and the most rapid tide I had ever known. I came to an anchor off the harbour in 9 fathom, the entrance of the river being open and bearing west-southwest. Penguin Island south. half E distant about 3 leagues, the steeple rock SW by W, the northernmost land NNW, and 2 rocks which are covered at half tide, and lie at the southernmost extremity of a reef which runs from the same land, NE by N. I mention all these bearings particularly because I think it may be of importance to future navigators, especially as the descriptions that have been given of this place by the few who have already visited it are extremely defective. The wind blew very hard the greater part of this day, and there ran an ugly sea where we were stationed. Yet I ordered out 2 boats to sound the harbour, and attended in my own boat myself. We found it very narrow for near 2 miles, with a tide running at the rate of 8 miles an hour. We found also many rocks and shoals, but all the danger shows itself above water. When we came to the shore, I landed and walked a little way into the country, which as far as I could see was all downs, without a single tree or shrub. We saw the dung of many beasts, and had a glimpse of 4, which ran away as soon as we came in sight, so that we could not certainly determine what they were. But we believed them to be guanacos, many of which we afterwards saw come down to the waterside. They resemble our deer, but are much larger, the height of some being not less than 13 hands. They are very shy and very swift. After I returned to my boat, I went farther up the harbour, and landed upon an island that was covered with seals, of which we killed above 50, and among them many that were larger than a bullock, having before half loaded our boat with different kinds of birds, of which, and seals, there are enough to supply the navy of England. Among the birds one was very remarkable. The head resembled that of an eagle, except that it had a large comb upon it. Round the neck there was a white ruff, exactly resembling a lady's tippet. The feathers on the back were as black as jet, and as bright as the finest polish could render that mineral. The legs were remarkably strong and large. The talons were like those of an eagle, except that they were not so sharp, and the wings, when they were extended, measured from point to point no less than 12 feet. The Tamar worked into the harbour with the tide of stood, but I kept my station with the Dolphin till I should have a leading wind, and the wind shifting to the eastward, I weighed about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, intending to go up with the evening stood. Before I could get under sail, however, the wind shifted again to northwest by north, and it being low water, the ship lying but just within the harbour, and there being no tide to assist us, we were obliged to anchor near the south shore. The wind came off the land in very hard flaws, and in a short time, our anchor coming home, the ship tailed on shore against a steep, gravelly beach. The anchoring ground, indeed, as far as we had yet sounded, was bad, being very hard, so that in this situation, if the wind blows fresh, there is always the greatest reason to fear that the anchor should come home before the ship can be brought up. While we were on shore, it began to blow very hard, and the tide running like a sluice. It was with the utmost difficulty that we could carry an anchor out to heave us off. However, after about 4 hours' hard labour, this was effected, and the ship floated in the stream. As there was only about 6 or 7 feet of the after part of her that touched the ground, there was reason to hope that she had suffered no damage. However, I determined to unhang the rudder that it might be examined. During all this night and the next morning, the wind blew with great violence. We had let go our best bower anchor when we were near the shore, in hopes it would have brought us up, and had not yet been able to weigh it. We now rode in a very disagreeable situation with our small bower, and that unfortunately came home again. We therefore got a hawser out of the Tamar, who lay in the stream, and after weighing the small bower, we got out by her assistance, and then dropped it again, most ardently wishing for fair weather, that we might get the ship properly moored. The next day we sounded the harbour higher up, and found the ground softer and the water not so deep. Yet the wind continued to blow so hard that we could not venture to change our station. We had found a small spring of water about half a mile inland upon the north side of the bay, but it had a brackish taste. I had also made another excursion of several miles into the country, which I found barren and desolate in every direction, as far as the eye could reach. We had seen many guanacos at a distance, but we could not get near enough to have a shot at them. We tracked beasts of several kinds in the soil, near a pond of salt water, and among them a very large tiger. We found also a nest of ostriches' eggs, which we eat, and thought very good. It is probable that all the animals which had left marks of their feet near the salt pond drank the water, and indeed we saw no fresh water for them. The spring that we had found, which was not perfectly fresh, was the only one of the kind that we had been able to discover. And for that we had been obliged to dig, there being no appearance of it except a slight moisture of the ground. On the 24th, upon slack water, we carried both the ships higher up and moored them. The extreme points of the harbour's mouth at low water bore from east, by S14S to E, and the steeple rock SE 14E. We had here, at low water, but 6 fathom, but at spring tides the water rises no less than 4 fathom and an half, which is 7 and 20 feet. The tide indeed in this place is such as perhaps it is not in any other. It happened by some accident that one of our men fell overboard. The boats were all alongside, and the man was an exceeding good swimmer. Yet before any assistance could be sent after him, the rapidity of the stream had hurried him almost out of sight. We had, however, at last the good fortune to save him. This day I was again on shore and walked 6 or 7 miles up the country. I saw several hares as large as a fawn. I shot one of them which weighed more than 26 pounds, and if I had had a good greyhound, I dare say the ship's company might have lived upon hare 2 days in the week. In the meantime, the people on board were busy in getting up all the cables upon deck and clearing the hold, that a proper quantity of ballast might be taken in, and the guns lowered into it, except a few, which it might be thought necessary to keep above. On the 25th, I went a good way up the harbour in the boat, and having landed on the north side, we soon after found an old oar of a very singular make, and the barrel of a musquet, with the king's broad arrow upon it. The musquet barrel had suffered so much from the weather that it might be crumbled into dust between the fingers. I imagined it had been left there by the wager's people, or perhaps by Sir John Narborough. Hitherto we had found no kind of vegetables except a species of wild peas, but though we had seen no inhabitants, we saw places where they had made their fires, which, however, did not appear to be recent. While we were on shore, we shot some wild ducks and a hare. The hare ran 2 miles after he was wounded, though it appeared when he was taken up that a ball had passed quite through his body. I went this day many miles up the country and had a long chase after one of the guanicos, which was the largest we had seen. He frequently stopped to look at us when he had left us at a good distance behind and made a noise that resembled the neighing of a horse. But when we came pretty near him, he set out again, and at last, my dog being so tired that he could not run him any longer, he got quite away from us, and we saw him no more. We shot a hare, however, and a little ugly animal which stunk so intolerably that none of us could go near him. The flesh of the hares here is as white as snow, and nothing can be better tasted. A sergeant of marines and some others who were on shore at another part of the bay had better success than fell to our share, for they killed 2 old guanicos and a fawn. They were, however, obliged to leave them where they fell, not being able to bring them down to the waterside, near 6 miles, without farther assistance, though they were but half the weight of those that are mentioned by Sir John Narborough. Some, however, I saw which could not weigh less than 7 or 8 and 30 stone, which is about 300 pounds. When we returned in the evening, it blew very hard, and the deck being so full of lumber that we could not hoist the boats in, we moored them aften. About midnight, the storm continuing, our 6-oared cutter filled with water and broke adrift. The boat-keeper, by whose neglect this accident happened, being on board her, very narrowly escaped drowning by catching hold of the stern ladder. As it was tide of flood when she went from the ship, we knew that she must drive up the harbour, yet as the loss of her would be an irremediable misfortune, I suffered much anxiety till I could send after her in the morning, and it was then some hours before she was brought back, having driven many miles with the stream. In the meantime, I sent another party to fetch the guanicos which our people had shot the night before, but they found nothing left except the bones, the tigers having eaten the flesh, and even cracked the bones of the limbs to come at the marrow. Several of our people had been 15 miles up the country in search of fresh water, but could not find the least rill. We had sunk several wells to a considerable depth where the ground appeared moist, but upon visiting them, I had the mortification to find that, altogether, they would not yield more than 30 gallons in 24 hours. This was a discouraging circumstance, especially as our people, among other expedients, had watched the guanicos and seen them drink at the salt ponds, therefore determined to leave the place as soon as the ship could be got into a little order, and the 6-oared cutter repaired, which had been hauled up upon the beach for that purpose. On the 27th, some of our people, who had been ashore on the north side of the bay to try for more guanicos, found the skull and bones of a man, which they brought off with them, and one young guanico alive, which we all agreed was one of the most beautiful creatures we had ever seen. It soon grew very tame, and would suck our fingers like a calf. But notwithstanding all our care and contrivances to feed it, it died in a few days. In the afternoon of this day, it blew so hard that I was obliged to keep a considerable number of hands continually by the sheet anchor, as there was too much reason to fear that our cables would part, which, however, did not happen. In the meantime, some of our people that were on shore with the carpenters, who were repairing the cutter on the south side of the bay, found 2 more springs of tolerable water about 2 miles from the beach, in a direct line from the ship's station. To these springs I sent 20 hands early in the morning with some small casks called barcas, and in a few turns they brought on board a ton of water, of which we began to be in great want. In the meantime, I went myself about 12 miles up the river in my boat, and the weather then growing bad, I went on shore. The river, as far as I could see, was very broad. There were in it a number of islands, some of which were very large, and I make no doubt but that it penetrates the country for some hundreds of miles. It was upon one of the islands that I went on shore, and I found there such a number of birds that when they rose they literally darkened the sky, and we could not walk a step without treading upon their eggs. As they kept hovering over our heads at a little distance, the men knocked down many of them with stones and sticks and carried off several hundreds of their eggs. After some time, I left the island and landed upon the main, where our men dressed and eat their eggs, though there were young birds in most of them. I saw no traces of inhabitants on either side of the river, but great numbers of guanacos in herds of 60 or 70 together. They would not, however, suffer us to approach them, but stood and gazed at us from the hills. In this excursion, the surgeon, who was of my party, shot a tiger cat, a small but very fierce animal, for though it was much wounded, it maintained a very sharp contest with my dog for a considerable time before it was killed. On the 29th, we completed our ballast, which the strength of the tide and the constant gales of wind rendered a very difficult and laborious task. We also got on board another ton of water. On the morning of the 30th, the weather was so bad that we could not send a boat on shore, but employed all hands on board in setting up the rigging. It grew more moderate, however, about noon, and I then sent a boat to procure more water. The two men who first came up to the well found there a large tiger lying upon the ground. Having gazed at each other some time, the men who had no firearms, seeing the beast treat them with as much contemptuous neglect as the lion did the Knight of La Mancha, began to throw stones at him. Of this insult, however, he did not deign to take the least notice, but continued stretched upon the ground in great tranquillity, till the rest of the party came up, and then he very leisurely rose and walked away. On the 1st of December, our cutter being thoroughly repaired, we took her on board, but the weather was so bad that we could not get off any water. The next day we struck the tents which had been set up at the watering place, and got all ready for sea. The two wells from which we got our water bear about SSE of the Steeple Rock, from which they are distant about 2 miles and a half. But I fixed a mark near them, that they might be still more easily found than by their bearings. During our stay in this harbour, we sounded every part of it with great care, as high as a ship could go, and found that there is no danger but what may be seen at low water. So that now fresh water is found. Though at some distance from the beach, it would be a very convenient place for ships to touch at, if it were not for the rapidity of the tide. The country about the bay abounds with guanacos and a great variety of wild fowl, particularly ducks, geese, widgeon, and sea pies, besides many others for which we have no name. Here is also such plenty of excellent mussels that a boat may be loaded with them every time it is low water. Wood, indeed, is scarce. However, in some parts of this coast there are bushes, which in a case of necessity might produce a tolerable supply of fuel. On Wednesday, the 5th of December, I unmoored in order to get out, but the best bower came up foul, and before we could heave short upon the small bower, the tide of ebb made strong. For at this place, slack water scarcely continues 10 minutes, so that we were obliged to wait till it should be low water. Between 5 and 6 in the evening, we weighed and steered out east by northeast, with a fresh gale at north-northwest. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, related by John Hawkesworth, Volume 1, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1764, 1765, and 1766. By the Honourable Commodore Byron, in His Majesty's ship, the Dolphin. Chapter 3. Course from Port Desire in search of Pepys Island and afterwards to the coast of Patagonia with a description of the inhabitants. As soon as we were out of the bay, we steered for Pepys Island, which is said to lie in latitude 47 degrees south. Our latitude was now 47 degrees 22 minutes south. Longitude 65 degrees 49 minutes west. Port Desire bore south. 66 west, distant 23 leagues, and Pepys Island, according to Halley's chart, east 3/4, north distant 34 leagues. The variation here was 19 degrees east. We continued our course the next day with a pleasant gale and fine weather, so that we began to think that this part of the world was not wholly without a summer. On the 7th, I found myself much farther to the northward than I expected, and therefore supposed the ship's way had been influenced by a current. I had now made 80 degrees easting, which is the distance from the main at which Pepys Island is placed in Halley's chart, but unhappily we have no certain account of the place. The only person who pretends to have seen it is Cowley, the account of whose voyage is now before me, and all he says of its situation is that it lies in latitude 47 south. For he says nothing of its longitude. He says indeed that it has a fine harbour, but he adds that the wind blew so hard he could not get into it, and that he therefore stood away to the southward. At this time, I also was steering southward, for the weather being extremely fine, I could see very far to the northward of the situation in which it is laid down. As I supposed it must lie to the eastward of us, if indeed it had any existence, I made the Tamar's signal to spread early in the afternoon, and as the weather continued to be very clear, we could see between us at least 20 leagues. We steered SE by the compass, and at night brought to, being by my account in latitude, 47 degrees 18 minutes south. The next morning it blew very hard at NW by N, and I still thought the island might lie to the eastward. I therefore intended to stand about 30 leagues that way, and if I found no island, to return into the latitude of 47 again. But a hard gale coming on, with a great sea, I brought to about 6 o'clock in the evening under the mainsail, and at 6 o'clock the next morning, the wind being at west. SW, we made sail again under our courses to the northward. I now judged myself to be about 16 leagues to the eastward of the track I had run before. Port Desire bore S 80 degrees 53 minutes west, distant 94 leagues, and in this situation I saw a great quantity of rockweed and many birds. We continued to stand to the northward the next day under our courses, with a hard gale from south, west to northwest, and a great sea. At night, being in latitude 46 degrees 50 south, I wore ship and stood in to the westward again, our ships having spread every day as far as they could be seen by each other, and on the 11th at noon, being now certain that there could be no such island as is mentioned by Cowley and laid down by Halley under the name of Pepys Island, I resolved to stand in for the main and take in wood and water, of which both ships were in great want, at the first convenient place I could find, especially as the season was advancing very fast, and we had no time to lose. From this time, we continued to haul in for the land as the winds would permit, and kept a lookout for the islands of Sebald de Wert, which, by all the charts we had on board, could not be far from our track. A great number of birds were every day about the ship, and large whales were continually swimming by her. The weather in general was fine, but very cold, and we all agreed, notwithstanding the hope we had once formed, that the only difference between the middle of summer here and the middle of winter in England lies in the length of the days. On Saturday the 15th, being in latitude 50 degrees 33 minutes south, longitude 66 degrees 59 minutes west, we were overtaken about 6 in the evening by the hardest gale at SW that I was ever in, with a sea still higher than any I had seen in going round Cape Horn with Lord Anson. I expected every moment that it would fill us. Our ship being much too deep waisted for such a voyage, it would have been safest to put before it under our bare poles, but our stock of fresh water was not sufficient, and I was afraid of being driven so far off the land as not to be able to recover it before the whole was exhausted. We therefore lay to under a balanced mizen, and shipped many heavy seas, though we found our screen bulkheads of infinite service. The storm continued with unabated violence the whole night, but about 8 in the morning began to subside. At 10 we made sail under our courses, and continued to steer for the land till Tuesday the 18th, when, at 4 in the morning, we saw it from the masthead. Our latitude was now 51 degrees 8 minutes south. Our longitude was 71 degrees 4 minutes west. And Cape Virgin Mary, the north entrance of the Strait of Magellan, bore south, 19 degrees 50 minutes west, distant 19 leagues. As we had little or no wind, we could not get in with the land this day. The next morning, however, it being northerly, I stood into a deep bay, at the bottom of which there appeared to be a harbour, but I found it barred, the sea breaking quite from one side of it to the other, and at low water I could perceive that it was rocky and almost all dry. The water was shoal at a good distance from it, and I was in 6 fathom before I stood out again. In this place there seemed to be plenty of fish, and we saw many porpoises swimming after them, that were as white as snow, with black spots. A very uncommon and beautiful sight. The land here has the same appearance as about Port Desire, all downs, without a single tree. At break of day on the 20th, we were off Cape Fairweather, which bore about west at the distance of 4 leagues, and we had here but 13 fathom water, so that it appears necessary to give that cape a good berth. From this place I ran close inshore to Cape Virgin Mary, but I found the coast to lie south by east, very different from Sir John Narborough's description, and a long spit of sand running to the southward of the cape for above a league. In the evening I worked up close to this spit of sand, having seen many guanacos feeding in the valleys as we went along, and a great smoke all the afternoon about 4 or 5 leagues up the strait upon the north shore. At this place I came to an anchor in 15 fathom water, but the Tamar was so far to leeward that she could not fetch the anchoring ground, and therefore kept under way all night. The next morning, at daybreak, I got again under fail, and feeing the same smoke that I had observed the day before, I stood in for it, and anchored about 2 miles from the shore. This is the place where the crew of the Voyage, as they were passing the strait in their boat after the lowels of the vessel, saw a number of horsemen who waved what appeared to be white handkerchiefs, inviting them to come on shore, which they were very desirous to have done. But it blew so hard that they were obliged to stand out to sea. Bulkley, the gunner of the Voyage, who has published some account of her voyage, says that they were in doubt whether these people were Europeans who had been shipwrecked upon the coast, or native inhabitants of the country about the river Galagos. Just as we came to an anchor, I saw with my glass exactly what was seen by the people in the Voyage, a number of horsemen riding backward and forward, directly abreast of the ship, and waving somewhat white as an invitation to us to come on shore. As I was very desirous to know what these people were, I ordered out my 12-oared boat and went towards the beach with Mr. Marshall, my second lieutenant, and a party of men, very well armed. Mr. Cumming, my first lieutenant, following in the 6-oared cutter. When we came within a little distance of the shore, we saw, as near as I can guess, about 500 people, some on foot, but the greater part on horseback. They drew up upon a stony spit, which ran a good way into the sea, and upon which it was very bad landing, for the water was shallow and the stones very large. The people on shore kept waving and hallooing, which, as we understood, were invitations to land. I could not perceive that they had any weapons among them. However, I made signs that they should retire to a little distance, with which they immediately complied. They continued to shout with great vociferation, and in a short time we landed, though not without great difficulty, most of the boat's crew being up to the middle in water. I drew up my people upon the beach, with my officers at their head, and gave orders that none of them should move from that station till I should either call or beckon to them. I then went forward alone towards the Indians, but perceiving that they retired as I advanced, I made signs that one of them should come near. As it happened, my signals were understood, and one of them, who afterwards appeared to be a chief, came towards me. He was of a gigantic stature, and seemed to realize the tales of monsters in a human shape. He had the skin of some wild beast thrown over his shoulders, as a Scotch Highlander wears his plaid, and was painted so as to make the most hideous appearance I ever beheld. Round one eye was a large circle of white, a circle of black surrounded the other, and the rest of his face was streaked with paint of different colours. I did not measure him, but as I may judge of his height by the proportion of his stature to my own, it could not be much less than 7 feet. When this frightful colossus came up, we muttered somewhat to each other as a salutation, and I then walked with him towards his companions, to whom, as I advanced, I made signs that they should sit down, and they all readily complied. There were among them many women, who seemed to be proportionably large, and few of the men were less than the chief who had come forward to meet me. I had heard their voices very loud at a distance, and when I came near, I perceived a good number of very old men who were chanting some unintelligible words in the most doleful cadence I ever heard, with an air of serious solemnity, which inclined me to think that it was a religious ceremony. They were all painted and clothed nearly in the same manner. The circles round the 2 eyes were in no instance of one colour, but they were not universally black and white, some being white and red, and some red and black. Their teeth were as white as ivory, remarkably even and well set, but except the skins, which they wore with the hair inwards, most of them were naked, so only having upon their legs a kind of boot, with a short pointed stick, fastened to each heel, which served as a spur. Having looked round upon these enormous goblins with no small astonishment, and with some difficulty made those that were still galloping up sit down with the rest, I took out a quantity of yellow and white beads, which I distributed among them, and which they received with very strong expressions of pleasure. I then took out a whole piece of green silk riband, and giving the end of it into the hands of one of them, I made the person that sat next take hold of it, and so on as far as it would reach. All this while they sat very quietly, nor did any of those. That held the riband attempt to pull it from the rest, though I perceived that they were still more delighted with it than with the beads. While the riband was thus extended, I took out a pair of scissors and cut it between each 2 of the Indians that held it, so that I left about a yard in the possession of everyone, which I afterwards tied about their heads, where they suffered it to remain without so much as touching it while I was with them. Their peaceable and orderly behaviour on this occasion certainly did them honour, especially as my presence could not extend to the whole company. Neither impatience to share the new finery, nor curiosity to gain a nearer view of me and what I was doing, brought any one of them from the station that I had allotted him. It would be very natural for those who have read Gay's fables, if they form an idea of an Indian almost naked, returning to his fellows in the woods adorned with European trinkets, to think of the monkey that had seen the world. Yet before we despise their fondness for glass, beads, ribbons, and other things, which among us are held in no estimation, we should consider that, in themselves, the ornaments of savage and civil life are equal, and that those who live nearly in a state of nature have nothing that resembles glass, so much as glass resembles a diamond. The value which we set upon a diamond, therefore, is more capricious than the value which they set upon glass. The love of ornament seems to be a universal principle in human nature, and the splendid transparency of glass and the regular figure of a bead are among the qualities that by the constitution of our nature excite pleasing ideas. And although in one of these qualities the diamond excels glass, its value is much more than in proportion to the difference. The pleasure which it gives among us is, principally, by conferring distinction and gratifying vanity, which is independent of natural taste, that is gratified by certain hues and figures, to which, for that reason, we give the name of beauty. It must be remembered also that an Indian is more distinguished by a glass button or a bead than any individual among us by a diamond, though perhaps the same sacrifice is not made to his vanity, as the possession of his finery is rather a testimony of his good fortune than of his influence or power in consequence of his having what, as the common medium of all earthly possessions, is supposed to confer virtual superiority and intrinsic advantage. The people, however, whom I had now adorned, were not wholly strangers to European commodities, for upon a closer attention I perceived among them one woman who had bracelets, either of brass or very pale gold, upon her arms, and some beads of blue glass, strung upon 2 long queues of hair, which being parted at the top, hung down over each shoulder before her. She was of a most enormous size, and her face was, if possible, more frightfully painted than the rest. I had a great desire to learn where she got her beads and bracelets, and inquired by all the signs I could devise, but found it impossible to make myself understood. One of the men showed me the bowl of a tobacco pipe, which was made of a red earth, but I soon found that they had no tobacco among them, and this person made me understand that he wanted some. Upon this I beckoned to my people, who remained upon the beach, drawn up as I had left them, and 3 or 4 of them ran forward, imagining that I wanted them. The Indians, who, as I had observed, kept their eyes almost continually upon them, no sooner saw some of them advance than they all rose up with a great clamour, and were leaving the place, as I supposed, to get their arms, which were probably left at a little distance, to prevent mischief, therefore, and put an end to the alarm, which had thus accidentally been spread among them. I ran to meet the people who were, in consequence of my signal, coming from the beach, and as soon as I was within hearing I hallooed to them, and told them that I would have only one come up with all the tobacco that he could collect from the rest. As soon as the Indians saw this, they recovered from their surprise, and everyone returned to his station, except a very old man, who came up to me and sung a long song, which I much regretted my not being able to understand. Before the song was well finished, Mr. Cumming came up with the tobacco, and I could not but smile at the astonishment which I saw expressed in his countenance upon perceiving himself, though 6 feet 2 inches high, become at once a pygmy among giants. For these people may indeed more properly be called giants than tall men. Of the few among us who are full 6 feet high, scarcely any are broad and muscular in proportion to. Their stature, but look rather like men of the common bulk, run up accidentally to an unusual height, and a man who should measure only 6 feet 2 inches and equally exceed a stout, well-set man of the common stature in breadth and muscle, would strike us rather as being of a gigantic race than as an individual accidentally anomalous. Our sensations, therefore, upon seeing 500 people, the shortest of whom were at least 4 inches taller and bulky in proportion, may be easily imagined. After I had presented the tobacco, 4 or 5 of the chief men came up to me, and, as I understood by the signs they made, wanted me to mount one of the horses and go with them to their habitations. But as it would upon every account have been imprudent to comply, I made signs in return that I must go back to the ship. At this they expressed great concern, and sat down in their stations again. During our pantomimical conference, an old man often laid his head down upon the stones, and shutting his eyes for about half a minute, afterwards pointed first to his mouth, and then to the hills, meaning, as I imagined, that if I would stay with them till the morning, they would furnish me with some provisions, but this offer I was obliged to decline. When I left them, not one of them offered to follow us, but as long as I could see them, continued to sit quietly in their places. I observed that they had with them a great number of dogs, with which I suppose they chase the wild animals which served them for food. The horses were not large, nor in good case, yet they appeared to be nimble and well broken. The bridle was a leathern thong, with a small piece of wood that served for a bit, and the saddles resembled the pads that are in use among the country people in England. The women rode astride, and both men and women without stirrups, yet they galloped fearlessly over the spit upon which we landed, the stones of which were large, loose, and slippery. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, related by John Hawkesworth, Volume 1, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1764, 1765, and 1766. By the Honourable Commodore Byron in His Majesty's ship, the Dolphin. Chapter 4. Passage up the Strait of Magellan to Port Famine. with some account of that harbour and the adjacent coast. Soon after I returned on board, I got under way and worked up the strait, which is here about 9 leagues broad, with the flood, not with a view to pass through it, but in search of some place where I might get a supply of wood and water, not choosing to trust wholly to the sinding of Falkland's islands, which I determined afterwards to seek. About 8 in the evening, the tide of ebb beginning to make, I anchored in 25 fathom. Point possession bore NNE at about 3 miles distance, and some remarkable hummocks on the north, which Bulkley, from their appearance, has called the Ass's Ears, W1/2N. At 3 in the morning of the 22nd, we weighed with the wind at east and steered southwest by west about 12 miles. During this course, we went over a bank of which no notice has hitherto been taken. At one time, we had but 6 fathom and a half, but in 2 or 3 cafts, we had 13. When our water was shalloweft, the Ass's Ears bore NW by W/2 west, distant 3 leagues, and the north point of the first narrow W by S distant between 5 and 6 miles. We then steered SW by S near 6 miles to the entrance of the first narrow, and afterwards SSW about 6 miles, which brought us through. The tide here was so strong that the passage was very rapid. During this course we saw a single Indian upon the south shore, who kept waving to us as long as we were in sight. We saw also some guanicos upon the hills, though Wood, in the account of his voyage, says there were none upon that shore. As soon as we had passed the first narrow, we entered a little sea, for we did not come in sight of the entrance of the second narrow till we had run 2 leagues. The distance from the first to the second narrow is about 8 leagues, and the course southwest by west. The land is very high on the north side of the second narrow, which continues for about 5 leagues, and we steered through it SW/2 west with soundings from 20 to 5 and 20 fathom. We went out of the west end of this narrow about noon and steered south about 3 leagues for Elizabeth's Island. But the wind then coming right against us, we anchored in 7 fathom. The island bore SSE distant about a mile, and Bartholomew's Island bore ESE. In the evening, 6 Indians upon the island came down to the waterside and continued waving and hallooing to us for a long time. But as my people wanted rest, I was unwilling to employ them in hoisting out a boat, and the Indians, seeing their labour fruitless, at length went away. While we were steering from Point Possession to the first narrow, the flood set to the southward, but as soon as we entered the narrow, it set strongly over to the north shore. It flows here at the full and change of the moon about 10 o'clock. Between the first and the second narrow, the flood sets to the southwest, and the ebb to the northeast. After the west end of the second narrow is passed, the course with a leading wind is south. By E, 3 leagues. Between the islands of Elizabeth and St. Bartholomew, the channel is about half a mile over and the water is deep. We found the flood set very strongly to the southward, with a great rippling, but round the islands the tide set many different ways. In the morning of the 23rd, we weighed with the wind at south by west and worked between Elizabeth and Bartholomew's Island. Before the tide was spent, we got over upon the north shore and anchored in 10 fathom. St. George's Island then bore NE by N distant 3 leagues, a point of land which I called Porpoise Point N by W distant about 5 miles, and the southermost land S by E distant about 2 miles. In the evening, we weighed and steered S by E about 5 miles along the north shore at about 1 mile's distance, with regular soundings, from 7 to 13 fathom, and everywhere good ground. At 10 o'clock at night, we anchored in 13 fathom, Sandy Point then bearing south by east, distant 4 miles, Porpoise Point west-northwest, 3 leagues, and St. George's Island, NE, 4 leagues. All along this shore, the flood sets to the southward. At the full and change of the moon, it flows about 11 o'clock and the water rises about 15 feet. The next morning, I went out in my boat in search of freshwater bay. I landed with my second lieutenant upon Sandy Point, and having sent the boat along the shore, we walked abreast of her. Upon the point, we found plenty of wood and very good water, and for 4 or 5 miles the shore was exceedingly pleasant. Over the point, there is a fine level country, with a soil that, to all appearance, is extremely rich, for the ground was covered with flowers of various kinds that perfumed the air with their fragrance, and among them there were berries, almost innumerable, where the blossoms had been shed. We observed that the grass was very good, and that it was intermixed with a great number of peas in blossom. Among this luxuriance of herbage, we saw many hundreds of birds feeding, which from their form and the uncommon beauty of their plumage, we called painted geese. We walked more than 12 miles and found great plenty of fine fresh water, but not the bay that we sought. For we saw no part of the shore in all our walk from Sandy Point, where a boat could land without the utmost hazard, the water being everywhere shoal and the sea breaking very high. We fell in with a great number of the huts or wigwams of the Indians, which appeared to have been very lately deserted, for in some of them the fires which they had kindled were scarcely extinguished. They were in little recesses of the woods and always close to fresh water. In many places we found plenty of wild celery and a variety of plants, which probably would be of great benefit to seamen after a long voyage. In the evening we walked back again, and found the ships at anchor in Sandy Point Bay, at the distance of about half a mile from the shore. The keen air of this place made our people so voraciously hungry that they could have eaten 3 times their allowance. I was therefore very glad to find some of them employed in hauling the seine, and others on shore with their guns. 60 very large mullets were just taken with the seine as I came up, and the gunners had good sport, for the place abounded with geese, teal, snipes, and other birds that were excellent food. On the 25th Christmas Day, we observed by 2 altitudes and found the latitude of Sandy Point to be 53 degrees 10 minutes south. At 8 in the morning we weighed, and having sailed 5 leagues from Sandy Point in the direction of south. By E12E we anchored again in 32 fathom, about a mile from the shore, the south point of Freshwater Bay, then bearing NNW distant about 4 miles, and the southernmost land, SE by S. As we sailed along the shore at about 2 miles distance, we had no ground with 60 fathom, but at the distance of 1 mile we had from 20 to 32 fathom. At the full and change of the moon, the tide flows off Freshwater Bay at 12 o'clock. It runs but little, yet flows very much by the shore. On the 26th, at 8 o'clock in the morning, we weighed with the wind at east by northeast and steered south by southeast for Port Famine. At noon, St. Anne's Point, which is the northernmost point of that port, bore south. By E12E, distant 3 leagues. Along this shore, at the distance of 2 or 3 miles, we had very deep water, but within a mile had ground with 25 or 30 fathom. From St. Anne's Point, a reef of rocks runs out southeast by east about 2 miles, and at the distance of 2 cable lengths from the reef, the water will suddenly shoal from 65 to 35 and 20 fathoms. The point itself is very steep, so that there is no sounding till it is approached very near, and great care must be taken in standing into Port Famine, especially if the ship is as far southward as Sedger River, for the water will shoal at once from 30 to 20, 15, and 12 fathom. And at about 2 cables' length farther in, at more than a mile from the shore, there is but 9 feet water when the tide is out. By hauling close round St. Anne's Point, soundings will soon be got, and as the water shoals very fast, it is not safe to go farther in when there is no more than 7 fathom. The strait here is not more than 4 leagues wide. The next day at noon, having had little wind and calms, we anchored in Port Famine, close to the shore, and found our situation very safe and convenient. We had shelter from all winds except the south. E, which seldom blows, and if a ship should be driven ashore in the bottom of the bay, she could receive no damage, for it is all fine, soft ground. We found driftwood here sufficient to have furnished 1,000 fail, so that we had no need to take the trouble of cutting green. The water of Sedja River is excellent, but the boats cannot get in till about 2 hours flood, because at low water it is very shallow for about 3/4 of a mile. I went up it about 4 miles in my boat, and the fallen trees then rendered it impossible to go farther. I found it indeed not only difficult, but dangerous to get up thus far. The stream is very rapid, and many stumps of trees lie hidden under it. One of these made its way through the bottom of my boat, and in an instant she was full of water. We got on shore as well as we could, and afterwards, with great difficulty, hauled her up upon the side of the river. Here we contrived to stop the hole in her bottom, so as that we made a shift to get her down to the river's mouth, where she was soon properly repaired by the carpenter. On each side of this river there are the finest trees I ever saw, and I make no doubt but that they would supply the British Navy with the best masts in the world. Some of them are of a great height, and more than 8 feet in diameter, which is proportionably more than 8 yards in circumference, so that 4 men, joining hand in hand, could not compass them. Among others, we found the pepper tree, or winter's bark, in great plenty. Among these woods, notwithstanding the coldness of the climate, there are innumerable parrots and other birds of the most beautiful plumage. I shot every day geese and ducks enough to serve my own table and several others, and everybody on board might have done the same. We had indeed great plenty of fresh provisions of all kinds, for we caught as much fish every day as served the companies of both ships. As I was much on shore here, I tracked many wild beasts in the sand, but never saw one. We also found many huts or wigwams, but never met with an Indian. The country between this port and Cape Forward, which is distant about 4 leagues, is extremely fine. The soil appears to be very good, and there are no less than 3 pretty large rivers, besides several brooks. While we lay here, I went one day to Cape Forward, and when I set out I intended to have gone farther. But the weather became so bad with heavy rain that we were glad to stop there and make a great fire to dry our clothes, which were wet through. From the place where we stopped, the Indians had been gone so lately that the wood, which lay half burnt, where they had made their fire, was still warm. And soon after our fire was kindled, we perceived that another was kindled directly opposite to it on the Terra del Fuego shore, probably as a signal, which, if we had been Indians, we should have understood. After we were dried and refreshed at our fire, the rain having abated, I walked across the cape to see how the strait ran, which I found to be about west-northwest. The hills, as far as I could see, were of an immense height, very craggy, and covered with snow quite from the summit to the base. I made also another excursion along the shore to the northward, and found the country for many miles exceedingly pleasant, the ground being in many places covered with flowers, which were not inferior to those that are commonly found in our gardens, either in beauty or fragrance. And if it were not for the severity of the cold in winter, this country might, in my opinion, be made by cultivation one of the finest in the world. I had set up a small tent at the bottom of this bay, close to a little rivulet, and just at the skirts of a wood, soon after the ship came to an anchor where 3 men were employed in washing. They slept on shore, but soon after sunset were awakened out of their first sleep by the roaring of some wild beasts, which the darkness of the night and the solitariness of their situation in this pathless desert rendered horrid beyond imagination. The tone was hollow and deep, so that the beasts, of whatever kind, were certainly large, and the poor fellows perceived that they drew nearer and nearer, as the sound every minute became more loud. From this time, sleep was renounced for the night. A large fire was immediately kindled, and a constant blaze kept up. This prevented the beasts from invading the tent, but they continued to prowl round it at a little distance, with incessant howlings, till the day broke, and then, to the great comfort of the affrighted sailors, they disappeared. At this place, not far from where the ship lay, there is a hill that has been cleared of wood, and we supposed this to be the spot where the Spaniards formerly had a settlement. One of the men, as he was passing over this hill, perceived that, in a particular part, the ground returned the sound of his foot, as if it was hollow. He therefore repassed it several times, and finding the effect still the same, he conceived a strong notion that something was buried there. When he came on board, he related what he had remarked to me, and I went myself to the spot, with a small party, furnished with spades and pickaxes, and saw the spot open to a considerable depth, but we found nothing, nor did there appear to be any hollow or vault as was expected. As we were returning through the woods, we found two very large skulls, which by the teeth appeared to have belonged to some beasts of prey, but of what kind we could not guess. Having continued here till Friday the 4th of January, and completed the wood and water of both ships, for which purpose I had entered the strait, I determined to steer back again in search of Falkland's Islands. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, related by John Hawkesworth. Volume 1, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1764, 1765, and 1766. By the Honourable Commodore Byron, in His Majesty's ship, the Dolphin. Chapter 5. The course back from Port Famine to Falkland's Islands, with some account of the country. We weighed anchor at 4 o'clock in the morning and worked to windward out of the harbour. The wind continued contrary at north-northeast till about 1 o'clock the next day, when it shifted to west. SW and blew a fresh gale. We steered NW by N 4 leagues and then 3 leagues north between Elizabeth and Bartholomew Islands. We then steered from the islands N by E 3 leagues to the second narrow, and steered through NE half east, continuing the Fame course from the second narrow to the first, which was a run of 8 leagues. As the wind still continued to blow fresh, we steered through the first narrow against the flood in the direction of north-northeast. But about 10 o'clock at night, the wind dying away, the flood set us back again into the entrance of the first narrow, where we were obliged to anchor in 40 fathom, within 2 cables' length of the shore. The tide flows here at the full and change of the moon, about 2 o'clock, and runs full 6 knots an hour. At 1 o'clock the next morning, we weighed with a light northerly breeze, and about 3 we passed the first narrow a second time. Having now seen the ship safe through, and being quite exhausted with fatigue, as I had been upon the deck all the preceding day, and all night I went into my cabin to get some rest. I lay down and soon fell asleep. But in less than half an hour I was awakened by the beating of the ship upon a bank. I instantly started up and ran upon the deck, where I soon found that we had grounded upon a hard sand. It was happy for us that at this time it was stark calm, and I immediately ordered out the boats to carry an anchor astern, where the water was deepest. The anchor took the ground, but before we could work the capstern, in order to heave the ship off to it, she went off by the mere rising of the tide. It happened, fortunately, to be just low water when she went aground, and there was 15 feet forward and 6 fathom a very little way astern. The master told me that at the last cast of the lead, before we were aground, he had 13 fathom, so that the water shoaled at once no less than 63 feet. This bank, which has not been mentioned by any navigator who has passed the strait, is extremely dangerous, especially as it lies directly in the fair way between Cape Virgin Mary and the first narrow, and just in the middle between the south and north shores. It is more than 2 leagues long and full as broad. In many places also it is very steep. When we were upon it, point possession bore NE distant 3 leagues, and the entrance of the narrow SW distant 2 leagues. I afterwards saw many parts of it dry, and the sea breaking very high over other parts of it, where the water was shallow. A ship that should ground upon this shoal in a gale of wind would probably be very soon beaten to pieces. About 6 o'clock in the morning, we anchored in 15 fathom, the shoal bearing north-northwest half-west at the distance of about half a mile. At noon, we weighed with a light breeze at north. And worked with the ebb tide till 2, but finding the water shoal, we anchored again in 6 fathom and an half, at about the distance of half a mile from the south side of the shoal. The Ass's Ears then bearing northwest by west distant 4 leagues, and the south point of the entrance of the first narrow west-southwest distant about 3 leagues. At this time the opening of the narrow was shut in, and upon sending out the boats to found, they discovered a channel between the shoal and the south shore of the strait. The Tamar, in the meantime, as she was endeavouring to come near us, was very near going on shore, having once got into 3 fathom, but soon after came to an anchor in the channel between the shoal and the north shore. The next morning, about 8 o'clock, we weighed with little wind at west-southwest and steered about half a mile southeast by east, when, having deepened our water to 13 fathom, we steered between the east and ENE along the south side of the shoal at the distance of about 7 miles from the south shore, keeping 2 boats at some distance, 1 on each bow, to found. The depth of water was very irregular, varying continually between 9 and 15 fathom, and upon hauling nearer to the shoal we had very soon no more than 7 fathom. The boats went over a bank upon which they had 6 fathom and an half, it being then low water, but within the bank they had 13 fathom. At noon we were to the eastward of the shoal, and as we hauled over to the north shore, we soon deepened our water to 20 fathom. Point Possession at this time bore north-northwest, distant between 4 and 5 leagues, the Ass's Ears west, NW distant 6 leagues, and Cape Virgin, Mary, NE half east, distant about 7 leagues. From this situation we steered NE by E for the south end of the spit, which runs to the southward of the Cape, and had no soundings with 5 and 20 fathom. At 4 in the afternoon, Cape Virgin Mary bore northeast and the south end of the spit northeast, by E distant 3 leagues. At 8 the next morning, the Cape bore N by W distant 2 leagues. Our latitude was 51 degrees 50 minutes, and our soundings were 11 and 12 fathom. We now brought to for the Tamar, who had come through the North Channel and was some leagues astern of us, and while we were waiting for her coming up, the officer of the watch informed me that the head of the main mast was sprung. I immediately went up to look at it myself, and found it split almost in a straight line perpendicularly for a considerable length, but I could not discover exactly how far the fissure went for the cheeks that were upon the mast. We imagined this to have happened in the very hard gale that had overtaken us some time before, but as it was of more importance to contrive how to repair the damage than discover how it happened, we immediately put on a strong fish and wooded it so well that we had reason to hope the mast would be as serviceable as ever. Cape Virgin Mary now bore S62W distant 21 leagues, and our latitude was 51 degrees 50 minutes south, longitude 69 degrees 56 minutes west, the variation 20 degrees east. On the 9th, having sailed south 67 degrees east, our latitude was 52 degrees 8 minutes south, our longitude 68 degrees 31 minutes west, and Cape Virgin Mary bore south 83 degrees west, distant 33 leagues. On the 10th, there having been little wind for the last 24 hours between the north and east, with thick foggy weather, our course was north. 18W for 39 miles. Our latitude was 51 degrees 31 minutes south, longitude 68 degrees 44 minutes west, variation 20 degrees east, and Cape Virgin Mary bore south 60 degrees west, distant 33 leagues. On the 11th, we had strong gales at southwest with a great sea. Our course was north 87 east for 99 miles. Our latitude was 51 degrees 24 minutes south, longitude 66 degrees 10 minutes west. Cape Virgin Mary bore south 73 degrees 8 minutes west, distant 65 leagues, and Cape Fairweather West 2 degrees south, distant 70 leagues, The variation was now 19 degrees east. About 7 in the evening, I thought I saw land ahead of us, but the Tamar being some leagues astern, I wore ship and made an easy sail off. The next morning, at break of day, I stood in again, the wind having shifted in the night to NW, and about 4 o'clock I recovered sight of the land ahead, which had the appearance of 3 islands. I imagined they might be the islands of Sebald de Wert, but intending to stand between them, I found that the land which had appeared to be separated was joined by some very low ground, which formed a deep bay. As soon as I had made this discovery, I tacked and stood out again, and at the same time saw land a great way to the southward, which I made no doubt was the same that is mentioned in the charts by the name of the New Islands. As I was hauling out of this bay, I saw a long, low shoal of rocks stretching out for more than a league to the northward of us, and another of the same kind lying between that and what we had taken for the northernmost of de Wert's islands. This land, except the low part, which is not seen till it is approached near, consists of high, craggy, barren rocks, which in appearance very much resemble Staten Land. When I had got so near as to discover the low land, I was quite embayed, and if it had blown hard at SW, so great a sea must have rolled in here as would have rendered it almost impossible to claw off the shore. All ships, therefore, that may hereafter navigate these parts should avoid falling in with it. The seals and birds here are innumerable. We saw also many whales spouting about us, several of which were of an enormous size. Our latitude now was 51 degrees 27 minutes south, longitude 63 degrees 54 minutes west. The variation was 23 degrees 30 minutes east. In the evening we brought to, and at daybreak the next morning, stood in for the north part of the island by the coast of which we had been embayed. When we had got about 4 miles to the eastward, it fell calm and rained with great violence, during which there arose such a swell as I never remember to have seen. It came from the westward, and ran so quick and so high that I expected every moment it would break. It set us very fast towards the shore, which is as dangerous as any in the world, and I could see the surge breaking at some distance from it, mountains high. Happily for us, a fresh gale sprung up at southeast, with which, to our great joy, we were able to stand off, and it behoves whoever shall afterwards come this way to give the north part of this island a good berth. After I had got to some distance, the weather being thick and it raining very hard, I brought to. Our latitude was now 51 degrees south and longitude 63 degrees 22 minutes west. On Monday the 14th, the weather having cleared up and the wind shifted to the SSW, we steered along the shore SE by E 4 miles and saw a low flat island full of high tufts of grass resembling bushes bearing south at the distance of 2 or 3 leagues, the northernmost land at the same time bearing west, distant about 6 leagues. We had here 38 fathom with rocky ground. We continued our course along the shore 6 leagues farther, and then saw a low rocky island bearing southeast by east, distant about 5 miles. Here we brought to, and having sounded, we had 40 fathom water, with a bottom of white sand. This island is about 3 leagues distant from the land we were coasting, which here forms a very deep bay, and bears east. By N of the other island on which we had seen the long tufts of grass, we saw the sea break at a good distance from the shore, and during the night stood off and on. The next morning at 3 o'clock we made fail, and stood in for the land to look for a harbour. At Fix, the east end of the rocky island bore west. SW distant about 3 miles, and our foundings then were 16 fathom, with rocky ground, but when we got within the island we had 20 fathom, with fine white sand. The coast from this rocky island lies east by south, distant about 7 or 8 leagues, where there are 2 low islands, which make the eastermost land in sight. At 8 o'clock we saw an opening, which had the appearance of an harbour bearing east-southeast, and being between 2 and 3 leagues distant. Upon this discovery, we brought to and sent a boat from each of the ships to examine the opening. But it beginning to blow very hard soon after, and the weather growing thick with heavy rain, we were obliged to stand out to sea with both the ships, and it was not without great difficulty that we cleared the 2 rocky islands which were to the eastward of us. We had now a great sea, and I began to be under much concern lest we should be blown off and our people in the boats left behind. However, about 3 in the afternoon, the weather clearing up, I tacked and stood in again, and presently after had the satisfaction to see one of the boats, though it was a long way to leeward of us. I immediately bore down to her and found her to be the Tamar's boat, with Mr. Hindman, the second lieutenant, on board, who, having been on shore in the opening, had ventured off, notwithstanding the great sea and bad weather, to inform me that he had found a fine harbour. We immediately stood in for it, and found it equally beyond his report and our expectations. The entrance is about a mile over, and every part of it is perfectly safe, the depth of water close to the shore being from 10 to 7 fathom. We found this harbour to consist of 2 little bays on the starboard side, where ships may anchor in great safety, and in each of which there is a fine rivulet of fresh water. Soon after we entered an harbour of much greater extent, which I called Port Egmont, in honour of the Earl, who was then First Lord of the Admiralty, and I think it is one of the finest harbours in the world. The mouth of it is S.E. distant 7 leagues from the low rocky island, which is a good mark to know it by. Within the island, and at the distance of about 2 miles from the shore, there is between 17 and 18 fathom water, and about 3 leagues to the westward of the harbour there is a remarkable white sandy beach, off which a ship may anchor till there is an opportunity to run in. In standing in for this sandy beach, the 2 low rocky islands, which we found it difficult to clear when the weather obliged us to stand off, appear to the eastward, and Port Egmont is about 16 leagues from the north end of these islands. We moored in 10 fathom with fine holding ground. The northernmost point of the western shore was distant 2 miles and a half. The watering place on that shore bore west by northwest half-west and was distant half a mile, and the islands on the east side bore east by S and were distant 4 miles. The whole navy of England might ride here in perfect security from all winds. Soon after the ship came to an anchor, the other boat which had remained on shore when Mr. Hindman put off came on board. In the southernmost part of the harbour there are several islands, but there is no passage out for a ship. I went, however, through in my boat about 7 leagues distant from where the ship lay, and entered a large found, which is too much exposed to a westerly wind for ships to lie in it safely. And the master of the Tamar, who had been round in her boat and entered this sound from without, reported that many shoals lay off it, so that if the harbour was ever so good, it would not be prudent to attempt getting in. In every part of Port Egmont there is fresh water in the greatest plenty, and geese, ducks, snipes, and other birds are so numerous that our people grew tired of them. It was a common thing for a boat to bring off 60 or 70 fine geese without expending a single charge of powder and shot, for the men knocked down as many as they pleased with stones. Wood, however, is wanting here, except a little that is found adrift along the shore, which I imagined came from the Strait of Magellan. Among other refreshments, which are in the highest degree salutary to those who have contracted scorbutic disorders during a long voyage, here are wild celery and wood sorrel in the greatest abundance, nor is there any want of mussels, clams, cockles, and limpets. The seals and penguins are innumerable, so that it is impossible to walk upon the beach without first driving them away. And the coast abounds with sea lions, many of which are of an enormous size. We found this animal very formidable. I was once attacked by one of them very unexpectedly, and it was with the utmost difficulty that I could disengage myself from him. At other times we had many battles with them, and it has sometimes afforded a dozen of us an hour's work to dispatch one of them. I had with me a very fine mastiff dog, and a bite of one of these creatures almost tore him to pieces. Nor were these the only dangerous animals that we found here, for the master, having been sent out one day to sound the coast upon the south shore, reported at his return that 4 creatures of great fierceness, resembling wolves, ran up to their bellies in the water to attack the people in his boat, and that as they happened to have no firearms with them, they had immediately put the boat off into deep water. The next morning after this happened, I went upon the southern shore myself, where we found one of the largest sea lions I had ever seen. As the boat's crew were now well armed, they immediately engaged him, and during the contest, one of the other animals was seen running towards us. He was fired at before he came up and was presently killed, though I afterwards wished that we had endeavoured to take him alive, which, if we had been aware of his attack, I dare say, might easily have been done. When any of these creatures got sight of our people, though at ever so great a distance, they ran directly at them, and no less than 5 of them were killed this day. They were always called wolves by the ship's company, but except in their size and the shape of the tail, I think they bore a greater resemblance to a fox. They are as big as a middle-sized mastiff, and their fangs are remarkably long and sharp. There are great numbers of them upon this coast, though it is not perhaps easy to guess how they first came hither, for these islands are at least 100 leagues distant from the main. They burrow in the ground like a fox, and we have frequently seen pieces of seal which they have mangled, and the skins of penguins lie scattered about the mouth of their holes. To get rid of these creatures, our people set fire to the grass, so that the country was in a blaze as far as the eye could reach for several days, and we could see them running in great numbers to seek other quarters. I dug holes in many places, about 2 feet deep, to examine the soil, which I found first a black mould, and then a light clay. While we lay here, we set up the armourer's forge on shore, and completed a great deal of ironwork that was much wanted. Our people had every morning an excellent breakfast made of portable soup and wild celery thickened with oatmeal. Neither was our attention confined wholly to ourselves, for the surgeon of the Tamar surrounded a piece of ground near the watering place with a fence of turf, and planted it with many esculent vegetables as a garden, for the benefit of those who might hereafter come to this place. Of this harbour, and all the neighbouring islands, I took possession for His Majesty King George III of Great Britain, by the name of Falkland's Islands. And there is, I think, little reason to doubt that they are the same land to which Cowley gave the name of Pepys Island. In the printed account of Cowley's voyage, he says, "We held our course SW till we came into the latitude of 47 degrees, where we saw land, the same being an island, not before known, lying to the westward of us. It was not inhabited, and I gave it the name of Pepys Island. We found it a very commodious place for ships to water at, and take in wood, and it has a very good harbour, where 1,000 sail of ships may safely ride. Here is great plenty of fowls, and, we judge, abundance of fish, by reason of the grounds being nothing but rocks and sands. To this account there is annexed a representation of Pepys Island, in which names are given to several points and headlands, and the harbour is called Admiralty Bay. Yet it appears that Cowley had only a distant view of it, for he immediately adds, the wind being so extraordinary high that we could not get into it to water, we stood to the southward, shaping our course south-southwest, till we came into the latitude of 53. And though he says that it was commodious to take in wood, and it is known that there is no wood on Falkland's Islands, Pepys Island and Falkland's Islands may notwithstanding be the same. For upon Falkland's Islands there are immense quantities of flags with narrow leaves, reeds and rushes which grow in clusters so as to form bushes about 3 feet high and then shoot about 6 or 7 feet higher. These at a distance have greatly the appearance of wood and were taken for wood by the French, who landed there in the year 1764, as appears by Panetti's account of their voyage. It has been suggested that the latitude of Pepys Island might, in the MS from which the account of Cowley's voyage was printed, be expressed in figures which, if ill-made, might equally resemble 47 and 51, and therefore, as there is no island in these seas in latitude 47, and as Falkland's Islands lie nearly in 51, that 51 might reasonably be concluded to be the number for which the figures were intended to stand. Recourse, therefore, was had to the British Mufeum, and a manuscript journal of Cowley's was there found. In this manuscript, no mention is made of an island not before known, to which he gave the name of Pepys Island, but land is mentioned in latitude 47 degrees, 40 minutes, expressed in words at length, which exactly answers to the description of what is called Pepys Island in the printed account, and which here, he says, he supposed to be the islands of Sebald de Wert. This part of the manuscript is in the following words. January 1633. This month we were in the latitude of 47 degrees and 40 minutes, where we espied an island bearing west from us. We, having the wind at east-northeast, we bore away for it. It being too late for us to go on shore, we lay by all night. The island seemed very pleasant to the eye, with many woods. I may as well say the whole land was woods, there being a rock lying above water to the eastward of it, where an innumerable company of fowls, being of the bigness of a small goose, which fowls would strike at our men as they were aloft. Some of them we killed and eat. They seemed to us very good, only tasted somewhat fishly. I sailed along that island to the southward, and about the southwest side of the island there seemed to me to be a good place for ships to ride. I would have had the boat out to have gone into the harbour, but the wind blew fresh, and they would not agree to go with it. Sailing a little further, keeping the lead, and having 6 and 27 fathoms water, until we came to a place where we saw the weeds ride, having the lead again, found but 7 fathoms water. Fearing danger went about the ship there, were then fearful to stay by the land any longer, it being all rocky ground, but the harbour seemed to be a good place for ships to ride there. In the island, seeming likewise to have water enough, there seemed to me to be harbour for 500 sail of ships. The going in but narrow, and the north side of the entrance shallow water that I could see, but I verily believe that there is water enough for any ship to go in on the south side, for there cannot be so great a lack of water, but must needs scour a channel away at the Ebber deep enough for shipping to go in. I would have had them stood upon a wind all night, but they told me they were not come out to go upon discovery. We saw likewise another island by this that night, which made me think them to be the Sybil de Wards. The same night we steered our course again west-southwest, which was but our southwest, the compass having 22 degrees variation eastwardly, keeping that course till we came in the latitude of 53 degrees. In both the printed and manuscript account, this land is said to lie in latitude 47, to be situated to the westward of the ship when first discovered, to appear woody, to have an harbour where a great number of ships might ride in safety, and to be frequented by innumerable birds. It appears also by both accounts that the weather prevented his going on shore, and that he steered from it west. SW till he came into latitude 53. There can therefore be little doubt but that Cowley gave the name of Pepys Island after he came home to what he really supposed to be the island of Sebald de Wert, for which it is not difficult to assign several reasons. And though the supposition of a mistake of the figures does not appear to be well grounded, yet, there being no land in 47, the evidence that what Cowley saw was Falkland's Islands is very strong. The description of the country agrees in almost every particular, and even the map is of the same general figure, with a strait running up the middle. The chart of Falklands that accompanies this narrative was laid down from the journals and drawings of Captain Macbride, who was dispatched thither after my return, and circumnavigated the whole coast. The two principal islands were probably called Falklands Islands by Strong about the year 1689, as he is known to have given the name of Falklands Sound to part of the strait which divides them. The journal of this navigator is still unprinted in the British Museum. The first who saw these islands is supposed to be Captain Davies, the associate of Cavendish, in 1592. In 1594, Sir Richard Hawkins saw land, supposed to be the same, and in honour of his mistress, Queen Elizabeth, called them Hawkins's Maiden Land. Long afterwards, they were seen by some French ships from St. Malo's, and Frisia, probably for that reason, called them the Malouins, a name which has been since adopted by the Spaniards. Having continued in the harbour, which I had called Port Egmont till Sunday the 27th of January, we sailed again at 8 o'clock in the morning with the wind at south. SW. But we were scarcely got out of the port before it began to blow very hard, and the weather became so thick that we could not see the rocky islands. I now most heartily wished myself again at anchor in the harbour we had quitted, but in a short time we had the satisfaction to see the weather become clear, though it continued to blow very hard the whole day. At 9, the entrance of Port Egmont Harbour bore east by southeast, distant 2 leagues. The 2 low islands to the northward east by north distant between 3 and 4 miles, and the rocky island west, half a nautical mile distant 4 leagues. At 10, the 2 low islands bore south-southeast, distant 4 or 5 miles, and we then steered along the shore east by the compass, and after having run about 5 leagues, we saw a remarkable headland, with a rock at a little distance from it, bearing east by southeast, 1/2 east, distant 3 leagues. This headland I called Cape Tamar. Having continued the same course 5 leagues farther, we saw a rock about 5 miles from the main bearing north. At the distance of 4 or 5 leagues, this rock I called the Eddystone, and then steered between it and a remarkable headland which I called Cape Dolphin, in the direction of ENE 5 leagues farther. From Cape Tamar to Cape Dolphin, a distance of about 8 leagues, the land forms, what I thought, a deep sound, and called Carlisle Sound, but what has since appeared to be the northern entrance of the strait between the 2 principal islands. In the part that I suppose to be the bottom of the sound, we saw an opening which had the appearance of a harbour. From Cape Dolphin we steered along the shore east, half N 16 leagues, to a low flat cape or headland, and then brought to. In this day's run the land for the most part resembled the east side of the coast of Patagonia, not having so much as a single tree or even a bush, being all downs, with here and there a few of the high tufts of grass that we had seen at Port Egmont, and in this account I am sure I am not mistaken, for I frequently sailed within 2 miles of the shore, so that if there had been a shrub as big as a gooseberry bush, I should have seen it. During the night we had 40 fathom water with rocky ground. The next morning, at 4 o'clock, we made sail, the low flat cape then bearing southeast by east distant 5 leagues. At half an hour after 5 it bore south-southeast, distant 2 leagues, and we then steered from it east-southeast 5 leagues to 3 low rocky islands which lie about 2 miles from the main. From these islands we steered south-southeast 4 leagues to 2 other low islands which lie at the distance of about 1 mile from the main. Between these islands, the land forms a very deep found, which I called Berkeley's Sound. In the south part of this sound, there is an opening, which has the appearance of a harbour, and about 3 or 4 miles to the southward of the south point of it, at the distance of about 4 miles from the main, some rocks appear above the water, upon which the sea breaks very high, there being here a great swell from the southward. When we were abreast of these breakers, we steered south. West by south about 2 leagues, when the southermost land in sight, which I took to be the southermost part of Falklands Islands, bore west-southwest. distant 5 leagues. The coast now began to be very dangerous, there being in all directions rocks and breakers at a great distance from the shore. The country also inland had a more rude and desolate appearance, the high ground, as far as we could see, being all barren, craggy rocks, very much resembling that part of Terra del Fuego which lies near Cape Horn. As the sea now rose every moment, I was afraid of being caught here upon a lee shore, in which case there would have been very little chance of my getting off, and therefore I tacked and stood to the northward, the latitude of the southernmost point in sight being about 52 degrees 3 minutes south. As we had now run no less than 70 leagues along the coast of this island, it must certainly be of very considerable extent. It has been said by some former navigators to be about 200 miles in circumference, but I made no doubt of its being nearer 7. Having hauled the wind, I stood to the northward about noon. The entrance of Berkeley's Sound at 3 o'clock bore south, W by W distant about 6 leagues. At 8 in evening, the wind shifting to the SW, we stood to the westward. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, related by John Hawkesworth. Volume 1, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1764, 1765, and 1766. By the Honourable Commodore Byron in His Majesty's ship, the Dolphin. Chapter 6. The passage through the Strait of Magellan as far as Cape Monday, with a description of several bays and harbours formed by the coast on each side. We continued to make sail for Port Desire till Wednesday the 6th of February, when about 1 o'clock in the afternoon we saw land and stood in for the port. During the run from Falkland's Islands to this place, the number of whales about the ship was so great as to render the navigation dangerous. We were very near striking upon one, and another blew the water in upon the quarterdeck. They were much larger than any we had seen. As we were standing in for Port Desire, we saw the Florida, a store ship that we expected from England, and at 4 we came to an anchor off the harbour's mouth. The next morning, Mr. Dean, the master of the store ship, came on board, and finding from his report that his foremast was sprung and his ship little better than a wreck, I determined to go into the harbour and try to unload her there, although the narrowness of the place and the rapidity of the tides render it a very dangerous situation. We got in the evening, but it blowing very hard in the night, both the Tamar and the store ship made signals of distress. I immediately sent my boats to their assistance, who found that, notwithstanding they were moored, they had been driven up the harbour and were in the greatest danger of being on shore. They were got off, not without great difficulty, and the very next night they drove again, and were again saved by the same efforts from the same danger. As I now found that the store ship was continually driving about the harbour and every moment in danger of being lost, I gave up, with whatever reluctance, my design of taking the provisions out of her, and sent all our carpenters on board to fish the mast and make such other repairs as they could. I also lent her my forge to complete such ironwork as they wanted, and determined, the moment she was in a condition to put to sea, to take her with us into the Strait of Magellan and unload her there. While this was doing, Captain Mowat, who commanded the Tamar, informed me that his rudder was sprung, and that he had reason to fear it would in a short time become wholly unserviceable. Upon this, I ordered the carpenter of the Dolphin on board the Tamar to examine the rudder, and he reported it to be so bad that in his opinion the vessel could not proceed in her voyage without a new one. A new one, however, it was not in our power to procure at this place, and I therefore desired Captain Mowat to get his forge on shore, and secure his rudder with iron clamps in the best manner he could, hoping that in the strait a piece of timber might be found which would furnish him with a better. On Wednesday the 13th, the store ship being ready for sea, I put on board her one of my petty officers, who was well acquainted with the strait, and 3 or 4 of my seamen to assist in navigating her. I also lent her 2 of my boats and took those belonging to her, which were staved on board to get them repaired, and then I ordered her master to put to sea directly and make the best of his way to Port Famine, though I did not doubt but that I should come up with her long before she got thither, as I intended to follow her as soon as the Tamar was ready, and Captain Moat had told me that, the rudder having been patched together by the joint labour and skill of the carpenter and smith, he should be in a condition to proceed with me the next morning. The next morning we accordingly put to sea, and a few hours afterwards, being abreast of Penguin Island, we saw the store ship a long way to the eastward. On Saturday the 16th, about 6 o'clock in the morning, we saw Cape Fairweather bearing west by southwest at the distance of 5 or 6 leagues, and at 9 we saw a strange sail to the north, W standing after us. On the 17th, at 6 in the morning, Cape Virgin Mary bearing south distant 5 miles, we hauled in for the strait, and the strange ship still followed us. On the 18th we passed the first narrow, and as I perceived the strange ship to have shaped the same course that we had, from the time she had first seen us, shortening or making sail as we did, she became the subject of much speculation, and as I was obliged, after I had got through the first narrow, to bring to for the store ship, which was a great way astern, I imagined she would speak with us, and therefore I put the ship in the best order I could. As soon as he had passed the narrow, and saw me lying to, he did the same about 4 miles to windward of me. In this situation we remained till night came on, and the tide setting us over to the south shore, we came to an anchor. The wind, however, shifted before morning, and at daybreak I saw our satellite at anchor about 3 leagues to leeward of us. As it was then tide of flood, I thought of working through the second narrow, but seeing the stranger get under way and work up towards us, I ran directly over into Gregory Bay and brought the ship to an anchor with a spring upon our cable. I also got 8 of our guns, which were all we could get at, out of the hold, and brought them over on one side. In the meantime the ship continued to work up towards us, and various were our conjectures about her, for she showed no colours, neither did we. It happened about this time that the store ship, as she was endeavouring to come to an anchor near us, ran aground, upon which the stranger came to an anchor a little way astern, at the same time hoisting French colours and sending his launch and another boat with an anchor to assist her. Still, however, I showed no colours, but sent my own boats and a boat of the Tamar's to assist the store ship, giving orders at the same time to the officers not to suffer the French boats to come on board her, but to thank them in polite terms for the assistance they intended. These orders were punctually obeyed, and with the assistance of our own boats only, the store ship was soon after got off. My people reported that the French ship was full of men and seemed to have a great number of officers on board. At 6 o'clock in the evening I made the signal and weighed. We worked through the second narrow, and at 10 o'clock passed the west end of it. At 11 we anchored in 7 fathom off Elizabeth's Island, and the French ship at the same time anchored in a bad situation to the southward of St. Bartholomew's Island, which convinced me that she was not acquainted with the channel. At 6 o'clock the next morning, I weighed and sailed between Elizabeth and Bartholomew Islands, with the wind at northwest and after steering south. SW 5 or 6 miles, we crossed a bank, where among the weeds we had 7 fathom water. This bank lies WSW 5 or 6 miles from the middle of George's Island, and it is said in some former accounts that in many places there is not 3 fathom water upon it. The danger here therefore is considerable, and to avoid it, it is necessary to keep near Elizabeth's Island till the western shore is but at a short distance, and then a southern course may be steered with great safety till the reef, which lies about 4 miles to the northward of St. Anne's Point, is in sight. At noon this day, the north point of Freshwater Bay bore west by north, and St. Anne's Point south by east, 1/2 east. The French ship still steered after us, and we imagined that she was either from Falkland's Islands where the French had then a settlement, to get wood or upon a survey of the strait. The remaining part of this day and the next morning we had variable winds with calms. In the afternoon, therefore, I hoisted out the boats and towed round St. Anne's Point into Port Famine. At 6 in the evening we anchored, and soon after the French ship passed by us to the southward. Here we continued till Monday the 25th, when both the Dolphin and Tamar, having taken out of the storeship as much provision as they could stow, I gave the master of her orders to return to England as soon as he could get ready, and with the Tamar sailed from Port Famine, intending to push through the strait before the season should be too far advanced. At noon, we were 3 leagues distant from St. Anne's Point, which bore NW, and 3 or 4 miles distant from Point Shutup, which bore SSW. Point Shutup bears from St. Anne's Point S12E by the compass, and they are about 4 or 5 leagues asunder. Between these 2 points there is a flat shoal, which runs from Port Famine before Sedja River and 3 or 4 miles to the southward. We steered south by west with little wind along the shore from Point Shutup towards Cape Forward, and about 3 o'clock in the afternoon we passed by the French ship, which we saw in a little cove about 2 leagues to the southward of Point Shutup. She had hauled her stern close into the woods, and we could see large piles of the wood which she had cut down lying on each side of her, so that I made no doubt of her having been sent out to procure that necessary for their new settlement, though I could not conceive why they should have come so far into the strait for that purpose. After my return to England, I learnt that this vessel was the Eagle, commanded by Monsieur Bougainville, and that her business in the strait was, as I conjectured, to cut wood for the French settlement in Falkland's Islands. From Cape Shutup to Cape Forward, the course by compass is south. W by S, and the distance is 7 leagues. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Cape Forward bore NW half west and was distant about a mile, and we brought to for the night. This part of the strait is about 8 miles over, and off the cape we had 40 fathom within half a cable's length of the shore. About 4 o'clock in the morning we made sail, and at 8, having had light airs almost quite round the compass, Cape Forward bore NE by E distant about 4 miles, and Cape Holland WNW half west distant about 5 leagues. At 10 we had fresh gales at WNW, and at intervals sudden squalls, so violent as to oblige us to clew all up every time they came on. We kept, however, working to windward and looking out for an anchoring place, endeavouring at the same time to reach a bay about 2 leagues to the westward of Cape Forward. At 5 o'clock I sent a boat with an officer into this bay to sound, who, finding it fit for our purpose, we entered it, and about 6 o'clock anchored in 9 fathom. Cape Forward bore east, half a mile distant 5 miles, a small island which lies in the middle of the bay and is about a mile distant from the shore, west by south distant about half a mile, and a rivulet of fresh water north, west by west distant 3/4 of a mile. At 6 o'clock the next morning, we weighed and continued our course through the strait. From Cape Holland to Cape Gallant, which are distant about 8 leagues, the coast lies west, half a league by the compass. Cape Gallant is very high and steep, and between this and Cape Holland lies a reach about 3 leagues over, called English Reach. About 5 miles south of Cape Gallant lies a large island called Charles's Island, which it is necessary to keep to the northward of. We sailed along the north shore of it at about 2 miles distance, and sometimes much less. A little to the eastward of Cape Holland is a fair sandy bay called Woods Bay, in which there is good anchoring. The mountains on each side the strait are, I think, higher and of a more desolate appearance than any other in the world, except perhaps the Cordilleras, both being rude, craggy and steep, and covered with snow from the top to the bottom. From Cape Gallant to Passage Point, which are distant about 3 leagues, the coast lies west by north by compass. Passage Point is the east point of Elizabeth's Bay, and is low land, with a rock lying off it. Between this and Cape Gallant, there are several islands. Some of them are very small. But the eastermost, which is Charles's Island, that has been just mentioned, is 2 leagues long. The next is called Monmouth's Island, and the westermost, Rupert's Island. Rupert's Island lies south by east of Point Passage. These islands make the strait narrow. Between Point Passage and Rupert's Island, it is not more than 2 miles over, and it is necessary to go to the northward of them all, keeping the north shore on board. We sailed within 2 cables' length of it, and had no ground with 40 fathom. At 6 in the evening the wind shifted to the westward, upon which we stood in for Elizabeth's Bay, and anchored in 10 fathom with very good ground. The best anchoring, however, is in 13 fathom, for there was but 3 or 4 fathom about a cable's length within us. In this bay there is a good rivulet of fresh water. We found the flood here set very strong to the eastward, and according to our calculation, it flows at the full and change of the moon about 12 o'clock. We found the variation 2 points easterly. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon of Thursday the 28th, the wind being between the NW and W with fresh gales and squalls, we made the signal to weigh, and just as we had got the ship over the anchor, a violent gust brought it home. The ship immediately drove into shoal water within 2 cables' length of the shore, upon which we let go the small bower in 4 fathom, and had but 3 fathom under our stern. The stream anchor was carried out with all possible expedition, and by applying a purchase to the capstern, the ship was drawn towards it. We then heaved up both the bower anchors, slipped the stream cable, and with the gib and staysails ran out into 10 fathom, and anchored with the best bower exactly in the situation from which we had been driven. At 5 o'clock the next morning, the wind being northerly and the weather moderate, we weighed again, and at 7 passed Mussel Bay, which lies on the southern shore, about a league to the westward of Elizabeth's Bay. At 8 we were abreast of Bachelor's River, which is on the north shore, about 2 leagues W by N from Elizabeth's Bay. At 9 we passed St. Jerome's Sound, the entrance of which is about a league from Bachelor's River. When St. Jerome's Sound was open, it bore northwest. We then steered west-southwest by the compass for Cape Quod, which is 3 leagues distant from the southernmost point of the sound. Between Elizabeth Bay and Cape Quod is a reach about 4 miles over called Crooked Reach. At the entrance of Jerome's Sound on the north side, we saw 3 or 4 fires, and soon afterwards perceived 2 or 3 canoes paddling after us. At noon, Cape Quod bore west by southwest, half-west, distant 4 or 5 miles, and soon after, having light airs and calms, we drove to the eastward with the flood tide. In the meantime, the canoes came up, and after having paddled about us some time, one of them had the resolution to come on board. The canoe was of bark, very ill made, and the people on board, which were 4 men, 2 women, and a boy, were the poorest wretches I had ever seen. They were all naked, except a stinking seal skin that was thrown loosely over their shoulders. They were armed, however, with bows and arrows, which they readily gave me in return for a few beads and other trifles. The arrows were made of a reed and pointed with a green stone. They were about 2 feet long, and the bows were 3 feet. The cord of the bow was the dried gut of some animal. In the evening, we anchored abreast of Bachelor's River in 14 fathom. The entrance of the river bore north by east distant 1 mile, and the northernmost point of St. Jerome's Sound west. NW distant 3 miles. About 3/4 of a mile eastward of Bachelor's River is a shoal, upon which there is not more than 6 feet water when the tide is out. It is distant about half a mile from the shore, and may be known by the weeds that are upon it. The tide flows here at the full and change of the moon, about 1 o'clock. Soon after we were at anchor, several Indians came on board us, and I made them all presents of beads, ribbons, and other trifles, with which they appeared to be greatly delighted. This visit I returned by going on shore among them, taking only a few people with me in my jolly boat, that I might not alarm them by numbers. They received us with great expressions of kindness, and to make us welcome, they brought us some berries which they had gathered for that purpose, and which, with a few mussels, seemed to be a principal part, if not the whole, of their subsistence. At 5 o'clock, in the morning of the 2nd, we weighed and towed with the tide, but at 10, having no wind, and finding that we drove again to the eastward, we anchored, with the stream anchor in 15 fathom, upon a bank which lies about half a mile from the north shore. After veering about 2/3 of a cable, we had 45 fathom alongside, and still deeper water at a little distance. The south point of St. Jerome's Sound bore north-northeast, distant 2 miles, and Cape Quod west-southwest, distant about 8 miles. From the south point of St. Jerome's Sound to Cape Quod is 3 leagues in the direction of southwest. By W. The tides in this reach are exceedingly strong, though very irregular. We found them set to the eastward from 9 o'clock in the morning till 5 o'clock the next morning, and the other 4 hours, from 5 to 9, they set to the westward. At 12 o'clock at night, it began to blow very hard at WNW, and at 2 in the morning the ship drove off the bank. We immediately hove the anchor up, and found both the flukes broken off. Till 3 o'clock we had no ground, and then we drove into 16 fathom at the entrance of St. Jerome's Sound. As it still blew a storm, we immediately let go the best bower, and veered to half a cable. The anchor brought the ship up at so critical a moment that we had but 5 fathom, and even that depth was among breakers. We let go the small bower underfoot, and at 5, finding the tide set to the westward, and the weather more moderate, we got up both the anchors, and kept working to windward. At 10, we found the tide setting again strongly to the eastward, and we therefore sent the boat back to seek for an anchoring place, which she found in a bay on the north shore, about 4 miles to the eastward of Cape Quod, and a little way within some small islands. We endeavoured to get into this bay, but the tide rushed out of it with such violence that we found it impossible, and at noon bore away for York Road at the entrance of Bachelor's River, where we anchored about an hour afterwards. At 6 o'clock the next morning we weighed and worked with the tide, which set the same as the day before, but we could not gain an anchoring place, so that at noon we bore away for York Road again. I took this opportunity to go up Bachelor's River in my jolly boat as high as I could, which was about 4 miles. In some places I found it very wide and deep, and the water was good, but near the mouth it is so shallow at low water that even a small boat cannot get into it. At 6 o'clock on the 5th, we weighed again, and at 8, it being stark calm, we sent the boats ahead to tow. At 11, however, the tide set so strong from the westward that we could not gain the bay on the north shore, which the boat had found for us on the 4th, and which was an excellent harbour, fit to receive 5 or 6 sail. We were therefore obliged to anchor upon a bank in 45 fathom with the stream anchor, Cape Quod, bearing west-southwest distant 5 or 6 miles, the south point of the island that lies to the east of the cape being just in one with the pitch of it, and a remarkable stone patch on the north shore bearing north. Half a mile. Close to the shore here, the depth of water was 75 fathom. As soon as we were at anchor, I sent an officer to the westward to look out for a harbour, but he did not succeed. It was calm the rest of the day, and all night, the tide setting to the eastward from the time we anchored till 6 o'clock the next morning, when we weighed and were towed by the boats to the westward. At 8, a fresh breeze sprung up at west, southwest, and west, and at noon, Cape Quod bore east by south at the distance of about 5 miles. In this situation, I sent the boats out again to look for an anchoring place, and about noon, by their direction, we anchored in a little bay on the south shore, opposite to Cape Quod, in 25 fathom, with very good ground. A small rocky island bore west by north at the distance of about 2 cables' length, the eastermost point east, half south, and Cape Quod northeast by north, distant about 3 miles. In this place we had shellfish of various kinds in great plenty. The Tamar, not being able to work up to us, anchored about 2 o'clock in the bay on the north shore, about 6 miles to the eastward of Cape Quod, which has been mentioned already. During the night, it was stark calm, but in the morning, having little airs of wind westerly, I weighed about 8 o'clock and worked with the tide. At noon, Cape Quod bore east by south distant between 2 and 3 leagues, and Cape Monday, which is the westernmost land in sight on the south shore, west, by N distant about 10 or 11 leagues. This part of the strait lies WNW half west by the compass, and is but 4 miles over, so that the craggy mountains which bound it on each side, towering above the clouds and covered with everlasting snow, give it the most dreary and desolate appearance that can be imagined. The tides here are not very strong. The ebb sets to the westward, but with an irregularity for which it is very difficult to account. About 1 o'clock, the Tamar anchored in the bay on the south shore, opposite to Cape Quod, which we had just left, and we continued working to windward till 7 in the evening, when we anchored in a small bay on the north shore, about 5 leagues to the westward of Cape Quod, with very good ground. This bay may be known by 2 large rocks that appear above water, and a low point which makes the east part of the bay. The anchoring place is between the 2 rocks, the eastermost bearing northeast half-east distant about 2 cables' length, and the westermost, which is near the point, west, NW half W, at about the same distance. There is also a small rock which shows itself among the weeds at low water, and bears E half N, distant about 2 cables' length. If there are more ships than one, they may anchor farther out in deeper water. During the night it was calm, and the weather became very foggy, but about 10 in the morning it cleared up, and I went on shore. I found abundance of shellfish, but saw no traces of people. In the afternoon, while the people were filling water, I went up a deep lagoon, which lies just round the westermost rock. At the head of it I found a very fine fall of water, and on the east side several little coves, where ships of the greatest draught may lie in perfect security. We saw nothing else worthy of notice, and therefore, having filled our boat with very large mussels, we returned. At 7 o'clock the next morning, we weighed and towed out of the bay, and at 8 saw the Tamar very far astern, steering after us. At noon, we had little wind at east, NE, but at 5 o'clock it shifted to WNW and blew fresh. At fix, we were abreast of Cape Monday, and at fix the next morning, Cape Upright bore E by S, distant 3 leagues. From Cape Monday to Cape Upright, which are both on the south shore and distant from each other about 5 leagues, the course is W by N by the compass. The shore on each side is rocky, with broken ground. At about half an hour after 7, we had a very hard squall, and the weather being then exceedingly thick, we suddenly perceived a reef of rocks close under our lee bow, upon which the sea broke very high. We had but just time to tack clear of them, and if the ship had missed stays, every soul on board must inevitably have perished. These rocks lie at a great distance from the south shore, and are about 3 leagues to the north of Cape Upright. At 9, the weather cleared a little, and we saw the entrance of Long Reach, upon which we bore away, keeping nearest the south shore, in hopes of finding an anchoring place. At 10, we had strong gales and thick weather, with hard rain, and at noon we were again abreast of Cape Monday, but could find no anchoring place, which, however, we continued to seek, still steering along the south shore, and were soon after joined by the Tamar, who had been 6 or 7 leagues to the eastward of us all night. At 6 in the evening we anchored in a deep bay, about 3 leagues to the eastward of Cape Monday. We let go the anchor in 25 fathom, near an island in the bottom of the bay, but before we could bring up the ship, we were driven off, and the anchor took the ground in about 50 fathom. The extreme points of the bay bore from northwest to northeast by east, and the island west. Half a cable. We veered to a whole cable, and the anchor was about a cable's length from the nearest shore. In the night, We had fresh gales westerly, with sudden squalls and hard rain. But in the morning, the weather became more moderate, though it was still thick, and the rain continued. As a great swell set into this place, and broke very high upon the rocks, near which we lay, I got up the anchor, and warped the ship to a bank where the Tamar was riding. We let go our anchor in 14 fathom, and moored with the stream anchor to the eastward, in 45 fathom. In the bottom of this bay there is a basin, at the entrance of which there is but 3 fathom and an half at low water, but within there is 10 fathom, and room enough for 6 or 7 fail to lie where no wind can hurt them. We continued here till Friday the 15th, and during all that time had one continued storm, with impenetrable fogs and incessant rain. On the 12th, I sent out the boat with an officer to look for harbours on the southern shore. The boat was absent till the 14th, and then returned with an account that there were 5 bays between the ship's station and Cape Upright, where we might anchor in great safety. The officer told me that near Cape Upright he had fallen in with a few Indians who had given him a dog, and that one of the women had offered him a child which was sucking at her breast. It is scarcely necessary to say that he refused it, but the offer seems to degrade these poor forlorn savages more than anything in their appearance or manner of life. It must be a strange depravity of nature that leaves them destitute of affection for their offspring, or a most deplorable situation that impresses necessities upon them by which it is surmounted. Some hills, which, when we first came to this place, had no snow upon them, were now covered, and the winter of this dreary and inhospitable region seemed to have set in at once. The poor seamen not only suffered much by the cold, but had scarcely ever a dry thread about them. I therefore distributed among the crews of both the ships, not excepting the officers, 2 bales of a thick woolen stuff called fear-nought, which is provided by the government, so that everybody on board had now a warm jacket, which at this time was found both comfortable and salutary. At 8 o'clock in the morning of the 15th, we weighed and made sail, and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we were once more abreast of Cape Monday, and at 5, we anchored in a bay on the east side of it. The pitch of the cape bore northwest distant half a mile, and the extreme points of the bay from east to north by west. We lay at about half a cable's length from the nearest shore, which was a low island between the ship and the cape. At 6 o'clock the next morning, we weighed, and found that the palm was gone from the small bower anchor. The wind was at west-northwest with hard rain. At 8 o'clock, we found a strong current setting us to the eastward, and at noon, Cape Monday bore west by northwest, distant 2 miles. The Tamar, being to windward of us, fetched into the bay and anchored again. We continued to lose ground upon every tack, and therefore, at 2 o'clock, anchored upon the southern shore in 16 fathom, about 5 miles to the eastward of Cape Monday. At 3, however, I weighed again, for the boat, having sounded round the ship, found the ground rocky. The wind was northwest with hard rain, and we continued working all the rest of the day and all night, every man on board being upon deck the whole time, and every one wet to the skin, for the rain, or rather sheets of water that came down, did not cease a moment. In the morning, we had again the mortification to find that, notwithstanding all our labour, we had lost ground upon every tack, in consequence of the current, which continued to set with great force to the eastward. At 8 o'clock, we bore away, and at 9, anchored in the same bay from which we sailed on the 15th. The wind continued west and west-northwest, without any tide to the westward, all the 18th and 19th, and the weather was exceedingly bad, with hard squalls and heavy rain. In the meantime, I had sent an officer with a boat to sound a bay on the north shore, but he found no anchorage in it. On the 20th, at 6 o'clock in the morning, a hard squall coming on, the ship drove and brought the anchor off the bank into 40 fathom, but by heaving up the bower and carrying out the kedge anchor, we got the ship on the bank again. At 8, the day following, though the wind was from west-northwest to southwest, we weighed, and once more stood out of the bay. The current still set very strongly to the eastward, but at noon we found that we had gained about 1.5 miles in a contrary direction. The wind now became variable from southwest to northwest, and at 5 in the afternoon the ship had gained about 4 miles to the westward. But not being able to find an anchoring place and the wind dying away, we drove again very fast to the eastward with the current. At 6, however, we anchored in 40 fathom with very good ground, in a bay about 2 miles to the westward of that from which we sailed in the morning. A swell rolled in here all night, so that our situation was by no means desirable, and therefore, although the wind was still at west-southwest, we weighed and made sail about 8 o'clock the next day. We had still incessant rain, so that the people were continually wet, which was a great aggravation of their fatigue. Yet they were still cheerful, and, what was yet less to be expected, still healthy. This day, to our great joy, we found the current setting to the westward, and we gained ground very fast. At 6 in the evening, we anchored in the bay on the east side of Cape Monday, where the Tamar lay in 18 fathom, the pitch of the cape bearing west by north distant 1/2 mile. We found this place very safe, the ground being excellent, and there being room enough for 2 or 3 ships of the line to moor. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, related by John Hawkesworth. Volume 1, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1764, 1765, and 1766, by the Honourable Commodore Byron in His Majesty's ship, the Dolphin. Chapter 7. The passage from Cape Monday in the Strait of Magellan into the South Seas, with some general remarks on the navigation of that strait. At 8 the next morning we weighed, and soon after we made sail opened the South Sea, from which such a swell rolled in upon us as I have seldom seen. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon we anchored in a very good bay, with a deep found at the bottom, by which it may be known, about a league to the eastward of Cape Upright, in 14 fathom. The extreme point of the bay bore from northwest to northeast by east, and Cape Upright west-northwest, about a cable's length to the eastward of a low island which makes the bay. At 3 o'clock in the morning of the 24th, I sent a boat with an officer from each ship to look for anchoring places to the westward. But at 4 in the afternoon they returned, without having been able to get round Cape Upright. The next morning I sent the boats again to the westward, and about 6 in the evening they returned, having been about 4 leagues, and found 2 anchoring places, but neither of them were very good. We made sail, however, about 8 in the forenoon of the next day, and at 3 Cape Upright bore east by southeast, distant about 3 leagues, a remarkable cape on the north shore at the same time bearing north, distant 4 or 5 miles. This cape, which is very lofty and steep, lies NNW by compass from Cape Upright, at the distance of about 3 leagues. The south shore in this place had a very bad appearance, many sunken rocks lying about it to a considerable distance, upon which the sea breaks very high. At 4, the weather became very thick, and in less than half an hour we saw the south shore at the distance of about 1 mile, but could get no anchoring place. We therefore tacked and stood over to the north shore. At half an hour after 6, I made the Tamar's signal to come under our stern, and ordered her to keep ahead of us all night, and to show lights, and fire a gun every time she changed her tack. At 7, it cleared up for a moment, just to show us the north shore, bearing west by north. We tacked immediately, and at 8, the wind shifted from north. NW to WNW, and blew with great violence. Our situation was now very alarming. The storm increased every minute. The weather was extremely thick. The rain seemed to threaten another deluge. We had a long, dark night before us. We were in a narrow channel, and surrounded on every side by rocks and breakers. We attempted to clew up the mizzen-topsail, but before this service could be done, it was blown all to rags. We then brought to, with the main and foretopsail close reefed, and upon the cap, keeping the ship's head to the southwest. But there being a prodigious sea, it broke over us so often that the whole deck was almost continually under water. At 9, by an accidental breaking of the fog, we saw the high cape on the north shore that has been just mentioned, bearing east at about a mile distance, but had entirely lost sight of the Tamar. At half an hour after 3 in the morning, we suddenly perceived ourselves close to a high land on the south shore, upon which we wore and brought to the northward. The gale still continued, if possible, with increasing violence, and the rain poured down in torrents, so that we were in a manner immersed in water, and expected every moment to be among the breakers. The long wished-for day at length broke, but the weather was still so thick that no land was to be seen, though we knew it could not be far distant till after 6, when we saw the south shore at about the distance of 2 miles. And soon after, to our great satisfaction, we saw the Tamar. At this time, Cape Monday bore southeast, distant about 4 miles, and the violence of the gale not abating, we bore away. About 7, both ships came to an anchor in the bay which lies to the eastward of Cape Monday, notwithstanding the sea that rolled in, for we were glad to get anchorage anywhere. We had now been twice within 4 leagues of Tuesday's Bay at the western entrance of the strait, and had been twice driven back 10 or 12 leagues by such storms as we had now just experienced. When the season is so far advanced as it was when we attempted the passage of this strait, it is a most difficult and dangerous undertaking, as it blows a hurricane incessantly night and day, and the rain is as violent and constant as the wind, with such fogs as often render it impossible to discover any object at the distance of twice the ship's length. This day, our best bower cable being quite rubbed to pieces, we cut it into junk and bent a new one, which we rounded with old rigging 8 fathom from the anchor. In the afternoon of the day following, the Tamar parted a new best bower cable, it being cut by the rock, and drove over to the east side of the bay, where there was brought up at a very little distance from some rocks, against which there must otherwise have been dashed to pieces. At 7 o'clock in the morning of the 29th, we weighed and found our small bower cable very much rubbed by the foul ground, so that we were obliged to cut no less than 26 fathom of it off, and bend it again. In about half an hour the Tamar, being very near the rocks, and not being able to purchase her anchor, made signals of distress. I was therefore obliged to stand into the bay again, and having anchored, I sent hawsers on board the Tamar, and heaved her up while she purchased her anchor, after which we heaved her to windward, and at noon, being got into a proper berth, she anchored again. We continued in our station all night, and the next morning a gale came on at west-northwest, which was still more violent than any that had preceded it. The water was torn up all round us, and carried much higher than the masts' heads, a dreadful sea at the same time rolling in, so that knowing the ground to be foul, we were in constant apprehension of parting our cables, in which case we must have been almost instantly dashed to atoms against the rocks that were just to leeward of us, and upon which the sea broke with inconceivable fury and a noise not less loud than thunder. We lowered all the main and foreyards, let go the small bower, veered a cable and an half on the best bower, and having bent the sheet cable, stood by the anchor all the rest of the day, until midnight, the sea often breaking halfway up our main shrouds. About 1 in the morning, the weather became somewhat more moderate, but continued to be very dark, rainy, and tempestuous till midnight, when the wind shifted to the south. And soon afterwards it became comparatively calm and clear. The next morning, which was the 1st of April, we had a stark calm, with now and then some light airs from the eastward, but the weather was again thick with hard rain, and we found a current setting strongly to the eastward. At 4 o'clock, we got up the lower yards, unbent the sheet cable and weighed the small bower. At 8, we weighed the best bower, and found the cable very much rubbed in several places, which we considered as a great misfortune, it being a fine new cable, which never had been wet before. At 11 we hove short on the stream anchor, but soon after, it being calm and a thick fog coming on with hard rain, we veered away the stream cable, and with a warp to the Tamar, heaved the ship upon the bank again, and let go the small bower in 22 fathom. At 6 in the evening, we had strong gales at west-northwest with violent squalls and much rain, and continued in our station till the morning of the 3rd, when I sent the Tamar's boat, with an officer from each ship, to the westward, in search of anchoring places on the south shore. And at the same time I sent my own cutter with an officer to seek anchoring places on the north shore. The cutter returned the next morning at 6 o'clock, having been about 5 leagues to the westward upon the north shore, and found 2 anchoring places. The officer reported that having been on shore, he had fallen in with some Indians who had with them a canoe of a construction very different from any that they had seen in the strait before. This vessel consisted of planks sewed together, but all the others were nothing more than the bark of large trees, tied together at the ends, and kept open by short pieces of wood, which were thrust in transversely between the 2 sides, like the boats which children make of a bean shell. The people, he said, were the nearest to brutes in their manner and appearance of any he had seen. They were, like some which we had met with before, quite naked, notwithstanding the severity of the weather, except part of a seal skin which was thrown over their shoulders, and they eat their food, which was such as no other animal but a hog would touch without any dressing. They had with them a large piece of whale blubber, which stunk intolerably, and one of them tore it to pieces with his teeth, and gave it about to the rest, who devoured it with the voracity of a wild beast. They did not, however, look upon what they saw in the possession of our people with indifference, for while one of them was asleep, they cut off the hinder part of his jacket with a sharp flint, which they use as a knife. About 8 o'clock we made sail, and found little or no current. At noon, Cape Upright bore west by southwest, distant 3 leagues, and at 6 in the evening we anchored in the bay on the southern shore, which lies about a league to the eastward of the Cape, and had 15 fathom water. While we were lying here and taking in wood and water, 7 or 8 Indians in a canoe came round the western point of the bay, and having landed opposite to the ship, made a fire. We invited them to come on board by all the signs we could devise, but without success. I therefore took the jolly boat and went on shore to them. I introduced myself by making them presents of several trifles, with which they seemed to be much gratified, and we became very intimate in a few minutes. After we had spent some time together, I sent away my people in the boat for some bread, and remained on shore with them alone. When the boat returned with the bread, I divided it among them, and I remarked with equal pleasure and surprise that if a bit of the biscuit happened to fall, not one of them offered to touch it till I gave my consent. In the meantime, some of my people were cutting a little grass for 2 or 3 sheep, which I had still left on board, and at length the Indians, perceiving what they were doing, ran immediately, and tearing up all the weeds they could get, carried them to the boat, which in a very short time was filled almost up to her gunwale. I was much gratified by this token of their goodwill, and I could perceive that they were pleased with the pleasure that I expressed upon the occasion. They had indeed taken such a fancy to us that when I returned on board the boat, they all got into their canoe and followed me. When we came near the ship, however, they stopped and gazed at her as if held in surprise by a mixture of astonishment and terror. But at last, though not without some difficulty, I prevailed upon 4 or 5 of them to venture on board. As soon as they entered the ship, I made them several presents, and in a very little time they appeared to be perfectly at ease. As I was very desirous to entertain them, one of the midshipmen played upon the violin, and some of my people danced. At this they were so much delighted and so impatient to show their gratitude that one of them went over the ship's side into the canoe and fetched up a seal-skin bag of red paint, and immediately smeared the fiddler's face all over with it. He was very desirous to pay me the same compliment, which, however, I thought fit to decline, but he made many very vigorous efforts to get the better of my modesty, and it was not without some difficulty that I defended myself from receiving the honour he designed me in my own despite. After having diverted and entertained them several hours, I intimated that it would be proper for them to go on shore. But their attachment was such that it was by no means an easy matter to get them out of the ship. Their canoe was not of bark, but of planks sewed together. On Sunday the 7th, at 6 o'clock in the morning, we weighed with a moderate breeze at east by northeast and fine weather. At 7 we were abreast of Cape Upright, and at noon it bore east, SE distant 4 leagues. Soon after we tried the current and found it set to the eastward at the rate of a knot and in half an hour. At 3 it fell calm, and the current driving us to the eastward very fast, we dropped an anchor, which before it took the ground was in 120 fathoms. This day, and not before, the Tamar's boat returned from the westward. She had been within 2 or 3 leagues of Cape Pillar and had found several very good anchoring places on the south shore. At 1 o'clock the next morning, having a fresh gale at west, we weighed, notwithstanding the weather was thick, and made fail. At 11 it blew very hard, with violent rain and a great sea, and as we perceived that we rather lost than gained ground, we stood in for a bay on the south shore, about 4 leagues to the westward of Cape Upright, and anchored in 20 fathom. The ground was not good, but in other respects this was one of the best harbours that we had met with in the strait, for it was impossible that any wind should hurt us. There being less wind in the afternoon, and it inclining a little towards the south, we unmoored at 2, and at 4, the wind having then come round to the SSE and being a moderate breeze, we weighed and steered to the westward. We made about 2 leagues and an half, but night then coming on, we anchored, not without great difficulty, in a very good bay on the south shore in 20 fathom. As very violent gusts came from the land, we were very near being driven off before we could let go an anchor, and if we had not at last succeeded, we must have passed a dreadful night in the strait. For it blew a hurricane from the time we came to an anchor till the morning, with violent rain, which was sometimes intermingled with snow. At 6 o'clock, the wind being still fresh and squally at SSE, we weighed and steered W by N along the south shore. At 11, we were abreast of Cape Pillar, which by compass is about 14 leagues W, half a nautical mile north from Cape Upright. Cape Pillar may be known by a large gap upon the top, and when it bears west by southwest, an island appears off it, which has an appearance somewhat like a haystack, and about which lie several rocks. The strait to the eastward of the cape is between 7 and 8 leagues over. The land on each side is of a moderate height, but it is lowest on the north shore, the south shore being much the boldest, though both are craggy and broken. Westminster Island is nearer to the north than the south shore, and by the compass lies NE from Cape Pillar. The land on the north shore, near the west end of the strait, makes in many islands and rocks, upon which the sea breaks in a tremendous manner. The land about Cape Victory is distant from Cape Pillar about 10 or 11 leagues in the direction of northwest by north. From the cape westward, the coast trends south. SW half west to Cape de Feada, a low point, off which lie innumerable rocks and breakers. About 4 leagues WSW from Cape de Feada lie some dangerous rocks, called by Sir John Narborough the Judges, upon which a mountainous surf always breaks with inconceivable fury. 4 small islands, called the Islands of Direction, are distant from Cape Pillar about 8 leagues in the direction of northwest by west. When we were off this cape it was stark calm, but I never saw such a swell as rolled in here, nor such a surge as broke on each shore. I expected every moment that the wind would spring up from its usual quarter, and that the best which could happen to us would be to be driven many leagues up the strait again. Contrary, however, to all expectation, a fine, steady gale sprung up at SE, to which I spread all the sail that it was possible for the ship to bear, and ran off from this frightful and desolate coast at the rate of 9 miles an hour, so that by 8 o'clock in the evening we had left it 20 leagues behind us. And now, to make the ship as stiff as possible, I knocked down our after bulkhead and got 2 of the boats under the half-deck. I also placed my 12-oared cutter under the boom, so that we had nothing upon the skids but the jolly boat, and the alteration which this made in the vessel is inconceivable, for the weight of the boats upon the skids made her crank, and in a great sea they were also in danger of being lost. It is probable that whoever shall read this account of the difficulties and dangers which attended our passage through the Strait of Magellan will conclude that it ought never to be attempted again, but that all ships which shall hereafter sail a western course from Europe into the South Seas ought to go round Cape Horn. I, however, who have been twice round Cape Horn, am of a different opinion. I think that at a proper season of the year, not only a single vessel, but a large squadron might pass the strait in less than 3 weeks, and I think, to take the proper season, they should be at the eastern entrance some time in the month of December. One great advantage of this passage is the facility with which fish is almost everywhere to be procured, with wild celery, scurvy grass, berries, and many other vegetables in great abundance. For to this I impute the heathiness of my ship's company, not a single man being affected with the scurvy in the slightest degree, nor upon the sick list for any other disorder, notwithstanding the hardship and labour which they endured in the passage, which cost us 7 weeks and 2 days, as we entered the strait on Sunday the 17th of February, and quitted it on Tuesday the 9th of April. Wood and water are also to be procured almost at every anchoring place beyond Freshwater Bay. Our sufferings I impute wholly to our passing the strait, just as the sun approached the equinox, when, in this high latitude, the worst weather was to be expected, and indeed the weather we had was dreadful beyond all description. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, related by John Hawkesworth, Volume 1, Book 1, an account of a voyage round the world in the years 1764, 1765, and 1766, by the Honourable Commodore Byron in His Majesty's ship, the Dolphin. Chapter 8. The run from the western entrance of the Strait of Magellan to the Islands of Disappointment. Having cleared the strait, we pursued our course to the westward, as appears by the track in the chart, till Friday, April the 26th, when we discovered the island of Masafuero bearing west. NW half W, distant about 16 leagues, but as to the northward, it was hazy. The island of Don Juan Fernandez was not in sight. During this run, the variation had gradually decreased from 22 degrees to 9 degrees 36 minutes east. We bore away for Masafuero, and at sunset, being within about 7 leagues of it, we brought to, and afterwards kept the wind all night. At daybreak the next day, we bore away again for the island, at the same time sending an officer, with a boat from each ship, to sound the eastern side of it. About noon, the middle of the island bore west, distant about 3 miles, and as I saw the boats run along the shore, without being able to land anywhere for the surf, I bore down to the north part of the island, off which a reef runs for the distance of about 2 miles, and lay by for them. This island is very high, and the greater part of it is covered with wood, but towards the north end, where I lay, some spots seemed to have been cleared, upon which great numbers of goats were feeding, and they had a green and pleasant appearance. When the boats returned, the officer informed me that he had found a bank on the east side of the island, nearest to the south point, at a considerable distance from the shore, where we might anchor, and opposite to which there was a fine fall of fresh water. But near the north point, he said, he could find no anchorage. The boats brought off a great quantity of very fine fish, which they had caught with hook and line near the shore, and as soon as we had taken them on board, which was late in the afternoon, we made sail and worked to windward in the night. At 7 o'clock in the morning, we anchored with the small bower on the bank which the boats had discovered in 24 fathom with black, sandy ground. The extreme points bore from south to northwest, and the fall of water bore south-southwest, distant about a mile from the ship's station. This part of the island lies north and south, and is about 4 miles long. The soundings are very regular, from 20 to 15 fathom, within 2 cables' length of the shore. Soon after we were come to an anchor, I sent out the boats to endeavour to get some wood and water. But as I observed the shore to be rocky, and a surf to break with great violence upon it, I ordered all the men to put on cork jackets, which had been sent with us to be made use of upon such occasions. By the help of these jackets, which not only assisted the men in swimming, but prevented their being bruised against the rocks, we got off a considerable quantity of water and wood, which, without such assistance, we could not have done. There was, however, another species of danger here, against which cork jackets afforded no defence, for the sea abounded with sharks of an enormous size, which, when they saw a man in the water, would dart into the very surf to seize him. Our people, however, happily escaped them, though they were many times very near. One of them, which was upwards of 20 feet long, came close to one of the boats that was watering, and having seized a large seal, instantly devoured it at one mouthful. And I myself saw another of nearly the same size do the same thing under the ship's stern. Our people killed and sent off several of the goats, which we thought as good as the best venison in England, and I observed that one of them appeared to have been caught and marked, its right ear being slit in a manner that could not have happened by accident. We had also fish in such plenty that one boat would, with hooks and lines, catch in a few hours as much as would serve a large ship's company 2 days. They were of various sorts, all excellent in their kind, and many of them weighed from 20 to 30 pounds. This evening, the surf running very high, the gunner and one of the seamen who were on shore with the waterers were afraid to venture off, and the boat, therefore, when she came on board the last time, left them behind her. The next day we found a more convenient watering place, about 1.5 miles to the northward of the ship, and about the middle way between the north and south points of the island, there being at this place less surf than where the boats first went on shore. The tide here set 12 hours to the northward, and 12 to the southward, which we found very convenient, for as the wind was southerly with a great swell, the boats could not otherwise have got on board with their water. We got off 10 tons of water from the new watering place this day, and in the afternoon I sent a boat to fetch off the gunner and seaman, who had been left on shore at the old watering place the night before. But the surf was still so great that the seaman, who could not swim, was afraid to venture. He was therefore again left behind, and the gunner stayed with him. As soon as this was reported to me, I sent another boat to inform them that as, by the appearances of the weather, there was reason to believe it would soon blow hard, I was afraid I might be driven off the bank in the night, the consequence of which would be that they must be left behind upon the island. When the boat came to the surf, the people on board delivered my message, upon which the gunner swam through the surf and got on board her. But the seaman, though he had a cork jacket on, said he was sure he should be drowned if he attempted to get off to the boat, and that, choosing rather to die a natural death, he was determined at all events to remain upon the island. He then took an affectionate leave of the people, wishing them all happiness, and the people on board returned his good wishes. One of the midshipmen, however, just as the boat was about to return, took the end of a rope in his hand, jumped into the sea, and swam through the surf to the beach, where poor John still continued ruminating upon his situation in a dejected attitude, and with a most disconsolate length of countenance. The midshipman began to expostulate with him upon the strange resolution he had taken, and in the meantime, having made a running knot in his rope, he dexterously contrived to throw it round his body, calling out to his companions in the boat, who had hold of the other end of it, to haul away. They instantly took the hint, and the poor Seceder was very soon dragged through the surf into the boat. He had, however, swallowed so great a quantity of water that he was to all appearance dead, but being held up by the heels, he soon recovered his speech and motion, and was perfectly well the next day. In the evening I removed Captain Muat from the Tamar, and appointed him captain of the Dolphin under me. Mr. Cumming, my first lieutenant, I appointed captain of the Tamar, taking Mr. Carteret, her first lieutenant, on board in his room, and gave Mr. Kendall, one of the mates of the Dolphin, a commission as second lieutenant of the Tamar. On the 30th, at 7 o'clock in the morning, we weighed and steered to the northward, along the east and northeast side of the island, but could find no anchoring place. We bore away, therefore, with a fresh gale at south. And hazy weather, and at noon the middle of the island was distant 8 leagues in the direction of SS. I continued to steer N3rd W the next day, and at noon on the 2nd of May I changed my course and steered W, intending, if possible, to make the land, which is called Davis's Land in the charts, and is laid down in latitude 27 degrees 30 minutes south, and about 500 leagues west of Copiapo in Chile, but on the 9th, finding little prospect of getting to the westward, in the latitude which I at first proposed, being then in latitude 26 degrees 46 minutes south, longitude 94 degrees 45 minutes west. And, having a great run to make, I determined to steer a northwest course till I got the true trade wind, and then to stand to the westward till I should fall in with Solomon's Islands, if any such there were, or make some new discovery. On the 10th, we saw several dolphins and bonnetas about the ship, and the next day some straggling birds, which were brown on the back and the upper part of their wings, and white on the rest of the body, with a short beak and a short pointed tail. The variation was now decreased to 4 degrees 45 minutes east. Our latitude was 24 degrees 30 minutes south. Our longitude 97 degrees 45 minutes west. On the 14th, we saw several grampuses, and more of the birds which have just been described, so that, imagining we might be near some land, we kept a good lookout, but saw nothing. In latitude, 23 degrees, 2 minutes south. Longitude 101 degrees, 28 minutes west. The variation, by azimuth, was 3 degrees, 20 minutes east. On the morning of the 16th, we saw 2 very remarkable birds. They flew very high, were as large as geese, and all over as white as snow, except their legs, which were black. I now began to imagine that I had passed some land, or islands, which lay to the southward of us, for the last night we observed that although we had generally a great swell from that quarter, the water became quite smooth for a few hours, after which the swell returned. On the 22nd, being in latitude 20 degrees 52 minutes south, longitude 115 degrees 38 minutes west, with a faint breeze at east-southeast, we had so great a swell from the southward that we were in perpetual danger of our masts rolling over the ship's side, so that I was obliged to haul more to the northward, as well to ease the ship, as in hopes of getting the true trade wind, which we had not yet. And now, to my great concern, some of my best men began to complain of the scurvy. This day, for the first time, we caught 2 bonnetas. We also saw several tropic birds about the ship, and observed that they were larger than any we had seen before. Their whole plumage was white, and they had 2 long feathers in the tail. The variation now had changed its direction, and was 19 degrees west. On the 26th, we saw 2 large birds about the ship, which were all black, except the neck and the beak, which were white. They had long wings and long feathers in their tail, yet we observed that they flew heavily, and therefore imagined that they were of a species which did not usually fly far from the shore. I had flattered myself that, before we had run 6 degrees to the northward of Massafuero, we should have found a settled trade wind to the SE, but the winds still continued to the north, though we had a mountainous swell from the southwest. Our latitude was now 16 degrees 55 minutes south, longitude 127 degrees 55 minutes west, and here the needle, at this time, had no variation. On the 28th, we saw two fine large birds about the ship, one of which was brown and white, and the other black and white. They wanted much to settle upon the yards, but the working of the ship frighted them. On the 31st, the wind shifted from north by west to northwest by west, and the number of birds that were now about the ship was very great. From these circumstances, and our having lost the great southwest swell, I imagined some land to be near, and we looked out for it with great diligence, for our people began now to fall down with the scurvy very fast. We saw no land, however, till 1 o'clock in the morning of Friday the 7th of June, when we were in latitude 14 degrees 5 minutes south, longitude 144 degrees 58 minutes west, and observed the variation to be 4 degrees 30 minutes east. After making the land, I hauled upon a wind under an easy sail till the morning, and then a low small island bore from us west-southwest at the distance of about 2 leagues. In a very short time we saw another island to windward of us, bearing east by southeast distant between 3 and 4 leagues. This appeared to be much larger than that which we first discovered, and we must have passed very near it in the night. I stood for the small island, which, as we drew near it, had a most beautiful appearance. It was surrounded by a beach of the finest white sand, and within it was covered with tall trees, which extended their shade to a great distance, and formed the most delightful groves that can be imagined without underwood. We judged this island to be about 5 miles in circumference, and from each end of it we saw a spit running out into the sea, upon which the surge broke with great fury. There was also a great surf all round it. We soon perceived that it was inhabited, for many of the natives appeared upon the beach with spears in their hands that were at least 16 feet long. They presently made several large fires, which we supposed to be a signal, for we immediately perceived several fires upon the larger island that was to windward of us, by which we knew that also to be inhabited. I sent the boat with an officer to look for an anchoring place, who, to our great regret and disappointment, returned with an account that he had been all round the island, and that no bottom could be found within less than a cable's length of the shore, which was surrounded close to the beach with a steep coral rock. The scurvy by this time had made dreadful havoc among us, many of my best men being now confined to their hammocks. The poor wretches who were able to crawl upon the deck stood gazing at this little paradise which nature had forbidden them to enter, with sensations which cannot easily be conceived. They saw cocoa nuts in great abundance, the milk of which is perhaps the most powerful antiscorbutic in the world. They had reason to suppose that there were limes, bananas, and other fruits which are generally found between the tropics, and to increase their mortification, they saw the shells of many turtles scattered about the shore. These refreshments indeed, for want of which they were languishing to death, were as effectually beyond their reach as if there had been half the circumference of the world between them. Yet their being in sight was no inconsiderable increase of the distress which they suffered by the want of them. Their situation in itself indeed was no worse than it would have been if the obstacle to their wishes had been distance and not a reef of rocks. And both being alike insuperable, a being wholly under the influence of reason would, by both, have been equally affected. But this is a situation, among many others, that may be remarked by a diligent observer, in which reason cannot preserve mankind from the power which fancy is perpetually exerting to aggravate the calamities of life. When I knew the soundings, I could not forbear standing close round the island with the ship, though I also knew it was impossible to procure any of the refreshments which it produced. The natives ran along the shore abreast of the ship, shouting and dancing. They also frequently brandished their long spears, and then threw themselves backward and lay a few minutes motionless, as if they had been dead. This, we understood, as a menace that they would kill us if we ventured to go on shore. As we were sailing along the coast, we took notice that in one place the natives had fixed upright in the sand 2 spears, to the top of which they had fastened several things that fluttered in the air, and that some of them were every moment kneeling down before them, as we supposed, invoking the assistance of some invisible being to defend them against us. While I was thus circumnavigating the island with the ship, I sent the boats out again to sound, and when they came near the shore, the Indians set up one of the most hideous yells I had ever heard, pointing at the same time to their spears and poising in their hands large stones, which they took up from the beach. Our men, on the contrary, made all the signs of amity and goodwill that they could devise, and at the same time threw them bread and many other things, none of which they vouchsafed so much as to touch, but with great expedition hauled 5 or 6 large canoes, which we saw lying upon the beach, up into the wood. When this was done, they waded into the water, and seemed to watch for an opportunity of laying hold of the boat, that they might drag her on shore, the people on board her apprehending that this was their design, and that if they got them on shore they would certainly put them to death, were very impatient to be beforehand with them, and would fain have fired upon them. But the officer on board, having no permission from me to commit any hostilities, restrained them. I should indeed have thought myself at liberty to have obtained by force the refreshments, for want of which our people were dying, if it had been possible to have come to an anchor, supposing we could not have made these poor savages our friends, but nothing could justify the taking away their lives for a mere imaginary or intentional injury without procuring the least advantage to ourselves. They were of a deep copper colour, exceedingly stout and well-limbed, and remarkably nimble and active, for I never saw men run so fast in my life. This island lies in latitude 14 degrees, 5 minutes south, longitude 145 degrees 4 minutes west from the meridian of London. As the boats reported a second time that there was no anchoring ground about this island, I determined to work up to the other, which was accordingly done all the rest of the day and the following night. At 6 o'clock in the morning of the 8th, we brought to on the west side of it, at the distance of about 3/4 of a mile from the shore, but we had no soundings with 140 fathom of line. We now perceived several other low islands, or rather peninsulas, most of them being joined one to the other by a neck of land, very narrow and almost level with the surface of the water, which breaks high over it. In approaching these islands, the coconut trees are first discovered, as they are higher than any part of the surface. I sent a boat with an officer from each ship to sound the lee side of these islands for an anchoring place, and as soon as they left the ship, I saw the Indians run down to the beach in great numbers, armed with long spears and clubs. They kept abreast of the boats as they went sounding along the shore, and used many threatening gestures to prevent their landing. I therefore fired a 9-pound shot from the ship over their heads, upon which they ran into the woods with great precipitation. At 10 o'clock the boats returned, but could get no soundings close in with the surf, which broke very high upon the shore. The middle of this cluster of islands lies in latitude 14 degrees 10 minutes south, longitude 144 degrees 52 minutes west. The variation of the compass was here 4 degrees 30 minutes east. At half an hour after 10, we bore away and made sail to the westward, finding it impossible to procure at these islands any refreshment for our sick, whose situation was becoming more deplorable every hour, and I therefore called them the Islands of Disappointment. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, related by John Hawkesworth. Volume 1, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1764, 1765, and 1766, by the Honourable Commodore Byron in His Majesty's ship, the Dolphin. Chapter 9. The discovery of King George's Islands, with a description of them and an account of several incidents that happened there. At half an hour after 5 o'clock in the afternoon of the 9th, we saw land again, bearing west-southwest at the distance of 6 or 7 leagues, and at 7 we brought to for the night. In the morning, being within 3 miles of the shore, we discovered it to be a long, low island, with a white beach of a pleasant appearance, full of cocoa nut and other trees, and surrounded with a rock of red coral. We stood along the northeast side of it, within half a mile of the shore, and the savages, as soon as they saw us, made great fires, as we supposed, to alarm the distant inhabitants of the island, and ran along the beach, abreast of the ship, in great numbers, armed in the same manner as the natives of the Islands of Disappointment. Over the land on this side of the island, we could see a large lake of salt water, or lagoon, which appeared to be 2 or 3 leagues wide, and to reach within a small distance of the opposite shore. Into this lagoon we saw a small inlet about a league from the southwest point, off which we brought to. At this place the natives have built a little town, under the shade of a fine grove of cocoa-nut trees. I immediately sent off the boats, with an officer in each, to sound, but they could find no anchorage, the shore being everywhere as steep as a wall, except at the very mouth of the inlet, which was scarcely a ship's length wide, and there they had 13 fathom, with a bottom of coral rock. We stood close in with the ships, and saw hundreds of the savages, ranged in very good order, and standing up to their waists in water. They were all armed in the same manner as those that we had seen at the other islands, and one of them carried a piece of mat fastened to the top of a pole, which we imagined was an ensign. They made a most hideous and incessant noise, and in a short time many large canoes came down the lake to join them. Our boats were still out, and the people on board them made all the signs of friendship that they could invent, upon which some of the canoes came through the inlet and drew near them. We now began to hope that a friendly intercourse might be established, but we soon discovered that the Indians had no other design than to haul the boats on shore. Many of them leapt off the rocks and swam to them, and one of them got into that which belonged to the Tamar, and in the twinkling of an eye seized a seaman's jacket, and jumping overboard with it, never once appeared above water till he was close in shore among his companions. Another of them got hold of a midshipman's hat, but not knowing how to take it off, he pulled it downward instead of lifting it up, so that the owner had time to prevent its being taken away, otherwise it would probably have disappeared as suddenly as the jacket. Our men bore all this with much patience, and the Indians seemed to triumph in their impunity. About noon, finding there was no anchorage here, I bore away and steered along the shore to the westermost point of the island. The boats immediately followed us and kept sounding close to the beach, but could get no ground. When we came to the westermost point of this island, we saw another, bearing southwest by west, about 4 leagues distant. We were at this time about a league beyond the inlet where we had left the natives, but they were not satisfied with having got rid of us quietly, for I now perceived 2 large double canoes sailing after the ship, with about 30 men in each, all armed after the manner of their country. The boats were a good way to leeward of us, and the canoes, passing between the ship and the shore, seemed very eagerly to give them chase. Upon this, I made the signal for the boats to speak with the canoes, and as soon as they perceived it, they turned and made towards the Indians, who, seeing this, were seized with a sudden panic, and immediately hauling down their sails, paddled back again at a surprising rate. Our boats, however, came up with them, but notwithstanding the dreadful surf that broke upon the shore, the canoes pushed through it, and the Indians immediately hauled them up upon the beach. Our boats followed them, and the Indians, dreading an invasion of their coast, prepared to defend it with clubs and stones, upon which our men fired and killed 2 or 3 of them. One of them received 3 balls, which went quite through his body, yet he afterwards took up a large stone and died in the action of throwing it against his enemy. This man fell close to our boats, so that the Indians who remained unhurt did not dare to attempt the carrying off his body, which gave us an opportunity to examine it. but they carried off the rest of their dead and made the best of their way back to their companions at the inlet. Our boats then returned and brought off the 2 canoes which they had pursued. One of them was 32 feet long and the other somewhat less, but they were both of a very curious construction and must have cost those who made them infinite labour. They consisted of planks exceedingly well wrought and in many places adorned with carving. These planks were sewed together, and over every seam there was a strip of tortoise shell, very artificially fastened, to keep out the weather. Their bottoms were as sharp as a wedge, and they were very narrow, and therefore 2 of them were joined laterally together by a couple of strong spars, so that there was a space of about 6 or 8 feet between them. A mast was hoisted in each of them, and the sail was spread between the masts. The sail, which I preserved, and which is now in my possession, is made of matting, and is as neat a piece of work as ever I saw. Their paddles were very curious, and their cordage was as good and as well laid as any in England, though it appeared to be made of the outer covering of the coconut. When these vessels sail, several men sit upon the spars which hold the canoes together. As the surf, which broke very high upon the shore, rendered it impossible to procure refreshments for the sick in this part of the island, I hauled the wind and worked back to the inlet, being determined to try once more what could be done there. I recovered that station in the afternoon and immediately sent the boats to sound the inlet again, but they confirmed the account which had been made before, that it afforded no anchorage for a ship. While the boats were absent, I observed a great number of the natives upon the point near the spot where we had left them in the morning, and they seemed to be very busy in loading a great number of large canoes which lay close to the beach. As I thought they might be troublesome, and was unwilling that they should suffer by another unequal contest with our people, I fired a shot over their heads which produced the effect I intended, for they all disappeared in a moment. Just before the evening closed in, our boats landed and got a few coconuts which they brought off, but saw none of the inhabitants. In the night, during which we had rain and hard squalls, I stood off and on with the ships, and at 7 o'clock in the morning brought 2 off the inlet. I immediately sent the boats on shore in search of refreshments, and made all the men who were not so ill of the scurvy as to be laid up go in them. I also went on shore myself, and continued there the whole day. We saw many houses or wigwams of the natives, but they were totally deserted, except by the dogs, who kept an incessant howling from the time we came on shore till we returned to the ship. They were low, mean hovels, thatched with cocoa-nut branches, but they were most delightfully situated in a fine grove of stately trees, many of which were the cocoa-nut, and many such as we were utterly unacquainted with. The cocoa-nut trees seemed to furnish them with almost all the necessaries of life, particularly food, sails, cordage, timber, and vessels to hold water, so that probably these people always fix their habitations where the trees abound. We observed the shore to be covered with coral and the shells of very large pearl oysters, so that I make no doubt but that as profitable a pearl fishery might be established here as any in the world. We saw but little of the people, except at a distance. We could, however, perceive that the women had a piece of cloth of some kind, probably fabricated of the same stuff as their sail, hanging from the waist as low as the knee. The men were naked. Our people, in rummaging some of the huts, found the carved head of a rudder, which had manifestly belonged to a Dutch longboat, and was very old and worm-eaten. They found also a piece of hammered iron, a piece of brass, and some small iron tools, which the ancestors of the present inhabitants of this place probably obtained from the Dutch ship to which the longboat had belonged, all which I brought away with me. Whether these people found means to cut off the ship, or whether she was lost upon the island or after she left it, cannot be known. But there is reason to believe that she never returned to Europe, because no account of her voyage, or of any discoveries that she made, is extant. If the ship sailed from this place in safety, it is not perhaps easy to account for her leaving the rudder of her longboat behind her, and if she was cut off by the natives, there must be much more considerable remains of her in the island, especially of her iron work, upon which all Indian nations who have no metal set the highest value. We had no opportunities, however, to examine this matter farther. The hammered iron, brass, and iron tools I brought away with me, but we found a tool exactly in the form of a carpenter's adze, the blade of which was a pearl oyster shell. Possibly this might have been made in imitation of an adze which had belonged to the carpenter of the Dutch ship, for among the tools that I brought away, there was one which seemed to be the remains of such an implement, though it was worn away almost to nothing. Close to the houses of these people, we saw buildings of another kind, which appeared to be burying places, and from which we judged that they had great veneration for their dead. They were situated under lofty trees that gave a thick shade. The sides and tops were of stone, and in their figure they somewhat resembled the square tombs with a flat top, which are always to be found in our country churchyards. Near these buildings we found many neat boxes full of human bones, and upon the branches of the trees which shaded them hung a great number of the heads and bones of turtle, and a variety of fish, enclosed in a kind of basket-work of reeds. Some of the fish we took down, and found that nothing remained but the skin and the teeth. The bones and entrails seemed to have been extracted, and the muscular flesh dried away. We sent off several boatloads of cocoa nuts, and a great quantity of scurvy grass, with which the island is covered, refreshments which were of infinite service to us, as by this time I believe there was not a man among us wholly untouched by the scurvy. The fresh water here is very good, but it is scarce. The wells which supply the natives are so small that when 2 or 3 cocoa-nut shells have been filled from them, they are dry for a few minutes. But as they presently fill again, if a little pains were taken to enlarge them, they would abundantly supply any ship with water. We saw no venomous creature here, but the flies were an intolerable torment. They covered us from head to foot, and filled not only the boat but the ships. We saw great numbers of parrots and paroquets, and several other birds which were altogether unknown to us. We saw also a beautiful kind of dove, so tame that some of them frequently came close to us, and even followed us into the Indian huts. All this day the natives kept themselves closely concealed, and did not even make a smoke upon any part of the islands as far as we could see, probably fearing that a smoke might discover the place of their retreat. In the evening we all returned on board the ship. This part of the island lies in latitude 14 degrees 29 minutes south, longitude 148 degrees 50 minutes west. And after I got on board, I hauled a little way farther from the shore, intending to visit the other island in the morning, which had been seen to the westward of that before which the ship lay, and which is distant about 69 leagues from the Islands of Disappointment in the direction of west half south. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, I made sail for the island which I intended to visit, and when I reached it, I steered southwest by west close along the northeast side of it, but could get no soundings. This side is about 6 or 7 leagues long, and the whole makes much the same appearance as the other, having a large saltwater lake in the middle of it. As soon as the ship came in sight, the natives ran down to the beach in great numbers. They were armed in the same manner as those that we had seen upon the other island, and kept abreast of the ship for several leagues. As the heat of this climate is very great, they seemed to suffer much by running so far in the sun, for they sometimes plunged into the sea and sometimes fell flat upon the sand, that the surf might break over them, after which they renewed the race with great vigor. Our boats were at this time sounding along the shore as usual, but I had given strict orders to the officers who commanded them never to molest the natives, except it should become absolutely necessary for their own defense, but to try all possible means to obtain their confidence and goodwill. Our people therefore went as near to the shore as they durst for the surf, and made signs that they wanted water. The Indians readily understood them, and directed them to run down farther along the shore, which they did till they came abreast of such a cluster of houses as we had just left upon the other island. To this place the Indians still followed them, and were there joined by many others. The boats immediately hauled close into the surf, and we brought to with the ships at a little distance from the shore, upon which a stout old man with a long white beard that gave him a very venerable appearance came down from the houses to the beach. He was attended by a young man and appeared to have the authority of a chief or king. The rest of the Indians, at a signal which he made, retired to a little distance, and he then advanced quite to the water's edge. In one hand he held the green branch of a tree, and in the other he grasped his beard, which he pressed to his bosom. In this attitude he made a long oration, or rather song, for it had a musical cadence which was by no means disagreeable. We regretted infinitely that we could not understand what he said to us, and not less that he could not understand anything which we should say to him. To show our goodwill, however, we threw him some trifling presents while he was yet speaking, but he would neither touch them himself nor suffer them to be touched by others till he had done. He then walked into the water and threw our people the green branch, after which he took up the things which had been thrown from the boats. Everything now having a friendly appearance, our people made signs that they should lay down their arms, and most of them having complied, one of the midshipmen, encouraged by this testimony of confidence and friendship, leaped out of the boat with his clothes on and swam through the surf to the shore. The Indians immediately gathered round him and began to examine his clothes with great curiosity. They seemed particularly to admire his waistcoat, and being willing to gratify his new friends, he took it off and presented it to them. This courtesy, however, produced a disagreeable effect, for he had no sooner given away his waistcoat than one of the Indians very ingeniously untied his cravat, and the next moment snatched it from his neck and ran away with it. Our adventurer, therefore, to prevent his being stripped by piecemeal, made the best of his way back again to the boat. Still, however, we were upon good terms, and several of the Indians swam off to our people, some of them bringing a cocoa-nut, and others a little fresh water in a cocoa-nut shell. But the principal object of our boats was to obtain some pearls, and the men, to assist them in explaining their meaning, had taken with them some of the pearl oyster shells which they had found in great numbers upon the coast. But all their endeavours were ineffectual, for they could not, even with this assistance, at all make themselves understood. It is indeed probable that we should have succeeded better if an intercourse of any kind could have been established between us, but it was our misfortune that no anchorage could be found for the ships. As all Indians are fond of beads, it can scarcely be supposed that the pearls, which the oysters at this place contained, were overlooked by the natives, and it is more than probable that if we could have continued here a few weeks, we might have obtained some of great value in exchange for nails, hatchets, and billhooks, upon which the natives, with more reason, set a much higher value. We observed that in the lake, or lagoon, there were 2 or 3 very large vessels, one of which had 2 masts and some cordage aloft to support them. To these 2 islands I gave the name of King George's Islands, in honour of His Majesty. That which we last visited lies in latitude 14 degrees 41 minutes south, longitude 149 degrees 15 minutes west. The variation of the compass here was 5 degrees east. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, related by John Hawkesworth, Volume 1, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1764, 1765, and 1766. By the Honourable Commodore Byron in His Majesty's ship, the Dolphin. Chapter 10. The run from King George's Islands to the Islands of Saypan, Tinian, and Aguigan, with an account of several islands that were discovered in that track. We pursued our course to the westward the same day, and the next, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we saw land again, bearing south-southwest, distant about 6 leagues. We immediately stood for it, and found it to be a low and very narrow island, lying east and west. We ran along the south side of it, which had a green and pleasant appearance, but a dreadful surf breaks upon every part of it, with foul ground at some distance, and many rocks and small islands scattered at about 3 leagues from the shore. We found it about 20 leagues in length, and it appeared to abound with inhabitants, though we could get only a transient glance of them as we passed along. To this place I gave the name of the Prince of Wales's Island. It lies in latitude 15 degrees south, and the westernmost end of it in longitude 151 degrees 53 minutes west. It is distant from King George's Islands about 40 leagues in the direction of S80W. The variation here was 5 degrees 30 minutes east. From the western extremity of this island, we steered north 82 degrees west, and at noon on the 16th, were in latitude 14 degrees 28 minutes south, longitude 156 degrees 23 minutes west, the variation being 7 degrees 40 minutes east. The wind was now easterly, and we had again the same mountainous swell from the southward that we had before we made the islands of direction, and which, from that time to this day, we had lost. When we lost that swell, and for some days before, we saw vast flocks of birds, which we observed always took their flight to the southward when evening was coming on. These appearances persuaded me that there was land in the same direction, and I am of opinion that if the winds had not failed me in the higher latitudes, I should have fallen in with it. I would indeed at this time have hauled away to the southward and attempted the discovery, if our people had been healthy, for having observed that all the islands we had seen were full of inhabitants, I was still more confirmed in my opinion, as I could account for their being peopled only by supposing a chain of islands reaching to a continent. But the sickness of the crews in both ships was an insuperable impediment. The next day, we again saw many birds of various sorts about the ship, and therefore supposed that some other island was not far distant. For the swell continuing, I concluded that the land was not of very great extent. I proceeded, however, with caution, for the islands in this part of the ocean render the navigation very dangerous, they being so low that a ship may be close in with them before they are seen. We saw nothing, however, on the 18th, the 19th, nor the 20th, during which we continued to steer the same course, though the birds still continued about the vessel in great numbers. Our latitude was now 12 degrees 33 minutes south, longitude 167 degrees 47 minutes west. The Prince of Wales's Island was distant 313 leagues, and the variation of the needle was 9 degrees 15 minutes east. The next morning, about 7 o'clock, we discovered a most dangerous reef of breakers bearing south-southwest and not farther distant than a single league. In about half an hour afterwards, land was seen from the masthead, bearing west-northwest and distant about 8 leagues. It had the appearance of 3 islands, with rocks and broken ground between them. The southeast side of these islands lies NE by N and SW by S, and is about 3 leagues in length between the extreme points, from both which a reef runs out, upon which the sea breaks to a tremendous height. We sailed round the north end, and upon the northwest and west side saw innumerable rocks and shoals, which stretched near 2 leagues into the sea and were extremely dangerous. The islands themselves had a more fertile and beautiful appearance than any we had seen before, and, like the rest, swarmed with people whose habitations we saw standing in clusters all along the coast. We saw also a large vessel under sail, at a little distance from the shore, but to our unspeakable regret, we were obliged to leave the place without farther examination, for it was surrounded in every direction by rocks and breakers, which rendered the hazard more than equivalent to every advantage we might procure. At this time I took these for part of the islands called Solomon's Islands, and was in hopes that I should fall in with others of them, in some of which we might find an harbour. The reef of rocks, which we first saw as we approached these islands, lies in latitude 10 degrees 15 minutes south, longitude 169 degrees 28 minutes west. and it bears from Prince of Wales's Island north, 76 degrees 48 minutes west, distant 352 leagues. The islands bear from the reef west-northwest, distant 9 leagues. I called them the Islands of Danger and steered from them north, W by W allowing for the variation. After having seen the breakers soon after it was light in the morning, I told my officers that I apprehended we should have frequent alarms in the night. At night, therefore, everybody was upon the watch, which a very hard squall of wind with rain rendered the more necessary. About 9 o'clock, having just gone down into my cabin, I heard a great noise above, and when I inquired what was the matter, I was told that the Tamar, who was ahead, had fired a gun, and that our people saw breakers to leeward. I ran instantly upon deck, and soon perceived that what had been taken for breakers was nothing more than the undulating reflection of the moon, which was going down, and shone faintly from behind a cloud in the horizon. We therefore bore away after the Tamar, but did not get sight of her till an hour afterwards. Nothing worthy of notice happened till Monday the 24th, when, about 10 o'clock in the morning, we discovered another island bearing south-south. W, distant about 7 or 8 leagues. We steered for it, and found it to be low, but covered with wood, among which were cocoa-nut trees in great abundance. It had a pleasant appearance, and a large lake in the middle, like King George's Island. It is near 30 miles in circumference. A dreadful sea breaks upon almost every part of the coast, and a great deal of foul ground lies about it. We sailed quite round it, and when we were on the lee side, sent out boats to sound in hopes of finding anchorage. No soundings, however, were to be got near the shore, but I sent the boats out a second time with orders to land, if it were possible, and procure some refreshments for the sick. They landed with great difficulty and brought off about 200 cocoa nuts, which, to persons in our circumstances, were an inestimable treasure. The people who were on shore reported that there were no signs of its having ever been inhabited, but that they found thousands of seafowl sitting upon their nests, which were built in high trees. These birds were so tame that they suffered themselves to be knocked down without leaving their nests. The ground was covered with land crabs, but our people saw no other animal. At first I was inclined to believe that this island was the same that in the Neptune Francois is called Maluita, and laid down about a degree to the eastward of the great island of St. Elizabeth, which is the principal of the Solomon's Islands, but being afterwards convinced of the contrary, I called it the Duke of York's Island in honour of his late Royal Highness, and I am of opinion that we were the first human beings who ever saw it. There is indeed great reason to believe that there is no good authority for laying down Solomon's Islands in the situation that is assigned to them by the French. The only person who has pretended to have seen them is Quiros, and I doubt whether he left behind him any account of them by which they might be found by future navigators. We continued our course till the 29th in the track of these islands, and being then 10 degrees to the westward of their situation in the chart, without having seen anything of them, I hauled to the northward in order to cross the equinoxial, and afterwards shaped my course for the Ladrone Islands, which, though a long run, I hoped to accomplish before I should be distressed for water, notwithstanding it now began to fall short. Our latitude, this day, was 8 degrees 13 minutes south, longitude 176 degrees 20 minutes east, and the variation was 10 degrees 10 minutes east. On Tuesday, the 2nd of July, we again saw many birds about the ship, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon discovered an island bearing north and distant about 6 leagues. We stood for it till sunset, when it was distant about 4 leagues, and then kept off and on for the night. In the morning we found it a low, flat island, of a most delightful appearance, and full of wood, among which the cocoa-nut tree was very conspicuous. We saw, however, to our great regret, much foul ground about it, upon which the sea broke with a dreadful surf. We steered along the southwest side of it, which we judged to be about 4 leagues in length, and soon perceived not only that it was inhabited, but very populous. For presently after the ship came in sight, we saw at least 1,000 of the natives assembled upon the beach, and in a very short time more than 60 canoes, or rather proas, put off from the shore and made towards us. We lay by to receive them, and they were very soon ranged in a circle round us. These vessels were very neatly made, and so clean that they appeared to be quite new. None of them had fewer than 3 persons on board, nor any of them more than 6. After these Indians had gazed at us some time, one of them suddenly jumped out of his proa, swam to the ship, and ran up the side like a cat. As soon as he had stepped over the gunwale, he sat down upon it and burst into a violent fit of laughter, then started up and ran all over the ship, attempting to steal whatever he could lay his hands upon, but without success, for being stark naked, it was impossible to conceal his booty for a moment. Our seamen put him on a jacket and trousers, which produced great merriment, for he had all the gestures of a monkey newly dressed. We also gave him bread, which he eat with a voracious appetite, and after having played 1,000 antic tricks, he leaped overboard, jacket and trousers and all, and swam back again to his proa. After this, several others swam to the ship, ran up the side to the gun-room ports, and having crept in, snatched up whatever lay in their reach, and immediately leaped again into the sea, and swam away at a great rate, though some of them, having both hands full, held up their arms quite out of the water to prevent their plunder from being spoiled. These people are tall, well-proportioned and clean-limbed. Their skin is a bright copper colour, their features are extremely good, and there is a mixture of intrepidity and cheerfulness in their countenances that is very striking. They have long black hair, which some of them wore tied up behind in a great bunch, others in 3 knots. Some of them had long beards, some only whiskers, and some nothing more than a small tuft at the point of the chin. They were all of them stark naked, except their ornaments, which consisted of shells, very prettily disposed and strung together, and were worn round their necks, wrists, and waists. All their ears were bored, but they had no ornaments in them when we saw them. Such ornaments as they wear, when they wear any, are probably very heavy, for their ears hang down almost to their shoulders, and some of them were quite split through. One of these men, who appeared to be a person of some consequence, had a string of human teeth about his waist, which was probably a trophy of his military prowess, for he would not part with it in exchange for anything that I could offer him. Some of them were unarmed, but others had one of the most dangerous weapons I had ever seen. It was a kind of spear, very broad at the end and stuck full of shark's teeth, which are as sharp as a lancet, at the sides, for about 3 feet of its length. We showed them some cocoa nuts, and made signs that we wanted more, but instead of giving any intimation that they could supply us, they endeavoured to take away those we had. I sent out the boats to sound soon after we brought to off the island, and when they came back, they reported that there was ground at the depth of 30 fathom, within 2 cables' length of the shore. But as the bottom was coral rock, and the soundings much too near the breakers for a ship to lie in safety, I was obliged again to make sail, without procuring any refreshments for the sick. This island, to which my officers gave the name of Byron's Island, lies in latitude 1 degree 18 minutes south, longitude 173 degrees 46 minutes east. The variation of the compass here was 1 point east. In our course from this place, we saw, for several days, abundance of fish, but we could take only sharks, which were become a good dish even at my own table. Many of the people now began to fall down with fluxes, which the surgeon imputed to the excessive heat and almost perpetual rains. By the 21st, all our cocoa nuts being expended, our people began to fall down again with the scurvy. The effect of these nuts alone, in checking this disease, is astonishing. Many whose limbs were become as black as ink, who could not move without the assistance of 2 men, and who, besides total debility, suffered excruciating pain, were in a few days, by eating these nuts, although at sea, so far recovered as to do their duty, and could even go aloft as well as they did before the distemper seized them. For several days about this time, we had only faint breezes, with smooth water, so that we made but little way, And as we were now not far from the Ladrone Islands, where we hoped some refreshments might be procured, we most ardently wished for a fresh gale, especially as the heat was still intolerable, the glass for a long time having never been lower than 81, but often up to 84. And I am of opinion that this is the hottest, the longest, and most dangerous run that ever was made. On the 18th, we were in latitude 13 degrees 9 minutes north, longitude 158 degrees 50 minutes east, and on the 22nd, in latitude 14 degrees 25 minutes north, longitude 153 degrees 11 minutes east, during which time we had a northerly current. Being now nearly in the latitude of Tinian, I shaped my course for that island. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, related by John Hawkesworth. Volume 1, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1764, 1765, and 1766, by the Honourable Commodore Byron in His Majesty's ship, the Dolphin. Chapter 11. The arrival of the Dolphin and Tamar at Tinian, a description of the present condition of that island, and an account of the transactions there. On the 28th, we saw a great number of birds about the ship, which continued till the 30th, when about 2 o'clock in the afternoon we saw land, bearing west. One half north, which proved to be the islands Saypan, Tinian, and Aguigan. At sunset, the extremes of them bore from northwest one half northwestward to southwest, and the three islands had the appearance of one. At 7 we hauled the wind, and stood off and on all night. And at 6 the next morning, the extremes of the islands, which still made in one, bore from north, west by north to southwest by south, distant 5 leagues. The east side of these islands lies northeast by north and southwest by south. Saypan is the northernmost, and from the northeast point of that island to the southwest point of Aguigan, the distance is about 17 leagues. These 3 islands are between 2 and 3 leagues distant from each other. Saypan is the largest, and Aguigan, which is high and round, the smallest. We steered along the east side of them, and at noon hauled round the south point of Tinian, between that island and Aguigan, and anchored at the southwest end of it, in 16 fathom water, with a bottom of hard sand and coral rock, opposite to a white sandy bay, about 1.25 miles from the shore, and about 3/4 of a mile from a reef of rocks that lies at a good distance from the shore, in the very spot where Lord Anson lay in the Centurion. The water at this place is so very clear that the bottom is plainly to be seen at the depth of 24 fathom, which is no less than 144 feet. As soon as the ship was secured, I went on shore to fix upon a place where tents might be erected for the sick, which were now very numerous, not a single man being wholly free from the scurvy, and many in the last stage of it. We found several huts which had been left by the Spaniards and Indians the year before. For this year none of them had as yet been at the place, nor was it probable that they should come for some months, the sun being now almost vertical, and the rainy season set in. After I had fixed upon a spot for the tents, 6 or 7 of us endeavoured to push through the woods, that we might come at the beautiful lawns and meadows of which there is so luxuriant a description in the account of Lord Anson's voyage, and if possible, kill some cattle. The trees stood so thick, and the place was so overgrown with underwood, that we could not see 3 yards before us. We therefore were obliged to keep continually hallooing to each other to prevent our being separately lost in this trackless wilderness. As the weather was intolerably hot, we had nothing on besides our shoes, except our shirts and trousers, and these were in a very short time torn all to rags by the bushes and brambles. At last, however, with incredible difficulty and labour, we got through. But, to our great surprise and disappointment, we found the country very different from the account we had read of it. The lawns were entirely overgrown with a stubborn kind of reed or brush, in many places higher than our heads, and nowhere lower than our middles, which continually entangled our legs and cut us like whipcord. Our stockings perhaps might have suffered still more, but we wore none. During this march, we were also covered with flies from head to foot, and whenever we offered to speak, we were sure of having a mouthful, many of which never failed to get down our throats. After we had walked about 3 or 4 miles, we got sight of a bull, which we killed, and a little before night got back to the beach, as wet as if we had been dipped in water, and so fatigued that we were scarcely able to stand. We immediately sent out a party to fetch the bull, and found that during our excursion some tents had been got up, and the sick brought on shore. The next day, our people were employed in setting up more tents, getting the water casks on shore, and clearing the well at which they were to be filled. This well I imagined to be the same that the Centurion watered at, but it was the worst that we had met with during the voyage, for the water was not only brackish, but full of worms. The road also, where the ships lay, was a dangerous situation at this season, for the bottom is hard sand and large coral rocks, and the anchor, having no hold in the sand, is in perpetual danger of being cut to pieces by the coral. To prevent which, as much as possible, I rounded the cables and buoyed them up with empty water casks. Another precaution also was taught me by experience, for at first I moored, but finding the cables much damaged, I resolved to lie single for the future, that by veering away or heaving in, as we should have more or less wind, we might always keep them from being slack, and consequently from rubbing, and this expedient succeeded to my wish. At the full and change of the moon, a prodigious swell tumbles in here, so that I never saw ships at anchor roll so much as ours did while we lay here, and it once drove in from the westward with such violence, and broke so high upon the reef, that I was obliged to put to sea for a week. For if our cable had parted in the night, and the wind had been upon the shore, which sometimes happens for 2 or 3 days together, the ship must inevitably have been lost upon the rocks. As I was myself very ill with the scurvy, I ordered a tent to be pitched for me and took up my residence on shore, where we also erected the armourer's forge and began to repair the ironwork of both the ships. I soon found that the island produced limes, sour oranges, cocoa nuts, breadfruit, guavas, and papaws in great abundance. But we found no watermelons, scurvy grass, or sorrel. Notwithstanding the fatigue and distress that we had endured, and the various climates we had passed through, neither of the ships had yet lost a single man since their sailing from England. But while we lay here, 2 died of fevers, a disease with which many were seized, though we all recovered very fast from the scurvy. I am indeed of opinion that this is one of the most unhealthy spots in the world, at least during the season in which we were here. The rains were violent and almost incessant, and the heat was so great as to threaten us with suffocation. The thermometer, which was kept on board the ship, generally stood at 86, which is but 9 degrees less than the heat of the blood at the heart, and if it had been on shore, it would have risen much higher. I had been upon the coast of Guinea, in the West Indies, and upon the island of St. Thomas, which is under the line, but I had never felt any such heat as I felt here. Besides the inconvenience which we suffered from the weather, we were incessantly tormented by the flies in the day and by the mosquitoes in the night. The island also swarms with centipedes and scorpions, and a large black ant, scarcely inferior to either in the malignity of its bite. Besides these, there were venomous insects without number, altogether unknown to us, by which many of us suffered so severely that we were afraid to lie down in our beds. Nor were those on board in a much better situation than those on shore. For great numbers of these creatures being carried into the ship with the wood, they took possession of every berth, and left the poor seamen no place of rest either below or upon the deck. As soon as we were settled in our new habitations, I sent out parties to discover the haunts of the cattle, some of which were found, but at a great distance from the tents, and the beasts were so shy that it was very difficult to get a shot at them. Some of the parties which, when their haunts had been discovered, were sent out to kill them, were absent 3 days and nights before they could succeed. and when a bullock had been dragged 7 or 8 miles through such woods and lawns as have just been described, to the tents, it was generally full of fly blows and stunk so as to be unfit for use. Nor was this the worst, for the fatigue of the men in bringing down the carcass, and the intolerable heat they suffered from the climate and the labour, frequently brought on fevers which laid them up. Poultry, however, we procured upon easier terms. There was great plenty of birds, and they were easily killed, but the flesh of the best of them was very ill-tasted, and such was the heat of the climate that within an hour after they were killed, it was as green as grass, and swarmed with maggots. Our principal resource for fresh meat was the wild hog with which the island abounds. These creatures are very fierce, and some of them so large that a carcass frequently weighed 200 pounds. We killed them without much difficulty, but a black belonging to the Tamar contrived a method to snare them, so that we took great numbers of them alive, which was an unspeakable advantage, for it not only ensured our eating the flesh while it was sweet, but enabled us to send a good number of them on board as sea stores. In the meantime, we were very desirous of procuring some beef in an eatable state with less risk and labour, and Mr. Gore, one of our mates, at last discovered a pleasant spot upon the northwest part of the island, where cattle were in great plenty, and whence they might be brought to the tents by sea. To this place, therefore, I dispatched a party with a tent for their accommodation, and sent the boats every day to fetch what they should kill. Sometimes, however, there broke such a sea upon the rocks that it was impossible to approach them, and the Tamar's boat unhappily lost 3 of her best men by attempting it. We were now, upon the whole, pretty well supplied with provisions, especially as we baked fresh bread every day for the sick, and the fatigue of our people being less, there were fewer ill with the fever. But several of them were so much disordered by eating of a very fine-looking fish which we caught here that their recovery was for a long time doubtful. The author of the account of Lord Anson's voyage says that the people on board the Centurion thought it prudent to abstain from fish, as the few which they caught at their first arrival surfeited those who eat of them. But not attending sufficiently to this caution, and too hastily taking the word surfeit in its literal and common acceptation, we imagined that those who tasted the fish when Lord Anson first came hither were made sick merely by eating too much, whereas if that had been the case, there would have been no reason for totally abstaining afterwards, but only eating temperately. We, however, bought our knowledge by experience, which we might have had cheaper. For though all our people who tasted this fish eat sparingly, they were all soon afterwards dangerously ill. Besides the fruit that has been mentioned already, this island produces cotton and indigo in abundance, and would certainly be of great value if it was situated in the West Indies. The surgeon of the Tamar enclosed a large spot of ground here and made a very pretty garden, but we did not stay long enough to derive any advantage from it. While we lay here, I sent the Tamar to examine the island of Saypan, which is much larger than Tinian, rises higher, and, in my opinion, has a much pleasanter appearance. She anchored to the leeward of it, at the distance of a mile from the shore, and in about 10 fathom water, with much the same kind of ground as we had in the road of Tinian. Her people landed upon a fine sandy beach, which is 6 or 7 miles long, and walked up into the woods, where they saw many trees which were very fit for topmasts. They saw no fowls, nor any tracks of cattle, but of hogs and guanicos there was plenty. They found no fresh water near the beach, but saw a large pond inland, which they did not examine. They saw large heaps of pearl oyster shells thrown up together, and other signs of people having been there not long before. Possibly the Spaniards may go thither at some seasons of the year and carry on a pearl fishery. They also saw many of those square pyramidal pillars which are to be found at Tinian, and which are particularly described in the account of Lord Anson's voyage. On Monday the 30th of September, having now been here 9 weeks and our sick being pretty well recovered, I ordered the tents to be struck, and with the forge and oven carried back to the ship. I also laid in about 2,000 cocoa nuts, which I had experienced to be so powerful a remedy for the scurvy, and the next day I weighed, hoping that before we should get the length of the Bays Islands, the NE monsoon would be set in. I stood along the shore to take in the beef hunters, but we had very little wind this day and the next till the evening, when it came to the westward and blew fresh. I then stood to the northward till the morning of the 3rd, when we made Aguigan, an island that is remarkable high, and the same that was first fallen in with by Lord Anson. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, related by John Hawkesworth, Volume 1, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1764, 1765, and 1766, by the Honourable Commodore Byron in His Majesty's ship, the Dolphin. Chapter 12. The run from Tinian to Pulo Timoan, with some account of that island, its inhabitants and productions, and thence to Batavia. We continued our course till Thursday the 10th, when being in latitude 18 degrees 33 minutes north, longitude 136 degrees 50 minutes east, we found the ship 22 miles to the southward of her account, which must have been the effect of a strong current in that direction. The variation here was 5 degrees 10 minutes east, and for some time we found it regularly decreasing, so that on the 19th, being in latitude 21 degrees 10 minutes north, longitude 124 degrees 17 minutes east, the needle pointed due north. On the 18th, we had found the ship 18 miles to the northward of her account, and saw several land birds about the ship, which appeared to be very much tired. We caught one as it was resting upon the booms, and found it very remarkable. It was about as big as a goose, and all over as white as snow, except the legs and beak, which were black. The beak was curved, and of so great a length and thickness, that it is not easy to conceive how the muscles of the neck, which was about a foot long and as small as that of a crane, could support it. We kept it about 4 months upon biscuit and water, but it then died, apparently for want of nourishment, being almost as light as a bladder. It was very different from every species of the toucan that is represented by Edwards, and I believe has never been described. These birds appeared to have been blown off some island to the northward of us that is not laid down in the charts. The needle continued to point due north till the 22nd, when at 6 o'clock in the morning, Grafton's Island, the northernmost of the Bays Islands, bore south, distant 6 leagues. As I had designed to touch at these islands, I stood for that in sight. But as the navigation from hence to the Strait of Magellan is very dangerous, and we had now both a fine morning and a fine gale, I thought it best to proceed on our way, and therefore steered westward again. The principal of these islands are 5 in number, and by a good observation, Grafton's Island lies in latitude 21 degrees 8 minutes north, longitude 118 degrees 14 minutes east. The variation of the compass was now 1 degree 20 minutes west. On the 24th, being in latitude 16 degrees 59 minutes north, longitude 113 degrees 1 minute east, we kept a good lookout for the triangles which lie without the north end of the Prasil and form a most dangerous shoal. On the 30th, we saw several trees and large bamboos floating about the ship, and upon sounding had 23 fathom with dark brown sand and small pieces of shells. Our latitude was now 7 degrees 17 minutes north, longitude 104 degrees 21 minutes east. The variation was 30 minutes west. The next day we found the ship 13 miles to the northward of her account, which we judged to be the effect of a current, and on the 2nd of November we found her 38 miles to the southward of her account. Our latitude by observation was 3 degrees 54 minutes north, longitude 103 degrees 20 minutes east. We had here soundings at 42 and 43 fathom with soft mud. At 7 o'clock the next morning, we saw the island of Timoan, bearing southwest by west, distant about 12 leagues. As Dampier has mentioned Pulo Timoan as a place where some refreshments are to be procured, I endeavoured to touch there, having lived upon salt provisions, which were now become bad ever since we were at Tinian. But light airs, calms, and a southerly current prevented our coming to an anchor till late in the evening of the 5th. We had 16 fathom at about the distance of 2 miles from the shore in a bay on the east side of the island. The next day I landed to see what was to be got, and found the inhabitants, who are Malays, a surly, insolent set of people. As soon as they saw us approaching the shore, they came down to the beach in great numbers, having a long knife in one hand, a spear headed with iron in the other, and a cresset or dagger by their side. We went on shore, however, notwithstanding these hostile appearances, and a treaty soon commenced between us. But all we could procure was about a dozen of fowls and a goat and kid. We had offered them knives, hatchets, billhooks, and other things of the same kind, but these they refused with great contempt and demanded rupees. As we had no rupees, we were at first much at a loss how to pay for our purchase, but at last we bethought ourselves of some pocket handkerchiefs, and these they vouchsafed to accept, though they would take only the best. These people are of a small stature, but extremely well made, and of a dark copper colour. We saw among them one old man who was dressed somewhat in the manner of the Persians, but all the rest were naked, except a handkerchief, which they wore as a kind of turban upon their heads, and some pieces of cloth which were fastened with a silver plate or clasp round their middles. We saw none of their women, and probably some care was taken to keep them out of our sight. The habitations are very neatly built of slit bamboo, and are raised upon posts about 8 feet from the ground. Their boats are also well made, and we saw some of a large size, in which we supposed that they carried on a trade to Malacca. The island is mountainous and woody, but we found it pleasant when we were ashore. It produces the cabbage and cocoa-nut tree in great plenty, but the natives did not choose to let us have any of the fruit. We saw also some rice grounds, but what other vegetable productions nature has favoured them with, we had no opportunity to learn, as we stayed here but 2 nights and 1 day. In the bay where the ship rode, there is excellent fishing, though the surf runs very high. We hauled our seine with great success, but could easily perceive that it gave umbrage to the inhabitants, who consider all the fish about these islands as their own. There are 2 fine rivers that run into this bay, and the water is excellent. It was indeed so much better than what we had on board, that I filled as many casks with it as loaded the boat twice. While we lay here, some of the natives brought down an animal which had the body of a hare and the legs of a deer. One of our officers bought it, and we should have been glad to have kept it alive, but it was impossible for us to procure for it such food as it would eat. It was therefore killed, and we found it very good food. All the while we lay here, we had the most violent thunder, lightning and rain that I had ever known, and finding that nothing more was to be procured, we sailed again on Thursday morning with a fine breeze off the land. In the afternoon we tried the current and found it set southeast at the rate of 1 mile an hour. The variation here was 38 degrees west. We certainly made this passage at an improper season of the year, for after we came into the latitude of Pulo Condore, we had nothing but light airs, calms and tornadoes, with violent rain, thunder and lightning. At 7 o'clock in the morning of Sunday the 10th, we saw the east end of the island of Lingen, bearing southwest by west, distant 11 or 12 leagues. The current set ESE at the rate of 1 mile an hour. At noon it fell calm, and I anchored with the kedge in 20 fathom. At 1 o'clock, the weather having cleared up, we saw a small island bearing S-west, half south, distant 10 or 11 leagues. At 1 o'clock the next morning, we weighed and made sail, and at 6, the small island bore west by southwest, distant about 7 leagues, and some very small islands, which we suppose to be Domini's Islands west. Half a N distant, about 7 or 8 leagues, a remarkable double peak on the island of Lingen, bearing at same time W by N distant, about 10 or 12 leagues. Our latitude by observation was now 18 degrees south. The latitude of the east end of Lingen is 10 degrees south, longitude 105 degrees 15 minutes east. Pulo Timoan bears from it nearly south, by W and is distant about 12 leagues. At 10 o'clock in the morning of Tuesday the 12th, we saw a small Chinese junk to the northeast, and at 7 the next morning a small island called Pulo Timoan bearing south, E by E distant about 12 leagues. A little to the northward of Pulo Timoan is a very small island called Pulo Timoan. The next day, at 4 in the afternoon, there being no wind, we came to an anchor in 14 fathom with soft ground, Pulo Timoan bearing north. W distant about 7 leagues. We tried the current and found it set E by S at the rate of 2 knots 2 fathom an hour. We saw a sloop at anchor about 4 miles from us, which hoisted Dutch colours. In the night, we had violent rain with hard squalls, during one of which we parted the stream cable and therefore let go the small bower. At 8 in the morning, the wind became moderate and variable from north, northwest to west, southwest. We got out our longboat and weighed the stream anchor, and at 9 made sail. We found the current still very strong to the eastward, and at 2 we anchored again in 14 fathom, Pulo Timoan bearing northwest, half north, distant between 7 and 8 leagues. The vessel which we had seen the day before under Dutch colours, still lying at anchor in the same place, I sent a boat with an officer to speak with her. The officer was received on board with great civility, but was extremely surprised to find that he could not make himself understood, for the people on board were Malays, without a single white man among them. They made tea for our men immediately and behaved with great cheerfulness and hospitality. The vessel was of a very singular construction. Her deck was of slit bamboo, and she was steered not by a rudder, but by 2 large pieces of timber, one upon each quarter. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, we weighed and made sail. At 2, Monopin Hill bore south by east, distant about 10 or 11 leagues, and had the appearance of a small island. It bears S by W from the 7 islands, and is distant from them about 12 leagues. Its latitude is 2 degrees south. From the 7 islands we steered S west by south, and had regular soundings from 12 to 7 fathom, and soon after saw the coast of Sumatra, bearing from west-southwest to west by north, at the distance of about 7 leagues. In the evening we anchored in 7 fathom, and the next morning at 4 we made sail again and continued our course S by E till the peak of Monopin Hill bore east, and Batakarang Point on the Sumatra shore, SW, to avoid a shoal called Frederick Hendrick, which is about midway between the Banker and Sumatra shore. The soundings were 13 and 14 fathom. We then steered east by east and kept mid-channel to avoid the banks of Palembang River and that which lies off the westermost point of Banker. When we were abreast of Palembang River, we regularly shoaled our water from 14 to 7 fathom, and when we had passed it, we deepened it again to 15 and 16 fathom. We continued to steer east by southeast between the 3rd and 4th points of Sumatra, which are about 10 leagues distant from each other. The soundings, nearest to the Sumatra shore, were all along from 11 to 13 fathom, and the high land of Queda Banca appeared over the 3rd point of Sumatra, bearing east-southeast from the 3rd point to the 2nd. The course is southeast by south at the distance of about 11 or 12 leagues. The high land of Queda Banca and the 2nd point of Sumatra bear east, NE and WSW of each other. The strait is about 5 leagues over, and in the mid-channel there is 24 fathom. At 6 o'clock in the evening, we anchored in 13 fathom, Monopin Hill bearing N, half a W, and the 3rd point of Sumatra, SE by E distant, between 2 and 3 leagues. Many small vessels were in sight, and most of them hoisted Dutch colours. In the night, we had fresh gales and squalls, with thunder and lightning and hard rain. But, as our ables were good, we were in no danger, for in this place the anchor is buried in a stiff clay. In the morning, the current or tide set to the southeast at the rate of 3 knots. At 5 we weighed, with a moderate gale at west and hazy weather, and in the night the tide shifted and ran as strongly to the north, W, so that it ebbs and flows here 12 hours. On the 19th, we spoke with an English snow belonging to the East India Company, which was bound from Bencoolen to Malacca and Bengal. We had now nothing to eat but the ship's provisions, which were become very bad, for all our beef and pork stunk intolerably, and our bread was rotten and full of worms. But as soon as the master of this snow learnt our situation, he generously sent me a sheep, a dozen fowls, and a turtle, which I verily believe was half his stock, besides 2 gallons of arrack, and would accept nothing but our thanks in return. It is with great pleasure that I pay this tribute to his liberality, and am very sorry that I cannot recollect his name, or the name of his vessel. In the afternoon we worked round the first point of Sumatra, and our soundings on the north side, at the distance of about 1.5 miles from the shore, were 14 fathom. At half an hour after 3 we anchored, and sent a boat to sound for the shoals, which lie to the northward of the island called Lasipara, which bore from us south. E by S, distant about 6 leagues, little wind, and a strong tide have stood to the northward, prevented our working between these shoals and the coast of Sumatra till the afternoon of the 20th. The soundings were very regular, being 9 or 10 fathom as we stood over to the island, and 5 or 6 when we stood over to Sumatra. As this strait has been often navigated, and is well known, it is not necessary to insert all the particulars of our passage through it. I shall therefore only say that at 6 o'clock in the evening of Tuesday the 27th, we steered between the islands Edam and Horn, and entered the road of Batavia. At 8, we anchored without the ships, on Rust, bearing west. NW distant 5 or 6 miles. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, related by John Hawkesworth. Volume 1, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1764, 1765, and 1766. By the Honourable Commodore Byron, in His Majesty's ship, the Dolphin. Chapter 13, Transactions at Batavia and Departure from that place. The next day, which by our account was the 28th, but by the account of the Dutch at this place was the 29th, we having lost a day by having steered westward a year, we anchored nearer to the town, and saluted the water-fort with 11 guns, which were returned. We found here above 100 sail, great and small, and among others, a large English ship belonging to Bombay, which saluted us with 13 guns. There is always lying here a Dutch commodore belonging to the company, who, among his countrymen, is a person of very great consequence. This gentleman thought fit to send his boat on board of me, with only the coxswain in her, who was a very dirty, ragged fellow. As soon as he was brought to me, he asked whence I came, whither I was bound, and many other questions, which I thought equally impertinent, at the same time pulling out a book and pen and ink, that he might set down the answers. But as I was impatient to save him this trouble, he was desired immediately to walk over the ship's side and put off his boat, with which he was graciously pleased to comply. When we came to this place, we had not one man sick in either of the ships, but as I knew it to be more unhealthy than any other part of the East Indies, as the rainy season was at hand, and arrack was to be procured in great plenty, I determined to make my stay here as short as possible. I went on shore to wait upon the Dutch governor, but was told that he was at his country house, about 4 miles distant from the town. I met, however, with an officer, called a shabander, who is a kind of master of the ceremonies, and he acquainted me that if I chose to go to the governor immediately, rather than wait for his coming to town, he would attend me. I accepted his offer, and we set out together in his chariot. The governor received me with great politeness, and told me that I might either take a house in any part of the city that I should like, or be provided with lodgings at the hotel. This hotel is a licensed lodging house, the only one in the place, and kept by a Frenchman, an artful fellow, who is put in by the governor himself. It has, indeed, more the appearance of a palace than a house of entertainment, being the most magnificent building in Batavia. Nor would a small edifice answer the purpose, for as there is a penalty of $500 upon any person in the city who shall suffer a stranger to sleep a single night at his house, the strangers who make it their residence are never few. All the houses, indeed, have a stately appearance on the outside, and are elegantly fitted up within, and we were told that the Chinese, of whom there are great numbers at this place, were the architects. The city is large, and the streets well laid out, but they have greatly the appearance of those in the cities of Holland, for a canal runs through most of them, with a row of trees planted on each side. This is convenient for the merchants, who have everything brought up to their own doors by water, but it probably contributes to the unhealthiness of the place. The canal, indeed, as the city is built in a swamp, might be necessary as a drain, but the trees, though they have a pleasant appearance, must certainly prevent the noxious vapours that are perpetually arising from being dispersed by obstructing the circulation of the air. The number of people here is incredible, and they are of almost every nation in the world: Dutch, Portuguese, Chinese, Persians, Moors, Malays, Javanese, and many others. The Chinese, however, have a large town to themselves, without the walls, and carry on a considerable trade, for they have annually 10 or 12 large junks from China. And to these, the opulence of the Dutch at Batavia is in a great measure owing. The beef here is bad, and the mutton scarce, but the poultry and fish are excellent and in great plenty. Here are also the greatest variety and abundance of the finest fruit in the world, but the mosquitoes, centipedes, scorpions, and other noxious vermin, which are innumerable, prevent all enjoyment and even rest, as well by night as by day. The roads, for many miles about the city, are as good as any in England. They are very broad, and by the side of them runs a canal, shaded by tall trees, which is navigable for vessels of a very large size. On the other side of the canal are gardens, of a very pleasant appearance, and country houses of the citizens, where they spend as much of their time as possible, the situation being less unwholesome than the city, and there are so few of them who do not keep a carriage that it is almost a disgrace to be seen on foot. At this place I continued from the 28th of November to the 10th of December, when, having procured what refreshments I could for my people, and taken on board a sufficient quantity of rice and arrack to serve for the rest of the voyage, I weighed anchor and made sail. The fort saluted me with 11 guns, and the Dutch Commodore with 13, which I returned. We were saluted also by the English ship. We worked down to Prince's Island, in the Strait of Sunda, and came to an anchor there on the 14th. In this passage, the boats came off to us from the Java shore, and supplied us with turtle in such plenty that neither of the ship's companies eat anything else. We lay at Prince's Island till the 19th, and during all that time we subsisted wholly upon the same food, which was procured from the inhabitants at a very reasonable rate. Having now taken on board as much wood and water as we could stow, we weighed and got without Java Head before night. But by this time, a dangerous putrid fever had broken out among us. 3 of my people had died, and many others now lay in so dangerous a condition that there were little hopes of their recovery. We did not, however, bury one at Batavia, which, notwithstanding our stay was so short, was thought to be a very extraordinary instance of good fortune. And our sick gradually recovered after we had been a week or 2 at sea. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, related by John Hawkesworth, Volume 1, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1764, 1765, and 1766. By the Honourable Commodore Byron, in His Majesty's ship, the Dolphin. Chapter 14. The passage from Batavia to the Cape of Good Hope, and from thence to England. We continued our course without any event worthy of notice, except that one of my best men unhappily fell overboard and was drowned, till Monday the 10th of February, when at 6 o'clock in the morning we saw the coast of Africa, bearing from north-northwest to northeast, distant about 7 leagues. It made in several high hills and white sandy cliffs, and its latitude was 34 degrees 15 minutes south, longitude 21 degrees 45 minutes east. The variation here was 22 degrees west, and our depth of water 53 fathom, with a bottom of coarse brown sand. I stood in for the land, and when I was within about 2 leagues of it, I saw a great smoke rising from a sandy beach. I imagined the smoke to be made by the Hottentots, yet I was astonished at their choosing this part of the coast for their residence, for it consisted of nothing but sandbanks as far as we could see, without the least bush or a single blade of verdure, and so heavy a sea broke upon the coast that it was impossible to catch any fish. On Wednesday the 12th, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we were abreast of Cape Legulus, from which the coast lies west by northwest to the Cape of Good Hope, which is distant about 30 leagues. The next day, we passed between Penguin Island and Green Point, and worked into Table Bay with our top sails close reefed, there being a strong gale, with hard squalls at SSE. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we anchored and saluted the fort, which was returned. The Dutch told me that none of their ships could have worked in such a gale of wind, and that we seemed to come in faster than they were generally able to do when the wind was fair. The next morning, I waited upon the governor, who had sent his coach and 6 to the waterside for me. He is an old man, but is a favourite with all ranks of people. He received me with the greatest politeness, and not only offered me the company's house in the garden for my residence while I should continue at the Cape, but his coach whenever I should think fit to use it. As I was one day at dinner with him and some other gentlemen, I took occasion to mention the smoke that I had seen upon one of the sandy beaches on a desolate part of the coast, and the surprise with which it had struck me. They then told me that another ship, some time before, had fallen in with that part of the coast, and had seen large smokes, as I had done, although the place was uninhabited, and supposed to be an island. To account for the smokes, however, they told me also that 2 Dutch East Indiamen had, about 2 years before, sailed from Batavia for the Cape, and had never afterwards been heard of, and it was supposed that one or both of them had been shipwrecked there, and that the smokes which had been seen were made by some of the unfortunate crew. They added that they had more than once sent out vessels to look for them, but that there broke so dreadful a sea upon the coast they were obliged to return without attempting to go on shore. When I heard this melancholy account, I could only regret that I had not known it before, for I would then certainly have made every effort in my power to have found these unhappy wretches, and taken them from a place where now, in all probability, they must miserably perish. The Cape is certainly a most excellent place for ships to touch at. It is a healthy climate, a fine country, and abounds with refreshments of every kind. The company's garden is a delightful spot, and at the end of it there is a paddock belonging to the governor, in which are kept a great number of rare and curious animals, and among others, when I was there, were 3 fine ostriches and 4 zebras of an uncommon size. I gave all the people leave to go on shore by turns, and they always contrived to get very drunk with Cape wine before they came back. Many ships came in while we lay here. Some were Dutch, some French, some Danes, but all were outward bound. Having continued here 3 weeks, and during that time refreshed our men and completed our water, I took leave of the good old governor on the 6th of March, and on the 7th sailed out of the bay with a fine breeze at SE. On Sunday the 16th, at 6 in the morning, we saw the island of St. Helena, bearing west by north at the distance of about 16 leagues, and about noon a large ship which showed French colours. We pursued our course, and a few days afterwards, as we were sailing with a fine gale and at a great distance from land, the ship suddenly received a rude shock, as if she had struck the ground. This instantly brought all who were below upon the deck in great consternation, and upon looking out we saw the water, to a very large extent, tinged with blood. This put an end to our fears, and we concluded that we must have struck either a whale or a grampus, from which the ship was not likely to receive much damage, not in fact did the receive any. About this time also we had the misfortune to bury our carpenter's mate, a very ingenious and diligent young man, who had never been well after our leaving Batavia. On the 25th, we crossed the equator in longitude 17 degrees 10 minutes west, and the next morning, Captain Cumming came on board and informed me that the Tamar's 3 lower rudder braces on the stern were broken off, which rendered the rudder unserviceable. I immediately sent the carpenter on board, who found the condition of the braces even worse than had been reported, so that the rudder could not possibly be new hung. He therefore went to work upon a machine like that which had been fixed to the Ipswich, and by which she was steered home. This machine in about 5 days he completed, and with some little alterations of his own, it was an excellent piece of work. The Tamar steered very well with it, but thinking that it might not be sufficient to secure her in bad weather or upon a lee shore, I ordered Captain Cumming to run down to Antigua, that he might there heave the ship down and get the rudder new hung, with a fresh set of braces which he had with him for that purpose. For the braces with which the ship went out, being of iron, were not expected to last as long as ours, the lower ones, with the sheathing, being of copper. Pursuant to these orders, the Tamar parted company with us on the 1st of April, and steered for the Caribbee Islands. When we came into latitude 34 degrees north, longitude 35 degrees west. We had strong gales from west-southwest to west-northwest, with a great sea, which broke over us continually for 6 days successively, and run us into latitude 48 degrees north, longitude 14 degrees west. On the 7th of May, at 7 o'clock in the morning, we made the Islands of Scilly, having been just 9 weeks coming from the Cape of Good Hope, and somewhat more than 22 months upon the voyage. The 9th, the ship came to anchor in the Downs, and on the same day I landed at Deal and set out for London. This is the end of Commodore John Byron's account of Captain Cook's first voyage. Thank you for listening.